have it set up to go on our channel, right? I will find out in a second.
Yeah. Mini Wargamer Dave here from miniwargaming.com. Matt.
Just checking to make sure we're going live.
Get that. I love that. Our dreams for Mini Wargaming. Awesome.
Wait, why does it say live?
Oh, because it's live. Because our channel's live. Yeah, we're now.
Oh, I
live.
see.
Yeah.
We're live. Live chat. I got a live chat right here too.
This is
You want to pull up on the screen now so you can see it?
Yeah. Here, I'll do that. And
I'll just turn off my volume.
This is the last 8 hours for the Ravaged Star campaign. And it is insane and nuts and all these things. And Matt's eating currently, which is cool. So that's
Hungry.
going to be a hungry.
Thanks, Red Line. And welcome, Noisy.
Red, red wine. Stay close to you. Not the words at all, but you know, fun. Okay, we're setting this up like in the moment. This is really ragtag, which is really indicative of like the thing that we did today. You know, like
Yeah. Just figuring out what even the stream is about. All last minute. I make it big. There we go.
Is that big enough? How's that look for you?
Hey, Jeremy.
Jeremy, man, you like stayed the whole time yesterday. So awesome, man. And we are live, Noisy. Red Line, thank you for the grats. And yeah, we're gonna
Yeah, we hit a million just before lunch.
We're gonna keep on going, meaning we're gonna keep on promoting, see how much more we can get. Like I think a personal goal would be to beat 1.1. That's what we got last time. Last time it was 1.1 during the last live stream of the first campaign. Could we get more than that? I mean, there is like just under 8 hours left now. And see what it is. We're going to be talking about stuff. We're going to be showing off minis. We're doing kind of like this impromptu setup as we're going along, because why not share all of that
Whole journey.
Whole journey, man.
Yes, we're not playing a game today, but we can talk about anything and everything. I'd like to talk about your ideas for rules. We've had such a flurry of activity in the Discord server. And it's just been so many people. We've had hundreds of people. And in fact, I think we're up to let me check. Red Line will be shipping in 2 waves, hopefully at the end of next year, 2024, and the beginning of 2025. So like that's the current plan if everything goes as scheduled.
That's the estimate.
And yeah, we just cross our fingers and hope it all goes well. Because that's how crowdfunding works and big campaigns like this. But we are way ahead of what we were in the first campaign. Like, way ahead.
Actually, that's very true.
Like stupidly ahead. Like it blows my mind how ahead we are. But then there's more stuff for this one. And so it's like...
Is there?
Yeah.
Because all the stuff from the original campaign is done. So
exactly.
Count all that out. Is there actually more stuff?
Yes.
Just by a bit, though.
Not by much.
Yeah, it's not by much, but we are a lot ahead. So
yeah.
The question is, does that offset the time? I don't know. It's hard to know.
It's a new process to us. Like if we're really, really going. Oh, you're not getting it?
I'm gonna go over here and
we gotta move the
other
monitor too so we can see what's going on. Yeah, if we're really honest, like we're new to this. Like we did the last campaign and we got some really awesome miniatures for the Veiled Touched. And yes, we've been running this business for 16 years. And yes, I've written plenty of rules. I feel quite confident that the rules will be fine, that they'll be good. Not fine, but that they'll be great. And they'll be a lot of fun.
$8.88 super chat will be a 1 squat, 8-second squat.
I should probably stand for at least the first part.
I'm kidding.
No, it's okay. I brought the chair over because I'm like, this is going to be like a 9-hour stream. So
I shut it now, so now it's too late.
So no, it's fine. I don't mind doing some squats.
Someone insane is going to.
I've got a little bit. I got a baby. I gotta give birth to. So
what are you going to name the baby?
It's funny because I actually worked out like if I lost it in a reasonable time, it's about the amount of time it takes to give birth or to have a baby.
Want to play D&D with Matt? Want to work out with Dave? Awesome.
I like that. That feels like a compliment to both of us.
Actually, yes. Yeah, very true.
Anyways, there was some comments. I don't want to miss, but I can go back right here, so that's nice. A little more grats. Thank you, Gio. Cesario Acosta. Congrats on the success. I am stoked, and I know it'll be a year, but I'm looking forward to getting the minis and grabbing my friends to get involved. So the nice thing about this one, and thank you, is that you can get involved way before that. Because essentially what we can do is we develop the rules together.
Yeah.
which we're going to do. Like, I'm taking a little break because I'm heading to Atlanta tomorrow for the Grand Narrative, which I'm super excited for.
Because we love Warhammer.
We do. We love all these things.
All these comments of like, anti-Warhammer. Like, here's the fact. The fact of the matter is, we are Warhammer fanboys.
Oh boy.
We're like, take a look at our collection. If that isn't a visual indicator of how we actually feel about it, then I don't know what else to say.
I just added 10,000 points to my Tyranid army in the past few months. So,
in fact, you were calculating it in the other room just a minute ago.
because I had to pack to go.
Because you got a pack to go, right?
Yeah.
So because we love it so much, it has inspired us to explode in this direction.
Yeah. We wish all the best for Games Workshop, and we continue our partnership together and showing their stuff. And
without Games Workshop, without the games, like, we wouldn't have a channel.
No.
We wouldn't be doing this at all.
No.
We have how many thousands of videos where we're just engaging in the hobby. It's amazing, right? So only gratitude.
Yeah, no, it's funny because I get it. As soon as any company gathers enough success, it's going to start to get that negative attention, right? Like, as soon as it starts making lots of money, then it's just like, oh, they're all about the money. And you're not wrong. Like, but I would say the same thing about mini wargaming at this stage. Like, we are a lot about the money, because if we weren't making money, we couldn't do this.
We can't do it.
And so every decision we make has to be, how do we make money from this? And sometimes you can have fun and do something that doesn't make any money, but only sometimes. The rest of the time you have to think that way. So it's just a different scale. So everybody I meet, I don't know about you, but everybody I meet that works for Games Workshop are hardcore gaming nerds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're not in there going, hoity-hoy, I want to make tons of money by exploiting the masses and making them buy my minis. It's like, no, they're just like, you don't get nerdier than these dudes. And we love them, and we get along with them really well. And yeah, and that goes pretty far up. We've met a lot of people at Games Workshop, and so the culture there, while it might be frantic, hectic, get lots of stuff.
It was actually awesome seeing the culture.
It's just brimming with energy.
It's like pockets of groups of people in their departments, just doing their thing, and it's a bunch of like hobbyists and like,
it's
nerds just like us, and it's like
nothing but.
That's the culture.
Yeah.
It's very raw. It's real.
Well, when we went many years ago too, and we met the team who takes care of making the exhibitions.
Yeah,
their exhibition hall. It's a whole team. It's like the size of mini wargaming, just to make the exhibitions.
That airbrush booth, basically the size of this room.
It's nothing but that, and they're just we're walking around, seeing how they do stuff. They're just nerding out the whole time. Not seeing us, but I mean, like, they're like, yeah, come and check out how I did this thing. And I took a rock from this and I put it into a mold. And I made molds, and then I made this thing, and then I did how I spray it like this, and it's just like,
it was cool. Yeah,
it's just, that's what it is. It's this whole hobby. I said in my video, I posted a video today about it. I said, if I wanted to make a lot of money, I would go elsewhere.
Where?
I've thought of a few things, but marketing we could go into. There's a lot of things I could teach.
Oh,
there's
traditional
a lot of things,
marketing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I could do. I could make a lot more money than this, and if we weren't making enough, I'd have to, because I have a family to feed, right? And as do you, and as do many other people here. But the thing is, we're lucky because we make enough money. We're certainly not rich. We make enough money that we're able to do this, and we have to keep making decisions that allow us to continue doing it while still being able to nerd out about the hobby.
You know how long I had my rusty truck?
Yeah, right? Well, I still run it. I don't know. I still buy junkers for my car because my wife gets the good van because she's got to drive all the kids around for stuff.
Well, okay, hold on.
We got a couple of things going on here.
Yeah,
Agent Dad.
Agent Dad.
Yeah,
member for 10 months, Narrative Wargamer. That's
narrative
awesome.
Size, yeah.
Is that not like the highest?
No, there's the Mega or the Ultimate that Holly took the other day, remember? Just to troll me. I'm sure she's watching now, too. Member for 10 months, though. Hi, guys. Congratulations to you. Sadly, here in Hungary, I won't be able to play, but supported you nonetheless. Well, thank you.
Valrek. Hey, thanks for joining the stream, man. Typically, you're streaming, so this is awesome. Thank you very much for joining us. And Nurgle Snurgle, welcome.
Oh, Nurgle Snurgle, hey.
Kaylee, awesome. And then Nurgle Matthew, Barrical Kirioth. Excellent to have you here as well. There's a lot of people here. There's actually, let me see, Andrew Castillo, Arnold Elliott, Noisy, Big Daddy Dragon.
And then Broken Brush Gaming just became a narrative wargamer. So thank you, Broken Brush Gaming.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Darn right I did. Yeah, see Holly's here. Okay.
Yes, she is.
Yes.
I talked about her in my video.
Oh, now you got to watch it. Now you got to watch the videos.
No, she saw it. She commented on it already.
Oh, she did. Okay.
I talked about her being my current wife. That's what slipped out. Because I said when she, she wasn't currently my wife, and it was like my current wife. I'm like, wait, no, I was talking about like when I was when we were teenagers.
Thank
and
you,
how
Miranda.
simultaneously, as a teenager, she was playing D&D,
Yes.
but I didn't know
Didn't
that
know.
my current wife
Uh-huh.
is
Your current
right. That's how it came out. My
current wife.
because she wasn't my wife at the time, so I said my current wife.
current wife.
I'm like, let me clarify. I've only ever had one wife, and I only plan to have this. She's a perfect wife. And
I only plan to have one wife. That could change, but I only currently plan of having one current wife. There's like,
I know. I just dug deeper for that one.
thank you, Miranda, for the congrats. I got to say this. It's super cheesy. It's super mushy, but honestly, without everyone contributing to mini wargaming for the past 16 years, like this is where we've come after all this time, which kind of makes me feel old, but I embrace the old. Old is good. Like, I love this. I love it.
Yeah, I'm getting old.
Not to invade the personal space. I'm pretty sure you're used to it by now.
Get old and fat.
Uh,
That's part of getting older. Usually.
It's a beautiful thing.
Usually, those who embrace it.
Yeah, those who embrace it.
I'm eating while you watch your broccoli sits there. I ate all my broccoli already. I ate it first. It looks better. I have just rice, and looks like you just have broccoli.
What is the big guy? What is the big guy? Field a demon print is where I started. Oh my god.
What's that say again?
To field a demon print
Oh yes,
was area I started.
that was quality cinema.
That's right. Okay, short film. By the way, Miranda, we got to do another film. Let's do it. Let's make another film. Okay, I say that because there was an invitation to do something, but it was way too busy. It was killing me. I wanted to do something.
Minnie's Models of Mayhem said, "Is a rusty truck a euphemism?" You just got rid of your rusty truck?
Right there it is, man. That's you can interpret that however you see it in your brain.
Yeah. Oh, anyways. Big Daddy Dragon. What is the big guy? It's me, all right? Stop talking about me that way. I know he meant that, but that's fine.
Did he mean that? Okay, this ambassador is called Matthew.
Okay. Because he's a big guy.
Lays down the hammer. Okay, that's how that works. But we're just going to hang out, talk about some models. We can do. What's the plan for Ravaged Star and 3D printing?
None yet. Like we 3D print our stuff to show you the models beforehand. A lot of people have been asking, will we sell STLs? And very nice. And the answer is, I don't know, because for this project, there's been a lot invested, and you don't make as much money selling STLs, not yet. And you might think, well, you should do both, and I don't necessarily disagree, but we got to get through this first, and then we'll kind of see what happens next. I would love to. I'm just going to say this out loud. Yep. This is not like any decision making. I would love to expedite getting new factions out by making them 3D printable first. So not the stuff we've already sold, because that wouldn't be fair to all the people who already bought it that maybe wouldn't have if they knew they could 3D print it. But like, let's say we come up with another faction, and rather than, because a really expensive part of the process is the mold making, and then obviously like all the shipping and stuff gets very expensive. And so like if you could expedite, and knowing that you're going to sell it in STLs, you can kind of change the process of how you develop the miniatures too, and create a new faction that's just STLs. And then eventually they can go to print once we have the money to do that, right? But in the meantime, people can play a new faction and do that. So I'd love to do that.
Good idea.
But this is like, it's too early to talk about that kind of stuff. We got to get this working. We got to get this going.
We're not going to tell anyone that you're at work, Spoons. Steve, Spoons is winning. Spoons is winning 9-3.
Thanks for the $5, Spoons. Spoons.
Minnie's Models of Mayhem. Yeah. Dave, what's the deal with 3D printing? What's the difference between Matt answering that? Okay, you know what? This is my thought on this.
Well, hold on. Is there like something that you were talking to him about?
No, there's no context for that. But this is what I'll say about the 3D printing. I think in the meantime, 3D printing the miniatures for promotional purposes to send them out to other creators is a very efficient way of... Steve, Spoons is winning 9-3. He wanted you to know that. To reenact what Steve just did.
Nope. This is a family-friendly one.
Yes. There definitely isn't a hand gesture ×2 that's happening behind the camera. Yeah, for Spoons. Directly for Spoons. It's going to be like this the whole time. You know this is a fact.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. It hasn't even really started yet.
Like we got to fill 8 hours somehow.
What are we munching on? Well, let's take a look at what we're munching on. We got some broccoli.
Charlie's chopsticks.
All right, we got some
local
rice. We got an egg roll in here. We got a little bit of chicken left over. So that's kind
just a rice bowl. Nothing too complex. Pineapple curry.
Guys, really excited for the success of the campaign. I have a question. What's the differences from when you developed Dark Potential to Ravaged Star? What's changed in 10 years?
Boy, I'll speak to that.
Sure.
Because I was the one heavily involved in Dark Potential.
That was your baby.
That was.
Yeah.
That
is your baby. I'm not going to say was.
Yeah.
That's your baby.
It's still rattling around up there, so don't worry. So Dark Potential, it's interesting kind of the perception that people have of certain things. So 12 years ago, I think, I wanted to get into making miniatures as mini wargaming. Not make a game, just making miniatures. And so this is hilarious, the difference of Kickstarter campaigns back then and now. I paid $2,000 to have somebody make a really cool piece of post-apocalyptic art of London. That's it. That's what I paid. I stuck that picture up on an Indiegogo campaign, set the goal to 10,000 Canadian dollars, which in today's money would be
2,000 American.
Would be would be like a few bucks.
That's true.
And I said I want to make 5 miniatures. That's what the original goal was.
That's right.
Not one faction. It was going to be 5 different miniatures of like what the Xanthos, the alien race, looked like, what some like raiders looked like. It was like I wanted to get concepts for maybe 5 the salvagers. Remember the robot race. So there was the core, the raiders, the salvagers, the Xanthos, and one other I can't remember. That's all I wanted to do. We hit that $10,000 goal in like an hour, and this is nuts because all I put up there was that picture, no renders, and saying, "Hey, I'd love to make some miniatures," and I put the video up. So that's just how awesome our audience is, that they had that much trust that I would be able to do that.
Awesome, you are. That's your fault.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And we hit the 10,000 so quickly that I got a little overexcited, and I'm like, let's do some stretch goals. So let's turn them into like squads instead.
Right.
And then when we hit a certain point, I'm like, let's do another stretch goal to develop rules for it. And it became this whole thing. And we got $90,000 by the end, which was huge for us back then.
Was it 90 or 88,000?
No, it was about, well, I don't know, it was 99. It was about,
in my mind, it was 88.
You can remember how you like. In some currency exchange, it was 88,000 something.
Agreed.
So we raised that. I fulfilled everything. There were metal miniatures. I had local sculptors sculpt things. I also had some digital done. That was before 3D printing was huge. And it was actually much more difficult. But we got them done. We had a local company in Hamilton, like an hour and a half away, that did spin casting of metal. They did all historics.
Yes.
And Ratham, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I went there and had them spin cast them and make them. And we fulfilled everything. And we even sold them for a couple years after that. Not very many, but we did sell them. And we weren't making hardly any sales. And I was putting a lot of time into the rules and stuff. And I made no money. That $90,000, we spent every last penny of it. And I'm not talking about like I paid myself and that counts. No, I mean like sculptors, everything. Box art. It was gone. All 90,000 was gone. I didn't spend more than the 90,000. I spent the 90,000. But I spent so much time on it that the rest of the business we weren't developing it as much. And so it came a point within a year or two afterwards where I'm like, you know what, this isn't making us money. And I've got to focus on what's actually making us money. And so that's when so that's when I discontinued it. I still to this day have people saying you abandoned it. I even get another. I know there's always going to be haters, right? But the one comment that gets me the most, I get every once in a while, is you took everybody's money and ran. It's like I fulfilled every last thing, and I even continued supporting it for like a year or two afterwards when we made no money from it.
I love it. This is like you're taking this is extreme personal responsibility.
Yes, cathartic.
Yeah, because it's like you took the money and ran.
Yeah.
It's
no,
like,
it was my project.
It's a direct.
It was my project. Just like the Veil Touch was your project last year. Dark Potential was 100% my project. Like you played it a little bit, but other than that, you weren't involved. Oh, you sat next to me as I explained the lore in one of the videos.
I also remember making design for boxes and signing them, which I felt really weird about because I didn't have really anything to do with anything. So I was just like, yeah. That was a part of it too. But the playing was fun. Yeah.
And so like I look back and the game design was kind of janky. This was like 12 years ago, so I've learned a lot since then. It was fine. Like there was nothing really wrong with it. It was just janky. And the game was fine. The miniatures were okay. And So yeah, so then what have we learned since then? Well, obviously technology's improved since then. I think that's the biggest thing. There are way more sculptors out there. There's tons of people making miniatures and games, which means you have access to more talent.
What's the original question for people who just joined?
The difference between Dark Potential 12 years ago and Ravaged Star now.
Mm.
We have the resources. Like this campaign just did over $1 million. Even if we stopped right there, we did a 1.1 million on the last campaign. Like that's a little bit more than $90,000. Now the expenses of this one are way higher. Than
Way
90,000.
higher.
But
Like stupid higher.
But
It's not 5 minis.
no, it's a little bit more than that.
Or even 20 or what it ended up being before. It was,
Oh, like 400-ish.
it's over 460,
Yeah, it's crazy.
which means we can say nearly 500, and it's more accurate than saying,
Over 400.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a big difference. I feel way more confident writing rules. Like and the community I have access to. Like I was going to check that. Hold on. I was going to check Discord. How many people are on our Discord server now? Not this one. Ravaged Star playtesters. 492 members. 129 of them are online right now. Okay? 492 people have joined our Ravaged Star playtesting group. And it is like just filled with tons and tons of stuff.
That's buzzing. And you know what? It's barely just begun, right? So like
Yeah.
over the next year, when there's more and more, that's awesome.
That's going to be the
awesome.
primary mechanism for getting feedback.
Yeah.
You can leave comments, of course. We'll be putting up playtest battle reports, and I will read as many of them as I can. But the primary method is there because that's where I literally watch people have discussions back and forth about how to fix like anti-armor. A lot of people don't like anti-armor, just ignoring defense. So they suggested that it ignore the armored rule instead. So they still get a save, but the AP then will actually kick in. So like, let's say you had an AP2 weapon with anti-armor 8+.
Armor penetration, is that AP?
Yeah. I'm talking to you specifically because you played the game.
Yes.
I know not everybody's going to be able to follow. So if you rolled an 8+, normally you'd just be like, no defense roll. But now it's like, no, you get a defense roll, but it ignores the armored keyword.
Okay.
So you don't get to ignore the AP of the weapon.
Right.
So you still get a chance to negate it. So we're going to play test that a bit. I might have to rejig the weapons that are anti-armor to make them more armor piercing to represent, because otherwise, who cares? If they don't have any AP, then it wouldn't matter that they ignore armored. But it's just little things like that. There was a whole discussion on that. And then here's what somebody did.
Yes. What?
After this super long discussion, which I read every last bit of,
Of course.
the one person made it so I didn't have to read it all.
How?
They said, okay, they all went back and forth. Okay, what did we agree on? What do we all agree on? What do we agree on? And then they all agreed.
Did they summarize?
Yeah. And then this one guy said, okay, Matt. And he actually went at MWG Matthews, so he tagged me. Here's the summary of this.
Amazing.
Here's
of the
what we
thread?
think. Here's a summary. What do you think?
Wow.
And I'm like, I like it. We're going to play test it.
That's awesome.
And it was a really good discussion. It wasn't just like a one-off, like, I think you guys should change the activation system just because I read it and don't like it.
That was a back and forth discussion.
It was like people, I watched the battle reports, I saw how it worked, and I don't like it, and I'd like to fix it. Let's have a long discussion about it. And they talked about it for, I don't know how many comments. And I'm like, this is just early. I can't wait to get into the meat of all this stuff.
To be fair, the cards haven't been printed yet.
No,
and put in the boxes yet.
We're
right?
still way away from that.
So we can. We got a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, we'll have a few months. Excuse me, to develop the rules. So I look forward to your help. If you want to join the Discord, it's not private, it's a community one. Talking my mouthful. Miniwargaming.com/playtest.
I totally could have said it as you're, but I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah. So what is it? Say it again.
Miniwargaming.com/playtest. That'll redirect you to the invite link for our Discord.
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, miniwargaming.com. Just back, Cool Breeze. Thank you so much. Luna Tantric, how do you guys feel about fan-made content and lore at this point?
Yes.
Very, very open to it.
Yes. Okay. So here,
You take over this part,
yeah,
because this is your side.
Okay.
I'm working on rules. I'm not working on the lore.
Yes.
Take it away, Dave.
So when it comes to the lore of Ravaged Star, this is the feeling. The feeling is we want to create a cosmic sandbox for anyone to develop their own backstory for their own character or commander or their own faction within the factions. Because that's, in my opinion, that is the most immersive, biggest takeaway of the tabletop experience. How many of us express ourselves through our models on the tabletop? Like, I think everyone say I, right? Like, that's what I do. That's what I've noticed over the years. In fact, I don't know if I've found a single gamer that doesn't do that in some degree. We expressed ourselves through our paint jobs, through our color choices, through the type of characters and everything. There's a reason why we name our Chaos Lords and our captains and our whatever, our own things. It's one thing for that to remain in the realm of fan fiction. It's another thing for the possibility of all of that creative energy to be acknowledged and recognized within the actual lore of what we're engaging in. So yes, the lore is right now very new and young, but good thing we have an entire, dare I say, like planet, community. Like this is how many like thousands of people can be like, yeah, okay, well I'll do that. I'll create a character. I'll go to mini wargaming and participate in a battle report, in an open universe narrative campaign battle report.
Which you can do long before the minis are out because we've got armies here.
We have the armies here,
We've
right?
already had questions. When I come in on May, can I play a playtest battle report? Yes. Yes.
So if you come here and you battle in a game, and provided that your character isn't like, I'm gonna say prohibitive in terms of the presentation of it, like you know, if it's Bodie McBoatface, we're gonna probably say like, you know what, he's gonna die before he enters the battlefield because like we want this to be epic, right? We want this to be.
It can have some silliness, but
Sure. Some silliness.
I mean, it has Davicus.
I mean, that's the ultimate silliness, right? Like, why is that a thing, right? So yeah, you know what? I say this right now, but you know what? No, I'm not going to say that. I'll say do whatever you want to be creative, right? Do whatever you want to be creative. Creativity is like boundless. Just do what you want. It comes here. It's canonized into the lore because that's now a community-driven thing. And so that's how we've always operated, community.
Yeah. The Lunatantrix has asked, after last night's stream, I have to ask, is the negotiator a character or generic? First off, it's the ambassador. The Hammer's name is negotiator.
Yeah, right here. So
asking us kind of writing up and doing a voiceover, negotiations gone wrong, or right for the MRE. That's a good question. He's currently support, but I kind of dig they kind of sparked an idea of making him a commander as well. But not just a regular commander, because I had already thought about one other play mode, which is like all big things.
yes,
And then what you'd have to do for those big things is I've already thought when you go to another skirmish, I should create new rules for them.
yes.
But at the higher level, there should also create new rules for them.
Define higher level.
So, where you just play with big stuff.
Okay, so like bigger.
So large and huge creatures.
Yeah. Okay.
So models like this big and bigger. Because then what you could do is you could have the token draw would just be all support, right? And who cares? So we rename them. It's like, oh no. Now the ambassador is a commander. That kind of thing, right? So also, I wanted to say really quickly, Lunatantric, I'm really grateful for this comment. One thing about Dark Potential was it got me into rules creation and game making. You started a huge part of my life, and no matter what others say, I want to say thank you for that. That's awesome. I didn't know that. Why would I know that? But that's awesome that you're telling me that.
Now you know.
Now I know that. I didn't know that anybody got into game writing. I guess that's what I meant by that. I didn't know that anybody got into game writing because of Dark Potential. So that's cool.
Yeah. I can't wait to battle people in a Ravaged Star battle report and to celebrate that awesomeness and explosions on the tabletop. And to summarize that and to add it to the lore, which we're going to have a wiki. Of course we are, right? There's going to be this overall thing that we all contribute to. And you know what? I also look forward to this. Just imagine this, Matt. Go to a gaming club. Someone else has Ravaged Star stuff. And they'll be like, okay, here's my commander. I'd like to battle Davicus. And I'd like to battle whoever you create. Because, you know, there's a Matt character that isn't here yet, but I'm going to guess will be.
Okay. Holly, my wife, just sent $5, which, you know, all right, fine. I'm just going to embrace it. The message is good, though.
Thank you. You know what? Thank you, Holly, for
spending my money.
Supporting this
Sorry,
whole...
our money. I meant mine between the two of us. Not mine isn't between my wife
You know what?
and I.
Okay, fine. If
It's going to dig holes.
50-50, you can give it all to Matt. Give the 50, whatever you do, it's all go to Matt. Okay, it's all go here and then back to you.
Her message, though, says, Iris, which is my 2-year-old daughter, won't stop shouting Dada at the screen. Maybe give her a shout out and say hi. Hi, Iris. How's it going? I'll pretend to be interacting with you right now. Uh-huh. No way. That's awesome. I'm getting a phone call right now. Oh, an emergency alert.
Dave's Mike can have a wiki of his own and then have a separate wiki for every stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd want to read the wiki that'd be in my mind. I don't know if that's necessarily a healthy thing to engage in.
It's a good question. Underworld Zombie, are you not afraid of another artist making proxy models for Ravaged Star for 3D printing and losing money versus selling your STLs? Those of us who have printers can print. I think that would be a badge of honor if we were popular enough that somebody thought it was worth their time.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine that? Like that?
I remember the first time we had pirated content for one of the. Remember we did the DVDs? I remember finding a pirated version of one, and I was like, okay, I'm super against pirating. I would be super against that. I wouldn't be happy in the sense that they're doing it. I'd be disappointed. But at the same time, I'd be like, wow, we got to that level.
It's like when you make YouTube content and it's just you and you're engaging, right? And there's all the positivity. And you get your first negative comment. It's like,
let me put it this way.
first troll.
We are familiar with the owners of My Mini Factory. So if they tried to sell it there, they'd get taken down pretty fast. So they'd have to be revert to like Thingiverse and stuff, which we could also do takedown requests.
Yeah, we're going to tell on you, man. We're going to tell Nabo and Alex, okay? That's what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So you try it. This isn't a challenge. By the way, Black Templar, thank you for becoming a micro wargamer. Yeah, that's awesome.
It is awesome. But yeah, that's kind of my thought on it. You shouldn't do it. I think, I don't think you should.
Yes. Okay, Noisy, Discord, lore section.
So yes, eventually, because we have to talk about how that's all going to work.
Yes, that's true. We need to create a framework for people to submit short stories.
People have been asking me that,
ideas.
and I'm just wait. It will be doing something about that soon. Yeah, it might turn from the Ravaged Star. I know I'm getting phone calls and stuff.
Turn from the Ravaged Star playtesters group to
probably like the Ravaged Star like overall. Because there might be another Discord already made for that though. I think
there was one made for playtesters, but then you made that one, and then now it's all there. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, there's going to be places to do that. But we're going to talk about how we're going to structure it all, so it's not just like a bunch of stuff hurled at us. We got to figure out like the best way to do that.
Yeah.
Because obviously, in the end, I have to say like we're in control of the lore and the rules. It's our game, but we want it to be a community-driven game.
Yeah.
So in the end, it's like we have to make those choices.
It's final say on canonization, right? So
exactly.
And if it's community supported, for instance, if there's a really cool character, a really cool story that's made, and many people read it and think it's really, really cool, I mean, that's not just our two voices, that's many voices contributing to the awesomeness of that one thing.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
that's how all of this works. And it works the same way for the rules, right? Many people are like, yeah, that's really cool. And then we like it, yeah, that's really cool. Like that's how, I think that's the best way of going about it.
Ooh, space elithids. Fortune identify. Space, mind flayers from Dungeons and Dragons? You know what those are?
Yes.
So imagine doing a space race of them.
Ooh.
That's kind of cool, right? I already had, between what, I can't remember who said all the ideas. James is the first one to say space undead. And I'm like, okay, cool. But then somebody said, but they had to be run by elven vampires. And all of a sudden I'm like, dang, that'd be cool. So you throw in space mind flayers in there.
Whoop.
And yeah.
Space mind flayers.
It's like you take all these different, because obviously you don't want to just make them look exactly like mind flayers from D&D. Like you take inspiration from that, just like how the Gorkog take inspiration from like the Zerg from StarCraft, Arachnids from Starship Troopers, maybe a bit. I want to say just a bit from Tyranids. Like obviously the idea of bugs is very prominent with Tyranids, but I much prefer the look of StarCraft Zerg, and I'm a Tyranid fanboy, but not a.
Are you?
Just a little bit. I'm not a huge fan, as much as I just bought another 10,000 points and got them painted and unpainted some of them.
It definitely doesn't sound like you're a huge fan.
No. I've gotten used to the way they look, but it's not my preferred space bug look. But their lore, that's awesome. Anyway, so yeah, or like how they obviously like space dwarves, they look like a fantasy type dwarf that just that put on armor or added jetpacks to their armor or something. So I like all these different ideas because it's like you don't have to. Oh shoot! I got my phone call.
Yeah, wait, it's fine. Yeah.
So my thought was totally complete there.
You know what's awesome? Okay, you sure you want to take it? It's only going to be me here, Matt.
Talking about playing D&D in a French castle.
Okay, good luck.
I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'll go that way.
Can't wait for the human force to be released. Do you mean the Vanguard? Now, the cool thing about the Vanguard is the Vanguard is the human faction, and that's where the Veil Touch came from. And there's many more factions within the human faction because the Vanguard is where it started. Pretty cool, huh? Now you guys, hold on, your sound cut out? Can you hear? That's what I want to know. So proud to see how well you guys are doing. Shows how awesome the community is. Currently out of work, so couldn't support this. Hopefully some of my friends get it so I can play. Haha, Matt Bridges. Well, you know what? You got to do what you got to do, right, to support yourself. The fact that you're here watching this, the fact that you're leaving a comment, it's all degrees of support. So thank you for that. And Holly, if you're still watching, and Matt isn't here, if you were to super chat, And honestly, it's my favorite part about the whole. Getting his reaction is the best. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do a giveaway because this is the first thought that comes into the brain. By the way, what you guys type here in the super chat, okay? Oh no. By the way, don't be super chatting for more giveaways. It's not gonna work, okay? This is not reverse psychology. Don't give 8 super chats to equal 1 giveaway. That's not gonna happen. I don't want to do that. I don't think you want to do that either. Matt certainly wouldn't agree to that. So dare I say, don't do that? Now that Matt's gone, you're at the controls and what you say go. If you could make a faction of your own doing, what would it be? You mean other than the Veil Touched? Let's see, what would I do? What would I do? You know what? There was an idea yesterday of like a squid race, like a kraken race, like the Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean base on top of a bipedal. Like, yes, that, whatever that is, an aquatic race that just looks horrific. That's what I would want to see, and however that would manifest. And no, it's not a fish race for those of you who are thinking, well, that's ironic because, that kind of sounds like his Tau. Definitely not the case. It's something very different. Okay, you see an octopus dude coming at you, and that's his face. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the scariest things that I can possibly think of. Okay, weird question. Which models of the Veil Touched? Still learning what is what. Well, good thing we have a table filled with miniatures to show off what that is, what all of this is. So actually, here, let's do this. Let's start from the beginning. This whole thing, all these boxes here, these are all Veil Touched. This is from the original campaign. Mybe, don't super chat. Dave doesn't want it. Hey, stop. Okay, Holly. Well, you're different, okay? You're exempt. Do as much as you want. But does it count towards the 8 for a giveaway? I don't know. I'm going to just say yes to that. So why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Lovecraft is most definitely what's up. Yeah, that's what it is, I think. I think it's a Lovecraft thing. I am going to go to the chat and see if there's anything above. Okay, well, that's 2. But like I said, no, not going to happen. Okay? Don't. In fact, stop. Don't super chat. How's the broccoli taste? You know what? This is adult ADHD brain, okay? You literally asked me, what's the Veil Touch look like? I'm going to come back around and I'm going to show some stuff. So a combination of squid. Cesario Acosta, 888. I'm sorry, I only heard super chat from you, Dave, and I missed the rest. Oh, how convenient. You missed the rest, did you? Is that the excuse that we're going with, huh? Is that what we're doing now? Are we just picking out certain words that we want to? Are we being selectively hearing about this? Because if that's the case, I'm not going to lie, that's kind of the language that I speak. But I see the manipulation here happening, okay? I see it. I hear it. I know what you're doing. Here, actually, let's do this. Look at this. Boop. Okay? This is Lord Tyrek. I don't know why I say it like that. Stupid pretend accent. You know what? I know exactly why I do that. It's because it's fun, and I don't care how horrible it sounds. I think it's what it's all about. I was literally just thinking that. Mixed with rats. Cthulhu race would be awesome. James Carpenter, so 4 more right. What are you doing? Stop. Stop it. You know what I did say at the very beginning? I did say 888 is, squat. Okay, so that's, are we doing like a 4 seconds up? Hey, hold on, glitch games. Carry on from last night's super chats. Got to support my Neurospicy buddies. Neurospicy, I love that phrase so much, Neurospicy. I actually haven't heard of that phrase until it was a few years ago that I discovered it, and I'm like, it's a very neurospicy way of describing what it is, ironically. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. Your local Blightstormer, cool name. Hey guys, I pay the 1,500 stretch pay supporting you guys with cool bomb models. Hopefully I'll see them in my local retails. One day, best of luck. Well, to be absolutely fair, that is the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is retail. We want to be able to say, go to your local gaming store to pick up Ravaged Star. Imagine how awesome that would be. And really, I'm still getting distracted. But here we go. This is Lord Tyrek on Breacher. This here is a finished model from the factory. Okay, this is PVC plastic. Take a look at this. Coming right off. Okay, that's how that works. Look how cool he looks. Super awesome. I love it so much. I did a durability test on these models. Literally ran over one with my truck. And what happened? A little bit of hot water, put it right back. What's happening? What are you doing? Did someone say super chat? Hey, Esherik, that's pounds, okay? That's 888 pounds that you just contributed. Yeah, again, what are you all doing? Hey guys, oh wait, you just said that. No, hold on. That's a different one. This is a, did I just read that? No, so yeah. Yeah, I just read that. Okay, yeah, a lot of stuff back and forth. Man, this is gonna be nuts. I'm gonna start a petition to get a Mari General with Dave's facial hair. I don't know if I would play him. I think I'd want to fight against him and chop his head off. That's what I would want to do. Because, you know, touched by the veil and all this stuff. So what you're seeing there is Lord Tyricon Breacher. And here, let's do this. Let's show another fun, cool model. Okay, this is Tank. This is a VTAT, a Veil-Touched Armored Transport. This is the vehicle. This is what tanks look like. Ravaged Star. Okay, that's what one of the tanks look like anyway. And then also, no longer beard for Dave's head. A matte Vanguard model would be awesome. Base werewolves as a corn-like army? Blood, blood, blood. Oh my goodness, yes. See, I would want to play something like that. That's a Veil-Touched Armored Transport. Okay, here we got a biker. Biker as well, right? So this is the kind of models that we got in the Veil-Touched. By the way, every single model that you see on the tabletop is available in the campaign. And this is, it looks ridiculous because it's all in trays, but that's a fact. Everything there is available, okay? So this is one of the minis. This is a Death Rider. Here, let's actually show you. Death Rider. Ooh, I'm gonna flip this over so I can see. Here we go. And here's a Vice Lord. And you know what? To be fair, you did give like 8 super chats, and so I am going to go get a model. Let's start with a core unit. Okay, I'm going to go into the other room right next door, and I'm going to grab a core unit. What's core? Core is infantry. Okay, so I'll grab one of those. It's probably going to be either Gorkog or Amari, one of the new ones. Hold on one second. I'm literally looking at a whole bunch of core right in front of me. Sure, we'll include the Veil-Touched as well. Blood for Nurgle, says Travis 888. It's your first super chat on the live stream. Amazing. See, that's just cool. Wait, you're starting a new set of 8 super chats for another giveaway. What are you doing? You all need to stop right now. That's not what this stream is about. There was no advertising for any sort of giveaway. Don't want to set any sort of false expectations, okay? That this is about celebrating the fact that you guys are supporting us here, okay? But anyway, I am going to ask you the question, and I need to see the response in the chat from you guys. So is it going to be Amari, Gorkog, or Veil-Touched? One of those core miniatures. Which one would it be? What would you choose? And I'm just going to glance at the chat, and whatever name I see more of, yeah, I'm unsupervised, Fire Jay, because you better believe that whatever's going to happen, happens. It's going to be free flow of chaos as long as it takes Matt to be on that call. That's what's going to happen. So if you want giveaways, which is probably going to happen in the time that, as many as we can fit in. So that's it, okay? Veil-Touched, Dwarves, Gorkog. Oh, the first 3 comments are all different. Gorkog, Amari, Veil, Gorkog, Amari, Veil or Gorkog, Amari, Gorkog, Amari. Hey, Travis. Oh my goodness. Oh, so good. Okay, so it's a toss-up between Gorkog and Amari, I think, because there's a lot. And you know what? I think it's going to be Amari because rock and stone. I saw that comment and it just made me happy. It was just immediate happiness. So, all right, I'm in the next room. You can still hear me. I think there's I'm going to go next door even though Matt's a miniature. All right. Uh-oh. Yep, those noises aren't good. By the way, these are 3D prints. Okay, so if they are being shipped to you, which they will be through some sort of warp, they'll pass through the veil. Okay, let's make dad jokes all day long. Pass through the veil, and yeah, so they might be brittle. So if they do, and there's a broken piece, you'll know why. It's because they're 3D printed resin. They're not meant to be what you would expect with PVC plastic miniatures, because honestly, that is ridiculous. And Axel, what are you doing super chatting 88.88 SEK? What are you doing? What are some of your favorite units from each faction? Hail the Veil Touched. Wow. So as I do that, as I think about that, I'm gonna have to ask you a question here. Okay, this is a question for you all. Here we go. Here's an Amari infantry leader. And yeah, it's going to be a toss-up between these two. You guys need to tell me which one. Out of these two models, here, I can just show you the painted versions, and then, you'll be getting the not these painted versions, just so you know. Which one? You want the Forge Strike Amari Pathfinder, or do you want this Amari infantry leader? My headcanon want big razor worm, but it has a humanoid top half with 2 heads and 4 weaponized arms. The setting is easy to create in. You know what? That is correct. The setting is easy. And thank you, Nicholas Mock. You are number 3 of 8 of the next giveaway, because apparently that's a thing and people want it, such as yourself, because you keep on super chatting. This is unofficial. This isn't any sort of expectation. Why are we saying beard? I don't know. Rock and stone. Sounds like an idea for a faction. That went up too late. Okay, Pathfinder, 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 beard. Yeah, what do you want? Pathfinder, beard. This isn't going to work. I think I have to do like a poll, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to roll a die. It looks like it's pretty even. Roll a die. Let's see. Do we got a D10 in here? In the spirit of the game, let's use a D10, because that's what we're using for Ravaged Star. D10 system. So here we go. Okay. On a 6+, it's going to be the Pathfinder. Okay, you ready for it? Okay, looks like it's going to be the beard. So now that we know this is the dude that's up for grabs, just one dude, but it's a really cool looking dude. I got to admit, when I first saw this render, I got pretty excited. I really liked his look. Did I think of an Imperial Guard? I did. I'm not going to lie. I thought of it. Is it an Imperial Guard? No, it's definitely not. This is a dwarf mini. This is an Amari space dwarf in a completely different universe. So if you're thinking that, I mean, that's a visual bias, right? So like, I thought of that, but I was okay with it because it's not that. Okay, I repeat, this is not an Imperial Guard. Anything. It's an Amari infantry leader. So let's do this. It's a Josh sculpt. Yes. You know what? In fact, type in the name Josh. Let's do that. Type in Josh. Hector Garza, what did you miss? We are currently giving away this dude. Okay? Because you wanted it. You keep on super chatting, and every 8 super chats equals a giveaway. Okay? So there we go. Type in Josh. You'll be entered to win. And what am I going to do? I'm going to do something really professional and just like thumb. Here, I'll show it right here. I'm going to thumb, like go back and forth, and like whatever I land on, okay? That's it. So, scale against Veil Touched. All right, let's grab, yeah, let's do just a regular, let's get a Valkyr. Good comparison. Scale. So first off, it's 28 mil versus 32. Oh, guys. There we go. Okay, let's put them side by side. There's a significant difference here between Okay. Now that's a Valkyr. That's not here, I'll give you a cultist model. That'll be a good indicator of the scale difference. And I'll also grab a really big chonky boy. Grab a Gnarl Black. Okay, so here's a cultist. Here's a Veil Touched Servant of Asalia. Okay, so that's a human versus dwarf, right? So it's kind of what you would expect. So human slightly taller. And look at this. This is a beefy monster, 40 mil. Okay. That's Veil Touched as well. Yeah, that's the size difference. But anyway, okay, there's a lot of joshing. Okay, here it is. This is how we professionally choose who's going to win. Ready for it? Okay, let's do. I'm going to pin message, and there you go. Tabletop Chuck. Okay, putting it in the chat. That's how you know who's won. This is all randomness. Whoever wins this stuff. Thank you. You're welcome. You know you can add random pickers for this type of thing. I can add random pickers. Yes, that's true. You're talking about like Nightbot and doing all that stuff. That is a matter of fact. In fact, I remember doing that before. What's the Josh comment for? Well, that was for a giveaway that was happening. It's not. This isn't a giveaway stream, okay? There's no super chats to unlock giveaways. That's not what's happening right now. People who are insane are super chatting. I'm not asking for it. I'm literally saying don't super chat. I'm literally saying every 8 super chats doesn't equal a giveaway, is the literal words that are coming out of my mouth. So if there are 8 super chats and I happen to do a giveaway, well, yeah, that's happenstance, okay? Because there's no expectation here for any sort of giveaway. But this one is, okay, so table, top, Chuck, congrats. Okay, and I'm going to put like Amari infantry leader. Okay, and then in brackets, beard. So what you do, this is how you claim your prize. Email matthew@miniwargaming.com with your address. That's all you got to do. And then, oh, this pen just like launched forward. Okay, we need an empty tray here. Some sort of, there's no empty tray. What? How can there not be a single? Yeah, I'm gonna go find one. I'm still here, guys. Everyone's still here. Here we go. Here's literally an empty tray. And it just happens to be a logo. Dave, where do we send the fan fiction? Wrote one you asked for. Least. Okay, well, email me, dave@miniwargaming.com, and send me that awesomeness. But to answer your question, there is going to be we're going to set up a Discord where you can do that. But that hasn't been set up just yet because of the campaign and all the craziness that we're going through right now. But we went through the sprint of the campaign, and now we got the marathon. Okay, the marathon is the in-between where we're waiting for finalization of all the back and forth between sculptors and design and STLs and mold process for the factory. So that it's going to take a bit for all that, okay? And Robert Mullins, what are you... Okay, been loving the content and would love to see some more battle reports of Ravaged Star. Please do a 3-player game with each faction represented. That's a fantastic idea. That's definitely going to be a thing because we want to see how that feels, right? That's what I'm interested in. I want to see how that feels because I would imagine that would feel pretty awesome. Okay, and that would feel pretty good. Yeah. Dave, where do we send? Oh, it's fantastic. Unless they're sent in increments of 8. Yeah, that's right. Okay. By the way, don't super chat anymore. Everyone stop. Robert, thank you for the 1 super chat there. Okay, I'm going to give you a heart there. But really, no more. We don't want any more. Okay, it's not needed. And that's your first super chat on the live stream? Oh my. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, look. Because of that, broccoli. That's the logical conclusion to what you just did. That makes me happy. That is healthy. Okay, what you just did was healthy, and what I'm doing is in response to the thing that you just did. Jeremy, what did I just say? No more super chats. It's not needed. Veil for the veil touched. Oh my goodness, I love it. Man, what did I think of that? That's an amazing phrase. Veil for the veil touched. Oh my goodness. Okay, done. Is that a t-shirt? Veil for the veil touched? Oh, I love it. Very awesome. Okay, so next one. You appreciate healthy eating, Robert? Well, you know what? I do too. I also appreciate chips and crisps and cake and pasties and all the foods that taste good, okay? Mandy, you're back! You're doing this again? Ah, that's my way of saying thank you, but stop! Dumb question because I missed most of the live stream game, but are the rules for smaller scale 5 to 10 models per player games similar to Warcry or Kill Team? Well, I will say this. Because of the way Matt has structured the rules, you can already play that way. You can already play the way that you just roll less dice. Yeah. You could play in a team of 5 or 10. Absolutely. You roll less dice because there's less models in the unit, but the exact same rules apply to smaller. Look at the next super. I won't stop super chatting till Captain Slaughter and his Veil Touch rejects are Cannon and Ravaged Star. I actually think that's a really good idea. Like, I'm super excited to do a whole bunch of creative stuff over the next year because that's the next. Please tell Matt I super chatted $200. Okay, all right, done. Here, my mic is on, so he's gonna get his reaction. Okay, get ready for this. Get ready.
Are you serious?
I'm always serious. Are you serious? He asks with a concerned face. Oh my goodness, that was worth every second of that. What does this turn into? This has turned into like, watch Matt go gray. That is the name of the live stream because of the stress of Holly super chatting. This is the best. This is the best thing ever. I could do this all day. Holly, yeah, that's. I agree. I agree with what you just did and what I just said. So, as Mall Wargaming, I just want to send a massive shout out to Matt. This game has one of my favorite rule sets of any game system out at the moment so far. He's absolutely smashed it, and I want to show some appreciation. Well, you know what, Dasmal? When he comes back, because he is legit out on call, and because it was Holly, his wife, who did that, then that warrants an interruption. Whereas that's what am I saying? Thank you for saying that. That's a massive compliment. And how lucky are we to have Matt doing this? Seriously, right? Like, instead, rock and stone, I think mech and drone. I mean, that's really cool, but it was in the form of a super chat, which we don't want. Why are you continuing to super chat? Not asked for, not expected, not needed, not wanted. Just stop. No more. No more, please. Okay? Really? Oh my gosh, I meant when he comes back. Oh, okay. But you know what? Here's the best part about it, okay? Because he's stuck on that call. And so it's now going to be festering in his brain. And so that's the first thing he's going to come back and say. He's not able to respond to it. He's like, that, you know what? It's better this way. Trust me, it's better. Okay. I love the fact that he actually believes you would. Yeah. I think so, right? Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Mm-hmm. Mech and Drone, 88 likes for the Skull Throne. Absolutely. You know, loving the activation mechanic, similar to another game, but it's with its own flavor that adds new layers to the gameplay. Luna, yes, I'm a big fan of the activation mechanic of Ravaged Star. So for those who are unfamiliar, what is the activation mechanic? The activation mechanic is this. You got a dice bag, okay, that you put your tokens in. What are tokens? Each token represents a unit on the battlefield. Let's say you got 8. Numbers done that way on purpose. 8 on each side. That's 2 corns. Yeah, so that's what it is. You each have 8 tokens, and then you got a couple boost tokens as well, because every unit has a boost ability that can only be activated with a boost token. So what you do is you take turns, like drawing a token from the bag, and if it's your token, you activate that specific unit that corresponds to the token. But if you get the boost token of your color, then you can activate any unit on your side that hasn't already been activated. That is the activation mechanic. And that simulates a fog of war, which is super cool, right? Like you can't predict exactly what's going to move first or second or whatever. There's risks that you take that I love the reactionary aspect of the game because it feels like a lot of things are out of your control. Because that's one thing that I have felt recently with some of the tabletop games that I've engaged in. There's a level of control. To be fair, it's too much control. There's too much certainty. There's too much forward calculation and, oh, you know what? Yeah, there's no way that I can come back from this, so we might as well just call it right there. There's too much of that. And so the fact that there is unknown, the fact that there is risk versus reward and all that stuff, and it's real time, and sometimes it takes 30 seconds to activate one of your units, right? So that the activation is quick. It goes back and forth. So that equals constant engagement. That equals constant engagement. So for this game, there won't be times when it's like, okay, it's your turn. Oh, when you're done your turn, I'll come back because that'll be in 30 minutes, maybe 45. Okay, all right. Let me just do this, and I'll just go take a quick phone call, and then I'll come. Like, no, that doesn't exist in Ravaged Star because it's like 30 seconds. It's right away, and of that 30 seconds, yeah, half of that is yours anyway because you're being shot at or being attacked. So you got to roll your defense dice. So yeah, it's constant engagement. So it's just super satisfying. Hold on one second. Hold on. Is there more stuff happening here? Dave, the more you protest, the more we'll super chat. Think your sculpts show you can up with a new alien. Think your sculpts show you can up with a new alien. Well, I'm gonna heart that super chat. I'm not sure what it means. And I'll also add to that, why are you super chatting? Already said not to, okay? This is not reverse psychology. Not. Just don't do that. Saying don't, okay? A pure don't. Not needed. Thank you, but not needed. These are the big chonky boys, okay? Here, actually, I'm gonna get I'll get the Gorkog one, and so you'll see the 3 chonkies. Just updated my pledge to include the Siege of Ankar. Couldn't say no to those shield wardens. Dissidia fan? Thank you and awesome. Dave, we're going to see you play more games and more painting videos? Tabletop Chuck? Absolutely. Because this has unlocked the hobby for me. Okay, and there's just pure enjoyment of the hobby and painting minis. Like, I didn't grow up painting minis. That was something I discovered later on in life. Okay, when I was like early 20s, which to be fair, that's still before prefrontal is fully developed, so it's still a chimp, but that was when it was introduced to me. Okay, here we go. Whoop. These are the big ones that you get. Okay, so these are all 120 by 90 millimeters. This is what happens. Connor, what did I say? Okay, I just got here and you all had enough time to think about my Fishman Space Marine Pirates idea from yesterday. Yeah, we did talk about the aquatic race of the Davy Jones squid face terrifyingness. That is something that we discussed briefly to answer your question. And why did you super chat? Oh, you're going to use the excuse that you just got here. I'm just going to arrive in super chat. Oh yeah, super chat. No more super chats. It's not wanted or expected or needed. I mean, there's gratitude. Obviously, there's gratitude. So that is a thing, okay? But no more. It's not needed. We want to talk about models here, not like constantly distract the 8-year-old in an adult body with the ADHD brain with the super chatting because it's constant dopamine, and I kind of can't stop. Okay? So this is like a combination of like pure enjoyment and pure torture. That's what's happening right now. By the way, if you had like headphones on and there's like volume stuff, and apologies in advance, that's false. It's apology way after the fact, after I've been yelling the last few minutes. There's enough. Robert Mullins, clearly we're having a communication disconnect here. Okay. This might be too much since you guys will be crazy busy, but if there was a chance to playtest Ravaged Star on Tabletop Simulator with somebody from MWG, that would be great. I mean, to be fair, that's a really awesome idea. And I think that if there was some crazy person that would be willing to like put all the digital assets on Tabletop Simulator to make that a thing, then I think that's something we would easily engage with, because I gotta be honest, I really enjoy Ravaged Star. It's a fun game. Every time I've played, I've had fun, right? Because it's like, I don't care if I win or lose. I just want to see stuff blow up, right? I just want to see cool stuff happen. And every single game has been close anyway. So it's like, it's tense for that reason. So yeah, if there's a TTS version of it where we get to experiment with stuff, in fact, that would make sense if that was its own channel within the playtesting Discord for Ravaged Star, just to get some as close as possible real-time, feedback, in case we don't have like minis or whatever. But to be fair, be absolutely fair, you could also do it at home. You could proxy other models. Not that I'm encouraging that in the same way that I'm not encouraging the super chats. It's an option. It's an option, right? Can we see the 120mm veil touched? Yeah, okay, sure. There's one more here. There's Yashara. Technically, there's 3 models that exist in the veil touched that are the 120 by 90mm. All right, Yashara, Shepherd of the Damned. Gorgeous mini. Okay, here, let's slide over a little bit. Make way, make room. Let's get this out of here so you can see her better. Not have that in the background. Okay, here, let's go in the middle. You asked for veil touched, front and center. Okay, there it is. Cool, huh? That's it, getting all distracted by the awesomeness. Explosion of miniatures on the tabletop, everyone. Crazy. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, serious question. I did the full 1K pledge. Is there any add-ons I need to get that don't come with it? Asking is going to promote the void out of this game. Lunatantric? Okay. So the 1K pledge, that is that's the main one for all the new stuff. It doesn't include the original Veil Touch stuff. So if you want to get everything, the question I have for you before I answer your question is, do you already have the Veil Touched stuff from the first campaign? Because if you don't, that will alter my answer to you, okay? Congrats, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you guys throw up a link to the Discord? Yes, we can do that. In fact, here, let's just do this. I'm gonna go into this YouTube Studio. I wonder if this could work immediately. Does it show the live? No, it doesn't show. Oh, maybe. Does it show this? No, it doesn't show it. It only shows it if it's after the fact. So what I'm gonna need to do is post a comment and then pin it. I think that's the way to do this. So it's miniwargaming.com/playtest miniwargaming.com/playtest. Let's get the spelling right here so that it hyperlinks it. Boom. Okay. Then I'm going to replace pinned message. There you go. That is a pinned message that I just clicked on. Why isn't it replacing the pinned message? Unpin this message, tabletop Chuck, and pin this message. Pin message. Good. There you go. There you go. That's how you, here, let me, kind of want to like make that more of a thing. Okay, do me a favor, click on that link. If it's not a hyperlink, I'll put the HTTP in front of it so it's a hyperlink, so you can go right to it. No, okay, Ogre. Sorry about that. I think you guys are creative enough to come up with a race never seen before. Painting these veil touch is a blast, by the way. Yeah. Hi, Dave. Hey, hold on one second. Member for 24 months, Josu Ariola. Thank you for that. 24 months, that's 3 corns. That's a long time. Thank you for that. That's amazing. We appreciate your support. Really do. And you know what? I kind of, have there been 8 more super chats since the last time I said don't give 8 super chats? I think there might have been. You know what? I lost count. Someone else is going to have to calculate this because I'm going to probably immediately get distracted by something else that'll come up, such as the crafting gamer. There's nothing guaranteed. What they do want to get retail. So happy it's going for well. I'm really glad to be a part of this campaign, as well as the first campaign. Hope you guys. I hope you'll be at UK Games Expo next year with Ravaged Star. Dasmol. You know what? Going to conventions is, I gotta say, it's like the pinnacle of tabletop gaming experiences. First time attending UK Games Expo this past year. It was insane. It was awesome. So yeah, I recommend it. And do I want to go again? Yeah, absolutely I want to go again. When was it? I think it was like May. I think it took place in May. Yeah. So that plus, you know, Adepticon and Nova Open, went to those this past year. And I think that there's a certain amount of travel currency with family and life balance that takes place, which I think is reasonable. I think once a quarter is reasonable. That's a lot of traveling, to be fair. But it's for work purposes, so it's like, it makes sense. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to do. Lots of fun. Okay. Anywargaming.com/playtest. Who's watching? Who made that comment? So hold on one second. Is that a hyperlink? Is that the one that I just did? Here, let's do this. Let's open. I don't know if that's a thing, so I'm going to have to just redo it. Okay, let's try it. Let's redo it. I'll do it here. Okay. All right, here we go. http://www.miniwargaming.com/playtest. That doesn't hyperlink, then okay. Go here to see the Ravaged Star rules. Yes, it worked this time. Awesome. Okay. Nope, I want to pin that. I don't want to go to it. Stop. Okay, here, let's undo this one. So let's unpin that message. And let's go to this one. Okay. Yes, pin message. Here we go. There we go. Excellent. Okay, it worked. That's where it is. That's where you go for the rules. Okay. I missed the start. Hey, everyone. What'd I miss? Matthew P., what you missed was nothing that you can't engage in for the rest of this live stream. Right now, Matt's on a phone call. He's coming back.
She didn't do 200.
Yeah.
Right away.
I knew you'd have to reconcile it and have to say something about it.
She wouldn't do that, would she?
You know what? I believe in her. I think she would do that.
She's just talking about. Oh, I just turned it off. Just talking about playing D&D in a French castle.
Why a French castle?
Because that's the castle the guy has, or he knows somebody who has that, rents it out.
Oh, literally, physically in a French castle.
Yeah.
In France.
In France.
Okay.
Like in rural France.
All right,
Like
context.
a
All right.
castle from one of the last castles from the 100 Years' War.
Ah.
Yeah. And he wants me to DM one of the tables.
Well, that's cool.
That is cool.
Video. We've got to video it.
We'll see.
Should he video it?
No, that's not the problem. It's what the event is. You don't want to have cameras all set up because it's the whole experience of the room. So people are going to be paying a pretty penny for this because they're staying in a castle for a week and playing D&D.
You know what I've learned?
It's not going to be cheap.
Very recently, the more you say that you don't want to do something, it kind of happens more.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
The more we say, don't super chat, for some reason, people just speak the language of reverse psychology and they just do it anyway.
They do.
So is there really any control? Yeah, I put that there for people who are asking about the playtesting.
No, I
group.
see. I see that. I'm just looking at say yes, but remember the condition.
Huh?
Then, hold on. I don't think you scroll to the bottom of the. Say yes, but remember the condition. Oh, Holly's like, you can do it, but I have to be able to go. Meaning Holly, my wife, my perfect wife, my current wife. Anybody joining now will be like, what the heck?
Oh my goodness.
Too much context. Yeah, D&D. Dark Angel Abe, D&D in a castle, so cool. Have you gone? Have you gone? Because there is a whole thing of that, D&D in a castle. Have you heard of that?
People are nonconformists? Yeah, a little bit. I have heard of it, yes.
Yeah. Well,
years ago, there was this thing.
Well, no, they've been doing it steady
Since?
I'm
not surprised.
Like I think 2 or 3 times a year, but it's not cheap because you're in a castle, and they get all DMs from all over doing that.
Oh, Lee Sweeney. It was fun, huh? Staying in a castle in France? I imagine it would be fun. Pledge manager, hold on a second. How do they save tabletop wargaming? It's by doing rather well for some time.
How did they save it? Who said that we saved it?
Okay, all right, just found the pledge manager.
Says that.
The Lunatantric, okay, just found the pledge manager asking, as time is now an issue, can you upgrade a pledge to a higher tier? Yes, you can, as found the complete all-in pledge. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to. You just like
during the pledge manager, or right
just found the pledge manager, right?
Because the pledge manager is not open yet. If you're talking about pledging, like there's a pledge manager, which is like after everything is done, people can go in and they can do their add-ons, and other people can jump in later, but they don't get the free minis.
And then there's the shopping cart right now where you can add all this stuff. So
can you upgrade it? I'm assuming you can.
Yeah, you can, because well, I've seen people say, I just upgraded my pledge to this.
I've heard a lot of people say it. I haven't personally gone in there and done it, so I'm assuming you can.
Well, maybe Holly should just pledge, and then she can see, and then she'll look for us. And
don't you dare. Yeah, well, I could go in and cancel that before it actually processed, though. So.
Does each box of Ravaged Star minis come with a side of broccoli? Do you want it to come with a side of broccoli? Is that what?
Do you remember when we had our store and we put Mike and Ike's in every shipment?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, it became the thing that people remembered. Do you remember why we put Mike and Ike's in every shipment? Were you there? You must have been, because it was like just me and like Aaron. That was about it.
Mm-hmm.
You remember we opened up a box from a distributor? We had ordered board games or something, and they had Skittles in it or something?
Yes, they had something. I forget who it was.
And we were excited to open it and get all the board games and stuff. But for some reason, a stupid little pack of Skittles, sorry, it was a full-size pack of Skittles,
yeah, it was.
got us more excited.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, as soon as I felt that and saw everybody's excitement, I'm like,
sold.
Yeah, we
Done.
can do that. So I started going to Costco and buying big things of Mike and Ike's.
Yeah.
And we throw them in everything. And sure enough, it became a thing that we became known for, that people would talk about, how we included candy with every shipment. So I'm not saying we're doing that for here, because that's being handled completely elsewhere.
So you're definitely saying that anything that's shipped through the Forge, we definitely shouldn't have our own brand of whatever candy that we make.
I'll 3D print some candy.
Yeah. And it's like it's not like we have a 3D printer that does chocolate things.
Oh, that'd be a little cost prohibitive. But I could maybe go to Costco and buy candy and start throwing in every pack.
That's fair. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Print a piece of paper over and just tape it. Like be really like old school, just grassroots. Here, this is now. This is not Mike and Ike's.
Holly, currently perfect wife. There we go. But that still has weird implications. You're not always going to be a perfect wife. You're not always going to be my wife. You're not always going to be perfect.
Oh, the Boner Jam 03. Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to let you say that one.
Welcome to Mini Wargamer. Dude, this is all Ron Burgundy, man. We got to be careful what people type. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
It's like I say it without thinking. It's do, say, then think. That's my mode of operation here.
Oh, no. They tried to deliver my parcel, but I wasn't in there. You weren't in, or there was no safe place to leave it. A reschedule required at CanadaPost-reschedule.com. Holding, I'll click that and give them my personal information. Hold on, let me get my credit card.
Yeah, you should definitely do that.
junk.
There's definitely no need to like authenticate that.
No.
It
That sounds legit. CanadaPost-reschedule without an E at the end,
Right.
.com.
Yeah, that
Seems legit.
mistakes happen, right? They probably misspelled it, whatever.
Yeah.
That's all good. Yeah. So,
You probably shouldn't do broccoli. It probably wouldn't do too well during shipping. Reaxis, you are, I guess, the voice of reason here.
hey man, if there's like a chemical reaction, we could concoct something in like the Forge science room, and we can make it so these preserve until they make it your way.
Yeah. Dark Angel, I actually did. I have gone to D&D in a castle, and it is a blast. I haven't gone back there yet because of price. It's not cheap, obviously, because of what it is and scheduling. But if you're DMing, I'll have to rethink my schedule this year. Wow. That's very kind, actually, that you say that. Because you don't know if I'd be a good DM. You're just going off of what other people have said. But I think I'm an okay DM.
Matt's not an okay DM.
Ironically,
He's a fantastic DM. He got me into role-playing games when I was like 11.
I wasn't good back then. Just was the only one you knew.
Stop. You're amazing, man. You got me into it. Okay, that's a fact. Okay, what you say about yourself is not true.
I will say this.
What I say is definitely true.
I am not a professional dungeon master because I've never been paid for it. But that's
Not true.
That's true. We did
Not
some
true.
live streams.
We did a campaign for one.
That's right.
For goodness sake.
That's right. We did.
Yes.
That was so many
and made
years
a
ago.
DVD series out of it.
That's right.
Yes, years ago.
Yeah, that's true. I guess so. Technically, I'm a professional dungeon master.
Yes.
You're
You're retired.
but I love it. I love dungeon mastering. I tried to not at one point because I was so stressed out and how much work it was, and I didn't last very long. Like it was a few weeks, and then the person who took over wasn't able to do it anymore, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. I don't have time to it, but I'll still do it. So I just loved it. So, 3D printing food is actually a thing, Driaxis. Yes, it is.
Matt as DM would be interesting to watch. Yeah, I agree.
That is a statement. Notice how they didn't say good or bad. Rots001 just said Matt as a DM would be interesting to watch.
Well, we watched
Do
things.
you know what else is interesting? Train wrecks. Like a tiger eating a person would be an interesting thing to watch.
They might have seen one of the MWG RPG series.
Dark Angel says, I've been a Vault member of Mini Wargaming for 8 to 9 years now, and I'm thoroughly confident in your DMing skills. Well, thank you. We don't have to turn this into a
Matt is awesome at DMing.
compliment Matthew thread.
See now, okay, look, you did. You just said it now. Now there's going to be like 88 comments for Matthew.
How are we doing on the campaign? I'm actually curious.
We're over a million. Right?
I'm not just trying. We were over 1 million when we started this.
Well, you asked the question. That is factually correct. So it wasn't the answer you're looking for.
Zip, 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 zip. We are up to
I'm going to refresh it. They're going to refresh.
no, just 24,000 over 1 million. So,
Hey, you know what? It's 8 backers away from 2,000 backers.
oh golly, you're right.
So
Magic number, right?
yeah, there's only 6 hours left. Okay, so it was 1.1. So we're like what, 76-ish away from the 1.1, which was the record first time for the first campaign. It made 1.1 million. Spoons. Random amount of money to make 2 people on the internet enthusiastic. Glad I was able to become a lifetime Vault member.
Oh, geez, thank you, Spoons.
Yeah. Okay. Also, Steve, Spoons is winning. Steve went home. If you're watching this, Steve, Spoons is winning.
He heard Spoons was here and he left.
Spoons. Yeah, that's right.
Voodoo Von Acid Bath. Welcome to Micro Wargamer.
Acid bath.
Frost 001, I think I got in at 1580. I think you're able to go in and check
Yeah, you are.
that you're able to, when you go there, it tells you what backer number you are.
Or was it 1850? It might be 1850. Because if you did it recently, like within the last day, yeah.
It's more likely that.
Jeremy, lifetime Vault membership is one of my best decisions. Well, thank you for making one of your best decisions.
Yeah, we don't offer that anymore. Maybe never again.
Yeah.
Because we're shutting down the vault tomorrow. I'm
Um,
just kidding. We're not. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to tell them that.
oh yeah. You know, yeah. Darn it.
Oh, I got to say this one. Vincenzo Clemente Pedamonte Linares. That's the username of the year.
Nice.
I don't know.
All caps.
Is there something? Oh, hold on. Did I just
Scary,
say something really
scary.
dirty in Italian or something? So, guys, the
Yeah.
ship international. Yes. Yes. It's an interesting question because a lot of people think it's shipping from North America because, we're in Canada, so it makes sense. But, it's being shipped from the factory in China, which means
It goes to distribution centers.
by default is international.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's pretty much everywhere. I think there's like 1 or 2 countries we can't ship to, and that's about it. So if your question is, will you ship to me? The answer is most likely yes.
even if you're in Antarctica.
How about that one? I think that might be on the list.
Well, you know what? I say that because if I'm wrong, then I'd gladly be wrong to help rectify that into a right.
Johan Nilsson is suggesting we make it a Ravaged Star RPG.
Done. That's a fantastic way to perpetuate the lore.
Yeah.
Fantastic way.
I've got
Make it a
lots of-
D&D module. Okay, it's done.
Oh, we could do it.
Yes.
We could do it as a 5e module.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking we make our own role playing game.
That too. No, that's a better idea, actually. Yeah. We can start with a D&D.
A simple one.
Start with a D&D, right? Because that's cool. And I want to play D&D. I want to play D&D.
D&D system is a great launching point because it's nice and easy to learn. It has its limitations, obviously, but it's popular for a reason.
Yeah.
It's very approachable.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's
the
funny.
approachability is actually its one downfall as well. Not that people can approach it, but that the reason it's approachable is because it almost oversimplifies in certain areas. But that's only important once you've been playing for a while.
Nice.
And then you can just homebrew your own stuff.
Yeah.
Like they did for Baldur's Gate 3. That is a homebrewed version of D&D. Either that or it's like 6th edition. Not quite sure. Because they changed a lot.
See, what you're saying actually doesn't make sense to me because I'm not a D&D player. So all the
Well,
like
homebrew.
homebrew, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But like the 6th edition and like the references for like different
Well,
rule sets.
they're coming up with a new edition of D&D. So it's technically
What's the
fine.
best edition?
It depends who you ask.
I'm asking you.
5th edition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I play that with you once upon a time?
We played 4th edition,
Okay.
which was okay. We had fun because we have fun, but the system itself sucked pretty bad.
Ah.
Nobody likes 4th edition. Well, pretty much nobody likes 4th edition. You can't say nobody likes.
You can't make an absolute.
No, because this is the internet. So somebody.
Shoot. Okay, Tom.
Shuby.
I'm coming home, Dave. Thank you, everyone at MWG, for what you have done for our community.
$8.88.
Well, thank you very much for that, Tom. Okay, well, it's an 888, so that equals like an 8-second squat. And also, stop super chatting. Don't.
Can I just do 8 squats instead of an 8-second squat? I think that'll hurt less.
I think you're going to have to do whatever you want to do.
1. Oh, never mind. These hurt too. Oh, you get down pretty far, eh?
Ass to grass, man. That's the way to go.
I prefer Pathfinder 1E. Of course, somebody's going to like 3.5 better as well. I see that right there. 2nd edition Thaco is the only answer. Yeah, right, Leland. Don't believe you.
Is that Leland?
That's Leland, Aegis Brand Studio. That's Leland. Why are you the way you are, says Josh. See, he knew who it was, too.
Question: are the dice that come in the 2-player box sets army-themed dice?
Yes.
They are, according to the armies that are in the box, yeah. Like
Yes,
the
so you
separate
get, like,
add-on dice
10 and
sets you can
10.
buy, theme for each faction, things, yes.
Yeah, you get 10 of each. So they come with 20 dice, 10 of each. You want about 20 dice to play the game, but if you just have the starter set, 10 dice will be enough.
That's fair, because that'll
If
do
you buy
what you
2
want to
starter
do.
sets, you don't have enough dice.
That should appease the amount of like models you have in that box.
Yeah,
Right.
And if you're not averse to sharing dice, then you can just share the 20 dice. Just roll them all together.
Or you can just get the extra dice that are made available too.
Absolutely.
Is that
I'm
too?
just saying, if you buy the 2-player starter set, it's enough to play. People have asked me that. Is it enough to play? The answer is yes, of course. But it's like equivalent to saying like one of the 40K starter sets, are they enough to play? It's like, of course they are, but it's not going to get you a 2,000 point army. In our case, whatever that equivalent is.
Lee Sweeney, other than pledging more, what else can we, the players, do to help you folks? So first and foremost, there's a link here that we provided that's pinned in the comments. Go to miniwargaming.com/playtest and then participate that way. You can watch the playtest battle reports, which we're going to be posting a lot of in the coming year. That's one way. Obviously, there's pledging more. That helps us get to retail faster, because that's the ultimate goal. Help us say, pick up Ravaged Star at your local gaming store. That's what we want to say. That is the easiest response to how do we get into the game. And the more you pledge, the more that happens. What else? Write your own stories. Write your own lore for Ravaged Star for your own characters. And we're creating a mechanism where you can submit all that, right? It'll be another Discord channel.
Yeah, like sharing it, obviously, getting other people into it. Because I've seen a lot of people comment, I don't have anybody that I'd be able to play with. Now, maybe you literally mean that there's nobody who cares about gaming in your area, but I think a lot of people mean, well, there's not a lot of other people interested in Ravaged Star. Like, well, I want you to think back. You're one of 2 people. You are either the person who gets everybody around you into a game, or you are the person who gets people into the game. And so if you're fortunate enough to be
What? What's the difference? What did you just say?
I said the same thing twice, but I got distracted. So you're either the person who gets people around you into the game,
Yes.
or you're the person who has people that already play the game.
Yes.
And so you're able to get into it. Sorry, I said the same thing twice, but I was distracted because the comments are going.
Yes.
And so essentially, be the first person. If there's nobody else interested in it, well, you show up with your armies. Now, obviously, you can't do that for a while, and you can get people into it. So
You can do it.
but that's my whole life story, good and bad. It's like nobody plays this. Well, I guess I better get people into it.
Yeah.
And I know that not everybody has necessarily the network of people to do that with. So I'm not trying to say just get people into it. What's so hard about that? It's hard because a lot of people I get into it don't play, right? Only a certain percentage really stick to it.
You know what? Here's another way. Okay. Post a link to the campaign because there's like less than 6 hours left, and post it on your social media because that's a thing. If that even gets one more person into it,
It's a big deal.
then that's a big deal, right? We provided a link in the description, so you can just copy and paste that. Story post on Instagram, post on Facebook because it actually hyperlinks. Post it on a YouTube community, Twitter, email, whatever it is. It's just, hey, dudes, I backed this campaign. It looks fun. Have a look. Whatever it is, that simple little thing. That's one thing extra that doesn't cost you any money that you could do.
And then help play test, help write lore,
Also, if you plan on
watch your
visiting,
videos, comment, whatever. All those things help.
if you plan on visiting Mini Wargaming anytime soon, then yeah, you can play with us. That's another way you can support the game. So yeah, that also helps to support the bunker and all of this. So another idea.
We got a few super chats. Mason McElroy, would you consider releasing STLs for the current minis, but only as an optional add-on for the backers of those kits? Unfortunately, not this time. STLs for the minis that we have. That's just for people that have backed those kits.
Yeah.
Yeah, not yet. We're just not quite ready for that yet.
This is, I mean, it's a lot, right? The fact that we're launching this with like over 400 minis to dive into, we're going to simmer that. We're going to take our time now.
Yeah.
That it's and like properly go through it.
There's a few concerns about obviously selling STLs, like the STLs getting out and then depleting kind of the value of the miniatures. And that might not even be a valid concern. We're in the middle of transitioning the entire wargaming industry, where I don't think it's all going 3D printing, by the way. I don't believe that's a transition. Because I don't think 3D printing is yet quite there. As you can, we've been experimenting like crazy in the forge to find the perfect resin. And so far, we've found some okay ones. Because most of the ones that we printed Ravaged Star models with they're really high quality. Like, they look awesome. But they are fragile. They break just by looking at them. Yeah. Unless they're just like really boxy miniatures.
I have seen the experimented models where it's like super bendy. But there's a concoction that still needs to be discovered. Yeah. Where it's that perfect balance between it's not going to just fall over on its face and break its arms. Yeah. And it's not bendy.
So it's not Stretch Armstrong. We're not quite there yet, is all I'm saying. People talk about 3D printing miniatures like, oh yeah, why isn't everybody doing this? And why isn't everybody selling STLs? I'm like, we're not there yet.
I wouldn't want to do that.
No, if you're one of the people that like the 3D print, you can often get in your own echo chamber. You join the Reddit groups that are about it. You join this, and it feels like everybody's doing it. But as soon as you step outside of that, you realize the majority of people, the vast majority of people, are not 3D printing. Yeah. And so we'd be exposing a lot of the value by doing that. And maybe in a year from now, I'll be singing a different tune, being like, never mind. I was wrong. Totally wrong.
Now, this is this is anecdotal, but it is it's a data point, right? So I remember posting a poll on the YouTube community, our YouTube community, asking who's got 3D printers, who has STLs and all that stuff. It was a very low percentage.
Yeah. I've done my same kind of research
low
in a miniature wargaming community. I'm finding that it's a small percentage still. Yeah. A very loud small percentage because they get online and they talk about it and they love it. I've got a couple more to go through. Akador, $2. Matt, when are Amari getting Rune Masters?
Stop super chatting.
So hold on, Rune Masters, isn't that just like the architect? What do you mean by a Rune Master? Like a wizard?
This architect is an incarnate.
No, I get it. But like a Rune Master in like a Warhammer Fantasy or Age of Sigmar, they're basically the wizards of the dwarves, but dwarves don't have wizards. I look at the incarnate as being kind of a wizard-like.
Well, here's the thing, right? Because there's still more lore to be fleshed out. Sure. This could be a Rune Master.
That's what I mean. That's why I'm wondering what Akador, whatever your name is, means by Rune Master. So what do you mean by that? Put us another comment and I'll read it. Josue Ariola. I'm sorry that I butchered your name. Question: will Ravaged Star go competitive in the future?
Define competitive.
Yeah, what do you mean by that? Do you mean are we going to come out with tournament packs? I don't have any plans to do that.
I think more accurate is event packs, right? Here's an event.
Yeah.
Here's like a mass narrative event.
I don't want. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I don't want people to play it competitively. I don't care. Do what you want. Like if you guys want to organize a tournament, I kind of would rather a third party take care of that. To be honest, that's how Games Workshop used to do it.
Yes, I agree with that.
And it was better managed.
Yeah.
Because Games Workshop, they do fine. They do lots of tournaments, and that's great. But I feel like it feels like too much of a focus from their point of view on competition and competitive rather than just the narrative and stuff. Now, they would probably strongly disagree.
Because of sales.
From the internal point of view. But on the outside, it looks like that. I don't want that. I want Ravaged Star to be a fun game. Yes, we'll get it as balanced as that could even exist, which is not as balanced as everybody wants things to be. But competitive, no plans yet. We'll see.
Here, okay. Tabletop simulator. Someone had an idea about putting Ravaged Star in TTS.
It's already there.
What?
Yeah, somebody already did it in the Discord.
Well, that's the answer to that question. Shows how much I'm in the Discord looking up.
No, you're not supposed to be in there. That's my job. You worry about the lore.
That's fair.
No, we have somebody who's already made tokens and grabbed like the graphics and stuff, and they put it in Tabletop Simulator. So join our Discord. You can find it there.
Daniel Hall, stop, guys, stop. They won't stop. They won't stop, Matt.
Yes, you seem very, very legitimately concerned about that, Dave.
I'm always serious. When am I actually joking?
When you're breathing. It's like how do you tell if so and so's lying? They're talking. Their lips are moving. How do you tell that Dave is joking? His lips are moving. Daniel says, cheers on a million, guys. Great video earlier, Matt. Well, thank you. It was such a... My brain is so scrambled eggs right now.
Tom, stop it. Stop buying the ice cream. Stop buying all the things. Stop super chatting. Stop it. TTS needs real models. So what is it? What's there right now? I don't know.
Hold on, what does it say?
TTS needs real models.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody will do that eventually. Like I'm not gonna provide the STL so they can go into Tabletop Simulator. It's the same problem.
I see.
Spoon says tournament kits can be fun and good for building a community. I totally agree, and I'm not saying that we won't do that. I just want to make sure that we don't cross that line that I feel like other games have sometimes done, where it feels like anybody you play that game with has the tournament stuff in mind. And I don't know how to do that. But at least at first, it's by just promoting the game for what we want it to be, which is a fun, sure, call it a narrative experience, but it's not even that. It's more just like just kind of kick back, relax, have a lot of fun.
I would describe it as an immersive experience.
Sure. I'm just trying to figure out.
Sure. My opinion, Matt.
Yeah, you could.
It's not right or wrong. Okay.
Say whatever you want. All right. But yeah, I'm not saying I won't. I have this hesitation when it comes to that because I've just seen good games kind of lose momentum because of that. And they're good games. And they lose momentum because of that.
Okay. Real logos? What did we just say?
Shuby, hold on. Thomas Shuby said, no one is listening to you.
Oh, no, I already responded to Tom. Okay.
Yeah.
It's double acknowledgement for something that he shouldn't be doing.
Tigerman says if you change anti-armor, you'll have to change how poison works because they do the same thing. True, but somebody pointed out in the Discord that poison is way more rare. So maybe I don't have to change that. But we'll see. But that's a great comment. Go and discuss in our Discord. Not that I don't want to listen to you here, but it's going to get lost here.
That's fair.
Relogos. You think you just read that one, right?
I just read the name.
Relogos, 100 PLN. I don't know what that is. But thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for all the fun and entertainment. Got lifetime membership, so have some support here. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And then Thomas Shuby said, $2. Too bad, have another. Hold on, I was going to look for... Who was it that left a comment that I was going to get them to do follow-up? Something about what a rune master is. Akador. So let's see if we can find another. Mech and drone. I don't think that's what you meant.
So I think this is good because we're looking at the comments and it's
buffer, not offensive. I see.
Looking at the comments in this direction.
Yeah, you have the mech master who's a buffer. You have the engineer who's a buffer as well. So yeah, we have those, but more in like a engineering kind of sense.
I like tournaments. I pay $20 at my locals and get to play against 3 random people. It's cool.
See, and like you don't need us to tell you to do that, right? So you can just do it. Now I get it. Providing a tournament pack means the store owner doesn't have to think about what is in it. We might do stuff like that. I just want, like I said, I want to be careful. I want to be careful where I go. PLN is a Polish currency, yes. Hold on, before we read the super chat, there was one more that I wanted to. Oh golly,
Holly.
not that one. We're not going to read that one.
Hey, Holly's got the 3 devil faces and the kissy face. Okay, we got to acknowledge that too. How come her super chat isn't celebrated with everyone else's? Even though stop super chatting everyone. Yes,
the Sunky says, "Do you plan on adding more factions and supporting the game long term?" That is the plan, 100%.
Joshua.
Joshua, it's Joshua.
Joshua.
Joshua. Do you plan on making an army builder similar to Army Forge from one-page rules? Also, why don't you want super chats? I think you're confusing the people.
Well, okay, well, good. Good. If that means they stop super chatting, then
Yes.
excellent.
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
And it's definitely not reverse psychology.
I'll probably just do like a web responsive one rather than an app. That keeps our costs down so we can do it. So what I mean by that is that it'll just be on a website, but it'll be responsive so that it works really well on your phone.
Web responsive. Cool. I love that. You know what? Yes, that's a really good idea.
It's not hard to do.
By the way, everyone, if you didn't know this, Matt's a programmer. So he can like
From time to time.
program things.
I'd probably hire somebody to do it.
He
but
can do the
oversee
stuff.
it. I'd oversee it, but I'd hire somebody. Because I want it to be done really well. And while I can program the insides really well, I program ugly outsides. Well, you've seen the stuff that I've written up for internal use only. They work really well, but they don't have any fancy ribbons attached to them. They're pretty ugly.
That's a fair assessment.
Yep.
Yeah.
So-
Your practicality over aesthetics, which is fine. It's practical.
No, when it comes to our internal use, who cares what it looks like as long as it's functional. But I would want the more super chat, says Thomas.
Tom, you know what, Tom? Just for that, I'm going to go get some water. Okay. There we go. That's a little better. Now we can do this stuff and let's get this ugliness out of the way
Sure.
and
sure.
Program this. Super chat. Boom. Oh my goodness.
No, but I definitely want to do an army builder. Obviously, we're not going to do that until we've closed in on what the rules are totally going to look like, because otherwise it'd be a waste of time. But no, because we want all the rules available online for free, and an army builder is the perfect way to facilitate that.
Nario.
$10. Will there be a way to buy the Mechanical Mayhem 2-player starter set or any of the other character minis after the campaign ends? I got the other 2 starter sets, but would like to buy more later.
I can answer that.
Go ahead, go for it.
Okay, so the answer is yes during the Pledge Manager, which will open at a time that we'll announce. But just know there are free miniatures that we are making available during the campaign right now. You won't get these for free. You need to know this beforehand because that'll mitigate some, hey, there was free miniatures giving. How come I don't get them later? Just know that. Secondly, retail is the ultimate goal. Said this before, but I'll say it again. We want to be able to say, pick up Ravaged Star at your local gaming store. That's the ultimate goal here. And the more money we get now and support now, the faster we get there. So, yeah. You need water. Hydration is important. No, you super chatted that. So forget it, Tom. And Avant Novus, welcome as a narrative wargamer. Thank you.
And spoons as well.
Oh, chip it. Oh, God.
Stop sending super chats. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Dave probably. Now, to add on to what Dave was saying about buying the miniatures afterwards, so because I think most people are asking the question of like after, like will it be available retail? And so, yeah, one of the reasons that how much the campaign does right now matters is not that it's like that gets it to retail. It's more that it shows that people really want it. And so I think that's important that we get it to retail.
Okay,
We might not be
actually,
able to
no,
get it to every store right away, but we'll definitely be pushing it to get it out there as fast as possible.
This is a fact. We get more money during the campaign. That's more investment of stock that goes towards retail. So it's a fact. So that's much faster, right? So if you're in a part of the world, we want to supply you, and we have only a certain amount that we can invest in, then you won't get it as quickly. So that's also a fact.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? So,
but I also know that there are certain distributors right now that are looking at it.
yes.
And so obviously, if it had done like 30 million, they'll be like, oh, dang it, get me some of that really fast, right?
Yeah.
And if it did like 10,000, they'd be like, yeah, not interested.
Not interested. So it has
So
to be
how
that
well
sweet
it does,
spot.
it's all about that momentum.
That's fair. There's a sweet spot too.
Yeah,
By the
yeah.
way, if you are a distributor, if you're someone who's interested and you're looking into that, Gaz, G-A-Z or Z, G-A-Z, at miniwargaming.com is the person you want to coordinate with and communicate with.
We might do some direct distribution as well, Leland. We might as well have some here. Because like if we're trying to get into retail, like we could sell it on our site as well. But we're still working on those details out. And that's like not till we're not going to get it into retail stores before people have it in their hands from this campaign. We're not going to do that. That would just be mean. And yes, we should, Robert Mullins, thank you for the $5 super chat. We should have a looking for a game Discord channel. We'll definitely add that all in. And you want me to play Tabletop Simulator sometime? You know what? I've never actually used Tabletop Simulator, but I might to be able to play test with you guys.
I would recommend it.
Because that would be kind of cool.
I did for the first time playing Star Wars Legion
Yeah.
with General Craig, and it was fun. Like I was actually able to play it in the same way that it would happen on the tabletop. It was cool.
Avant Novus gave us $20. Grab some food when you can. You guys are the best. We'll save that for dinner because we already grabbed our lunch. But we'll definitely be hungry at some point before this whole thing is over.
Thank you for the wonderful suggestion, and stop super chatting us.
Thank you. Underworld Zombie, $2. Upgraded to the all Gorkog package. My goodness, you had to tell me $2 to say that. Oh, that's so good. You're awesome. Just before we get to the next super chat, there's a comment. When you do reach the retail goal, think positive. Will it still be PVC pre-assembled on sprues? The dream would be for both of us who hate assembly and those who like customization.
So, okay, for this one.
You're not going to do both.
For this one, no. We're experimenting with sprues. That is something that I showed off in the stream.
Oh, geez, I didn't know that.
Yes. That's how many moving parts there is to this
Yeah.
massive thing.
Yeah.
Like even
We each are like, okay, what do I have to do? All right, I'm going to do it.
Okay.
Stop talking to me on other stuff.
I'll be right back.
But I think the general answer to the question wouldn't be that there would be two versions of everything.
No,
Right?
definitely not.
So I think that's his question.
Okay. Here, let me
Will
answer.
there be like a box where this is pre-assembled and here's a box on sprue? Heck no. Even Games Workshop would never want to do that because that doubles your inventory and your costs go through the roof.
The answer to the question is this. Because due to feedback, majority feedback, it's going to be already assembled in box PVC. Okay? But we are looking into doing some sprue because there's still a significant portion of the community that wants to do kit bashing, that wants to assemble, that wants the customization. So in order to facilitate that experience, we're looking into those options as well. It wouldn't replace the stuff that already exists that's in PVC.
Maybe future stuff.
It would be in addition to.
But you wouldn't be, I'm asking Dave this question, but it wouldn't be like you have the Dominaria squad pre-assembled and you now have the Dominaria squad on sprue form. Right, because that would double your costs of developing miniatures. It would be more like this new one.
It would be, here's this character, and
Right.
you have 5 different guns. You have 5 different heads, or whatever
Right,
it is.
right.
It's legit on sprue. It's your option.
Now, having said that, in our video where we were destroying the miniatures to show how durable they are,
Yes.
we discovered something, and that is most of the time when they broke where they were glued at the factory. And so, like, if you're looking at repose, just drive over it with a truck, and it'll break apart. Now, don't do the truck, but you could, like this model right here. I don't think I want to show it on stream because it might be harder and it'll embarrass me. But hold on, I'm going to try something right here on stream. All right, so we can see. Yes, it's durable. We already showed a video with that. So here, look at this guy. All right, all in one piece. Well, what am I supposed to do? It's like let's see if I can do this with my. Oh my goodness, this went really well.
Yeah, so just so you know as well, I don't know if you saw this part last night, but I experimented putting one of these dudes in hot water, kettle water.
And were you able to pull it apart?
I was able to take the head off in the backpack. It was an executioner, right? But the glue itself is robust.
Holy crap.
I
Whatever they
couldn't
used
get
was-
it off. So, of course,
So maybe I'm wrong about that.
there's the freezing method, which have not experimented with,
Oh.
right?
Okay, so I can hear a little cracking with the gun.
Okay, hear the cracking. All right.
But that's how terrible these things are. I wasn't even trying to show that. My thumb hurts now.
Can I see this?
Yeah.
All right, okay, so here, look at this.
Be able to do it with one hand. Yeah, it didn't break.
Okay,
Will not break.
still didn't
it
break.
broke.
It's still. We're gonna roll him. Okay, we're gonna. Fight him against each other.
Okay, there wasn't supposed to be a how durable they are thing. I was trying to show how easily you can pull them apart. So you there are disadvantages. This durable.
I could literally do this all day. It's like drop. Okay, that's I think they're, you know what? Really good CG in real time showing how not durable they are because obviously that was fake, right?
I almost got this one. You can see it come.
You're like,
it's off. It's off the base.
Off the base. Okay, wait, hold on.
There we go.
But it's like off the base, glued where it.
Yep. Yeah, where it was glued.
Yeah. Okay.
So I got it off the base.
right.
So if you ever want to put them on custom bases, you can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
You know what was weird? I was like banging them around, and you're like, "Oh, look at this," and then it came off like nothing. So.
yeah, you loosened it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like the pickle jar, right?
Yeah, so you could work on breaking them apart and then reposing them. So I think it's one of those things. Like if we have to make a choice where we're going to invest our money, then we have to look at it as how do we reach the most people possible? And the vast majority of people don't want to do assembly.
Correct.
The vast majority of people don't do conversions.
83%, according to our audience, 18 months ago.
And I think that is an accurate thing because when I talk to people, I never hear, you know what I really love about miniature wargaming? Assembly. Very few people.
That's the groan.
No, now the people who are good at doing conversions, they
Conversions are different than assembly, though.
but conversions typically require like having things apart. But
Yeah.
still, the people who are good at that, they are incredibly talented, and I love the stuff that they do. Like I think like Maverick, for example, and all the crap he does with his
All the crap
yeah
he does, yeah.
it's
Yeah.
good stuff. Good
And the
crap.
melta through the chest.
Yeah, I saw that one recently. But
Yeah.
like that, like to me, that's a huge skill. But that doesn't represent the even a like, that is like a percentage of a percentage of a percentage. That's a niche within a niche within a niche.
I wonder if that's like less than 1% of people who
It's-
go to that extreme.
Well, I think there's already a large percentage of people who never paint their miniatures and never play a game. They just buy them and they never do anything with them. And so you're already knocking that many people out. And then you kind of keep going, and it's a small percentage. So for those few people who want to do it, I'm sorry. It's just not, for at least this, going to be something that's really going to be what we do. Because we're just finding that most people don't want that. So, and you can disagree, and you're welcome to. You're welcome to.
This is like, it's nuts, right?
The Sunky 21, what's the minimum to pledge during the campaign to get the free minis? I think the smallest box is $119 US.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So that's
You got to
one of-
pledge. You got to get one of those pledges.
Yeah.
If you get an add-on, which I don't even know if you can just get
You
an
can't
add-on.
just get an add-on.
You have to get at least one pledge in order to be able to get any free stuff that's available,
Yeah.
plus get any add-on. So that we need to be clear about that, right? Because during the first campaign, it's like, hey, I didn't get my free stuff. It's like, well, you didn't get anything. You just followed. You get it free with your pledge.
Yeah. If you followed before the campaign, you get Lord Tyrek, that one that Dave was throwing around.
This is Lord.
Sorry, not Lord Tyrek.
This is Yuri and Lazar.
Yuri and Lasgore. I got the names wrong.
So he is a mercenary that can be used in any of the three factions. That's the.
I
Cool.
haven't written rules for him yet. I
Yeah, I was actually going to ask yesterday because I was
Do
doing.
we have a painted one of him?
We do, yeah.
Okay. Well, then I guess I should write rules for him.
Yeah.
Then I
Painted by
have a
Mike.
bunch of the Veil Touch I haven't done yet either. And I missed one Amari, the flag bearer dude.
Oh, the Herald.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually already have rules for him, but I deleted it because I thought that he was actually part of a squad, and then I realized later on he's actually a thing.
Upgraded the Gorkhog pack. I love it. Hold on, let's scroll down
Yeah,
here.
you're missing a bunch now.
Here we go.
1000% me on that last part, LOL, Chris says. I'm assuming you mean that you like it pre-assembled.
All Gorkhog pledge here aside from the Vanguard. What other factions are bouncing around in your mind for the future?
Oh, golly.
There's honestly so many, man. Like it's. Okay, what's the first one to come to mind?
Okay, if I could choose what's next,
Yes.
it would be Space Undead.
Would it be Space Undead, Elf?
Yeah, like an
vampire?
elvish vampire dynasty that has. Like, somebody was asking, is there magic in Ravaged Star?
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. So it's a very open sci-fi / fantasy system.
Star Wars-esque?
Well, it's Star
That isn't a
Wars.
question.
Technically,
that's
the
not a
Force
question.
is science because of metachlorians.
Well, there you go. Okay, so I guess it's not
It's
quite.
sci-fi.
Yes, yeah.
There's no wizards in Star Wars because it's metachlorians.
The answer is yes.
Somebody ruined that, but that's okay. Yes, there's magic. Like just full on whatever you can think of. Ravaged Star is. It's not meant to be like a hard sci-fi thing, right? It's not like we're following all the rules of science here. It's meant to be just this fantastic kind of weird, far future thing. Kind of, you know what? Let's just say it like 40K. How that's kind of crazy, right? But even their magic has science explanations with the warp and stuff. But yeah, there's full on magic. And so I would love, a dynasty of elven vampires.
Uh-huh.
And you obviously come up with some sort of really cool looking armor.
Yes.
Why are we showing your lunch?
Because it's a good thing to do. It's like playing a video game as you're talking about something completely unrelated.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. That would have really, really cool sci-fi looking armor that would be something nothing's 100% unique, but it would just be inspired by a bunch of cool different things, but be its own thing. And these space elf vampires as minions would have things from every faction. So they'd have undead Imari. I can just take those Imari and make them skeletons wearing the Imari armor.
Yep.
But like decayed and stuff.
Can you imagine
I
like
wanna
an
see
undead
undead
ambassador?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Somebody give it to Maverick.
Yeah.
Maverick. I want to know. You know what? Okay. Here's something else I'm thinking of. And I'm going to say it out loud as well because I'm allowed to. I'm one of the owners. So
Say it. Say it.
I can say things out loud. I want to write rules for factions that we don't even have models for. Because if we have to wait until we have models, we're looking at like this one is not till the end of next year into 2025.
Yeah.
I want rules for other factions next year. And so, and I want community written rules for your own factions that you guys work together on to perfect the points balance and stuff for as well.
Yes.
Because I think if you look at the rules that I'm writing for the Gorkog Imari and the Veil Touch, you're going to find a pattern of how I develop what things are.
What's the pattern, Matt?
Well, I just mean like what a core unit looks like, what a close combat unit looks like, what an elite close combat unit like their stats, how many wounds they have, what their defense
is. Yes, that's true. That's true.
I can tell you right off the top of my head, leadership on commanders is 4+, 5+ on elite, and 6+ on core.
What about heavy? What about support?
Support is also 5+, and there's like the top leaders will be 3+. Like the general, what's his name? One on the disc. The Imari general.
Alagast Tarkon.
General Tarkon, that's right. Or like Korvax, the Bone Crusher, he'll be like a 3+. But like even that, just little things like that, where it's like consistent across the factions. There's no reason that the Gorkog should have better leadership. And if you say, oh, it's because they're these fearsome creatures. It's like, yeah, and the Imari are the fearsome Imari, and the Veil Touch are the fearsome Imari. Like we're dealing with the armies of the factions, not the citizens.
Right.
And so you're going to get the best of the best. And
the flavor comes with the universal special rules.
Exactly. It's the mixing of all those and figuring out how you lean into it. Like the Gorkog, I think all of their core are close combat only. So that obviously is going to lean more towards the Gorkog being a close combat army.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and so you're going to get that, right? Whereas the Imari and the Veil Touch are more a mix. They can have they have core that are close combat and core that are shooting and that kind of stuff too. So I want to see factions that you guys come up with. Obviously, there'll be like fan factions and maybe we look at making them official at some point. But I want to create rules and then you can just proxy whatever you want to play those. So yeah, Elven Vampires that raise the dead from other factions, which would also allow us to introduce other factions without doing full factions. Like, oh yeah, there is a Mind Flayer-esque factions. Look at the undead version is what hints at future factions. Bring them along with them. So that would be my first choice. Something that's way out there, like depart from all of these typical things and go, not typical, like, you know what I mean? Like the Space Bug, Space Dwarves, the Veil Touch, and go towards like some weird, wacky, undead conglomerate of awesomeness.
Yeah, I like that. I like a hybrid of things.
That would be my preferred next faction.
You know, it's interesting because it's like, you know, it would be wise, it would behoove us to ask you, the community, as well, and run polls and get feedback in addition to our ideas. But it's kind of funny because if we share our ideas, there's going to be a degree of influence that goes into the voting process.
Oh, I sure hope so.
So, yeah, because there's cool things.
Yeah, like if we were a huge company like Games Workshop, you have enough internal stuff to kind of feed what's going on next. You got thousands of people working for you, right? And so going to the community would actually hurt them because it would slow them down too much. Whereas for us, because we're in the beginning stage, going to the community will speed us up. It gets us access to brilliant minds out there.
You think it would slow down GW?
Yes.
If they were more community driven?
If they went and said, "Hey guys, help develop factions," and
as it relates to that, because they already had playtesters.
Playtesters are different than opening up to the community.
But you just concluded playtesters in that process, right? Because this is, I mean, obviously it's all conjecture.
I do think it would slow them down.
Yeah, it's all conjecture.
Because it's.
I think it would be wonderful.
I think it would sound wonderful, but it would be hard for them to manage. And they're already releasing things so quickly. And the problem with Games Workshop, if they leak what their next faction is, you're going to get all these third parties creating miniatures for those factions.
You know, that's a very important consideration.
Yes. Whereas I'm willing right now to do miniatureless factions.
For that reason alone, they shouldn't do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there may come a day where we'd have to do the same, but that day is years and years away. So you want to be part of development of games, this is the chance to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how you said games, because we're not done.
Oh, no, heck no.
No. There's so many more game ideas. Oh my goodness. Man, Okay, here we go. What do we got?
I think we've got put space in front of pretty much anything, and that's all the comments.
Biker-
Space dinosaur, space skaven, space
Biker mice
from Mars.
Oh man, you can combine all the animalistic races and combine them in a more mentally evolved creature faction.
Yeah, like a bunch of what is that called? Whatever.
Anthropomorphic?
Yeah, something where it's like a cat person and a dog person and all that. You can go that. Sure.
Hmm.
A faction of normal bodybuilders.
Normal bodybuilders.
And
What do you mean?
who's Sebum, their leader? Maybe I don't want to know. You have to be careful when you ask questions to people on the internet. It's like sometimes it's better for you not to know.
Sebum.
Why not the Vanguard Nexus tabletop, Chuck? Maybe they will be. Maybe they will be.
Yeah. Street sharks. I love it.
Comparity, biblically accurate, technologically accurate angels. Oh, that would be terrifying.
Furry Force 5.
Oh no. Space rabbits.
I love it because it's like technically be humans. But technically not, I suppose. You know what? We're just going to let that simmer. Okay. You guys work with some crazy creators like Dragon's Trappers Lodge and have them create factions and model them, and you guys print and sell them in stores?
We'll see. Yeah, the sky's the limit. And remember,
Anything's
all of
possible.
these really cool ideas that we're talking about could just be a new game as well. Like it might be like, oh, we should totally do this, and I'm like, yeah, cool. Let's make a new game of that.
So
like that. That's a really neat idea. That doesn't have to be part of Ravaged Star. So you might just help us design new games.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, because there's other creators that want to collaborate.
Yeah.
And so Ravaged Star is its own thing. It's a train, right? That's moving. It's a large train. But there's nothing saying that we can't also lay down other tracks beside it and also do other games in tandem with it. Because we're becoming a game publisher, then yeah, let's make a skirmish game where it doesn't have 400 plus mini, right?
Oh no, for sure.
It might have 40 or 50, right?
That's what I want to do next. To be
Yeah.
honest, is a smaller scale game where it's just about a team of miniatures, and then you can really go into like really cool campaign rules and stuff.
There's also Armored Bash, right? Which is completely its own thing as well that we're developing in-house, which is designed to introduce you to the tabletop experience, right? You just bash a bunch of bits on a vehicle, and there's a simple rule set. So if you have kids, it's an approachable game that is an alternative to the more complicated games that exist for older audiences. So there's many directions that we are going and are going to go.
Archangel Abe asked, and this is a little while back, my local gaming store owner is worried about Ravaged Star being too close to already established war games, since he's backed several other projects that didn't take off. I know this community has a bit more behind it. It's impossible to say. It's really impossible to say where this is going. We hope, of course, that it's going to get big. And we hope that all the other games we design as well will be. But that's what any game designer is going to say. Like, which game designer is going to be like, yeah, I don't really care if anybody plays this. Just felt like making some games. Yeah, oh, I'll sell it. But, oh, I didn't. Yeah, no, of course we want it to be big. But I also get that your local gaming store owner, I've been one of those before, is going to be like, well, I can't do anything except the most popular stuff. And he might be right. That if everybody's playing 40K, then he's got to stock lots of 40K. But do you know what changes the local gaming store's minds? When people in the local community champion and build a community. That's what I find here, because we have a local gaming store here, as they're like, oh, there's all of a sudden a lot of people that want to play Star Wars Legion. We better start stocking that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one bunch of people that want to play Bolt Action. We better start stocking that. Now everybody wants to play Marvel Crisis Protocol. We'll stock that. And what often happens, especially in the small stores, is that certain games will come and go as you get people into it, and then they kind of move on to something else, and maybe they come back to it. And so as that happens, they have to kind of decide, what will I now put out of stock and bring something else in stock? It's a big job for a store owner, a retail store owner of any industry. But a local gaming store is particularly hard because they have to give up a certain amount of floor space to tables.
That's true.
And that is valuable floor space.
Yeah, literally money, right?
It is incredibly valuable. If your local gaming store gives you even 2 tables to play on, they are handing over huge potential for making money. You might think, well, that's how they make money. Trust me, it is not. You can play at home and they can just supply the minis. And so they have to make, and they're also usually not making a lot of money. So they're thinking really hard. And on top of that, the stock is not seasonal. If you're a clothing store, you sell, you clear all your fall stuff for winter. And then you clear all your winter stuff for spring.
That's true.
And then you clear all, so you're able to completely change your inventory over. Whereas in gaming, it just gets bigger. when remember when we ran one before, on the books it said, "Look, you're making all this money." I'm like, "Where is that money?" It's because the inventory just kept getting bigger.
Yeah, you have to expand. You
Yeah,
have to
because
get more
it's
and
like,
more.
here's the new releases. Are you replacing something? Nope. You
No.
still got to sell those ones too.
And that's the thing about inventory, right? Like you got to expand, which is an investment, and you don't get it back unless you sell all of the stock. So it's actually sunk in the minimum orders. And that's it, because you don't want to be out. If people come in and they want stuff, you don't want to say, oh, no, we don't have any. And so, so it takes a good
It's
amount
hard.
of investment, and it's a
hard.
slow burn grow.
So I totally get your local gaming store being like, yeah, I don't know, it's just a couple guys on the internet making a game, and sure, it even did $1 million, but so did this other one, and it's nowhere to be seen. I get that. That's part of the whole process, and we hope for the best of this. But if I were him, I'd wait to see. I'd wait to see, because the models aren't even out yet, so we can't even put anything in the store.
I think
So
something
the decision will come way later once he sees the player base.
something that I can say is like, because obviously there's a lot of creators and there's a lot of people making games and stuff. So one thing that we have going for us, we all, is that we're content creators, right? Typically it's, oh, here's a company who makes a game. I'm going to contact content creators to promote it. Whereas from us, we started as a content creator and then we're making the game. So it's automatically supported by means of content creation surrounding the game. I think that's good. That's kind of a step in the right direction. So whether it's like a battle report or painting tutorials or lore videos or you name it, it's going to be supported from us in the very least. That doesn't include everyone else online supporting it through paint jobs and through battle reports.
Yeah.
And so that helps local community, because it's like, oh, have you seen that? Yeah, I saw that on this video and I saw that on that video.
Exactly.
So it's part of the gaming consciousness. It's part of the, the periphery, the background of the overall experience.
Yeah, and we plan on continuing that too. Like that part of our business that covers all sorts of other games. We love doing that. That's not going anywhere anytime soon. And so we've built that community. We continue, because I realized if we just switched to pure Ravaged Star, there'd be a lot of people that are like, yeah, no, I just want 40K. It's like, well, sure, let's keep making some 40K stuff because it's awesome and it's fun.
Good luck taking the corn out of me.
Right, exactly. We don't want to stop 40K.
No.
So like, sure, I want to play more of other games, but it doesn't mean I want to give up games. I think that's the typical gamer though. Somebody who's really into the hobby, who's got people to play with, will typically, I'm guessing, play more than one game. And maybe from the same company like Games Workshop, or maybe not. And so there's room to grow. And I think there's a saying. I'm going to try to say the saying. I'm probably going to get it wrong, but maybe you've heard it too. A rising tide
Lifts all boats.
lifts all boats.
Yeah.
That's right. And here's one thing I heard too. Elon Musk said this, and you say what you want about Elon Musk. This mentality I love. He basically, when it came to Tesla, he would patent the stuff, but then he would open source the patents so anybody could use it. And when asked why he did this,
yes.
I remember watching an interview, and he's like, why do you do that? You're creating competitors. He's like, well, 2 reasons. First off, if the only thing competitors are doing are using our patents, they're 2 or 3 years behind already. But he's like, but really, the reason is you don't win a race by laying mines behind you. You win a race by being the best. So he doesn't want to win because he prevents other companies from growing. He wants to win because he's the best. And I like that mentality way better. So he's like, so if I find an advancement, like if I figure out the perfect formula for resin, I'm not going to hide it and be like, hey, well, now we'll sell 3D printed miniatures, and we have the perfect formula, and it's like all under NDA and stuff. Like, no, I'll share it so that everybody can get better.
Why, Matt? Why would you do that?
Because
that's money.
Because I have already learned a crap ton from everybody else. And I wouldn't be writing rules as good as they are right now if I hadn't learned rules from tons of other people. And we wouldn't be able to make miniatures this awesome if there weren't already a bunch of people before us who made awesome miniatures. Because there wouldn't be a factory in China who would want to make them. Because there wouldn't have, if we were the first person to approach any factory saying, hey, we got this new concept to make miniatures, they'd be like, yeah, no thanks. We'll just continue making fill in the blank. But it's a good mentality to have. I get the idea for trade secrets for some things. I get that, but overall, like I said, rising tide raises all boats. If Games Workshop sales increase next year, that grows the market.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, because
that
means
people want to play more games.
We get more views. We get more Vault and YouTube membership signups.
Yeah, but those people are also looking for other games.
Yeah.
If somebody gets into 40K, in the next 10 years, they're not just playing 40K. They're most likely going to look for other games because they love the hobby. So,
Agreed. Yeah, I actually, devil advocate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
So Leland says the inventor of seatbelts made it available to all automakers because it saved lives instead of trying to profit off the invention. Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
And I don't disagree with profit. Let me make that clear.
Profit's necessary.
Yeah, but you, like I said, you don't win by keeping everything a secret. You win by just being awesome at what you do and trying your best.
At least not our preferred method of winning.
No.
Winning is more people have fun.
Yeah, but if I even the definition of making more money, if your only mentality is I'm going to make more money by not letting anybody else know how to do things well, then yeah, that's not like what are you doing? What are you contributing?
Well, Anthony B, we are not going to stop with 40K and AOS bat reps.
Nope.
That's not something, because again, how many thousands of videos have we made over the years and community and viewership we've cultivated with that specific content?
Yeah.
It would actually be a bad business move if we did.
For no other reason, there's that.
There's that, right? That's a completely selfish way of looking at it, but it's fact.
We can't say we'll never stop because maybe in 50 years from now we won't be making them anymore. Maybe in 10 years from now. But we right at this moment we're like there's no reason for us to stop, and we don't want to stop.
And we don't want to. And I think that's really it. We don't want to stop.
Yeah.
Right? So it would actually be hard even if if all directions it was pointing like, yeah, you guys should stop. And be like, but we really don't want to stop.
No, we don't want to. Because I think we've made that clear that we're having fun.
Yeah.
And if I've always said I wish that we could play whatever game we want and make whatever amount of money we want. Now I can do that. I can just make games that I want to play.
Yes.
So whereas before it's like, you got to play the games that are popular, but I want to play that game. So sometimes we sprinkle them in, right?
Yeah.
And so we want to do these things.
That's true. It's directly beneficial because we discovered that through the store when we had the store. Every single army we would field on the tabletop would correlate with the sales we would get in the store.
We sold lots of Tyranids and lots of Chaos.
That's right.
Tyranids is not the top selling army. Space Marines are, but we sold Tyranids.
And then when I got into Blood Angels, I remember we sold a lot of Blood Angels.
A lot of Blood Angels.
Right? So it's like direct correlation, which makes sense because it's supported.
So because they see you having fun.
Yes.
You want to sell something, you put like a hot supermodel beside it, or you show somebody having fun, right? Let's just call it a spade, right? Like
you just did that and pointed to me, Matt. And I'm going to say thank you for that. So thank you.
Look at that. Watch this.
Yes.
Boom! Worth more money. Huh? Oh. Now has more credibility.
To be fair, both Dave's constant excitement and seeing the first wave of minis is what got me pledging the whole 1,500 this time.
Dark Angel.
And with that, I posted a link to my local gaming store Discord and got a couple of guys.
Seriously?
Dark Angel, Abe, thank you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, like cool. That's cool. That's what gets people into games. It's like the sharing the excitement. So awesome. I love that so much. Okay, what else we got?
People still asking for future factions. We got lots of ideas. We've answered that a few times. I'm sure we'll keep circling back.
Let's show off some minis. Okay, what minis do you guys want to see? What close-up, like aesthetic shots of minis? Okay, we got all of the factions here.
Throw my garbage away.
And we got most of the miniatures here. I should say most. It's mostly most.
You want to keep this for later or just?
Yes, because there's still rice there, and the half Asian. That's like very nostalgic for me to. That's home. I had rice yesterday at my mom's house.
I eat rice every day. I'm just a white dude.
Hey, I eat white rice because I'm just a dude.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. What you just said? What does that mean?
You said I eat rice because I'm Asian. I'm like, I eat rice and I'm a white dude.
I didn't say I eat rice because I'm Asian.
You totally did.
I did not say that. No, I did not.
You implied it.
I said half Asian, first off. Which is a fact.
Hold on, my mic might cut out.
Dave taking the time to respond to my comment on a year-old video is what got me to pledge on the Veil Touched. Interesting. Yeah, you know what's funny? That all that sort of stuff that happens is like I think it's unreasonable to respond to every single comment that comes through because I think it's kind of impossible to catch them all. But if there is some sort of catch somewhere, then fantastic. So I'm gonna show off some stuff, okay? Let's do Davicus first. That's the first request that I saw, and then we'll show off General Tarkhan. So
Adam, I don't know why we don't have the Scream Skitter. It's being painted. I missed that one somehow when I sent out everything to get painted. So I have a bunch of like random minis being painted by Paul
Chartrand.
Dan. I don't remember who I gave
Oh,
it to.
I
I've got
see.
7 painters I'm working with right now, currently. And 6 of them currently have jobs out with us. And the other one just came in the other day, dropped some stuff off. And it was the first time I was like, I don't have anything for you. Because I have everything else out.
Okay, I'll be right back with some minis.
Why does it have to be white? What's wrong with brown rice, Daniel?
Doesn't taste as good.
I've read, like, which one's better for you? Because brown you think is better because it's brown, like whole grain, you think it's whole grain. But then I've read stuff about, I don't know. I got to read more about that. White rice tastes better though. Like, I think that's hard to dispute. But unless you're used to the other stuff. Well, and Dave walked away. His mic might get really. Pacifier, Robert, we don't have the pacifier with the optional covered cockpit. I don't have that one printed off. Just have the regular one.
Can't find Davicus.
Can't find Davicus.
Oh, he's lost in the
What'd
sea.
you do?
He's
Did
lost
you
in
play with
sea.
him the other day?
Hey, he's beyond the veil right now, okay? I actually had him yesterday here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Steve, I think, cleaned it up, and then Jeremy and
This is
James.
No, that's Lord Emirath.
yeah, that's Lord. I just got a couple Lord Emerald.
The big dude. Oh no! Broke a 3D printed one just by touching it.
Oh man, that's how brittle the 3D prints are.
Figuring it out. We're figuring it out.
Like, what the heck? You know, that's making me concerned. You know what? Okay, fine. We have
Well,
Davicus.
nobody's
we have
stole them or anything. Just misplaced.
Davicus the
Brown rice being better is a slight myth.
Okay, here's a mini. Here's a not very well. Maybe if you're watching on big screen. You have Ryavis in a physical model to show up. Yes, I do actually. Those are one of the 3 free models that people get in the campaign. I'm going to grab those right now and bring
I
them
have
back.
those being painted right now.
Are they going to be done in the next hour?
Nope.
Okay. I'll be right back. I won't talk because my mic's still on.
Oh, it might get all staticky. Any lore videos coming out? I think Baldermort published one. I'm pretty sure Baldermort published one. We'll of course will be doing more videos. What you're going to see from us for content is you're going to see a break from Ravaged Star stuff for maybe not a whole month, but in the new year, which is coming up soon. It's not a long ways away. We're going to definitely be picking up. I saw one person asking, will we be doing regular battle reports for it? And the answer is yes, especially during the pledge manager time when I'm working on the playtest rules. My goal is to put out a weekly battle report, and then you guys leave comments and go on the Discord server, and then the following week we would have like, now here's the tweaked rules, or here's something that we are trying to see if this works better this way. We're going to try it for a game. Give us your feedback, that kind of thing. So I plan on doing a lot of play testing publicly like that. And then what I hope is that a lot of people play test on their own, just either on Tabletop Simulator or just proxy your own miniatures. So whatever you happen to have. So, and I don't know if I'll ever put out a guide for what I suggest for proxying, but you can look at them and kind of get an idea of maybe some miniatures that you have. But yeah.
All right, so
Axel's asking, I asked in the previous live stream, but are you planning on a hardcover rule book or an art book, as art for Ravaged Star is fantastic and wonderful to watch?
hardcover rulebook, yes.
There are plans for it.
Art book, I mean, that needs to be discussed, but I mean, that's a fantastic idea.
I've had a lot of people ask for that, actually.
Yep.
Or maybe Axel has just asked a lot of times. I'm not sure.
In
I
either
feel like I've
case-
read that comment many, many times.
Okay, so just to kind of explain these. So these are the 3, they're a little dark, but these are 3 miniatures you get, free miniatures you get before the campaign is over, which you won't get for free during the Pledge Manager later on. So starting from left to right, that's Morgatrax the Rocket. And so if you've noticed, he's got rocket boots because that's just how he rolls. And by the way, his aesthetic is slightly different because he's an Amari. He's a dwarf, but his aesthetic is slightly different than the rest. He's got a little bit of samurai action. Why? Yeah, because he studied how to fight with what one could call space orcs. So that's a kind of
Space
like
Orc Samurai like?
that's some of them are.
That'd be a cool take on it.
Yes.
I haven't seen anything in future, by the way.
I was sent an
No,
image
any-
yesterday. Nicola sent me something yesterday, and I was like, ooh, okay, awesome. This is Ryavis, so this is actually why we got these minis. Ryavis, the Flesh Eater, is a Gorkog. Ryavis is pack leader of Flesh Seekers, right? So when there's other Flesh Seekers around, which are Gork dogs, okay, here's a Gork dog, right? Ryavis leads the pack. Okay,
Yeah, an alpha.
and then yeah, he's an alpha dog. And then this is Deavar, the manifester. So veil touched, incarnate. So she's a projector of illusions, and has a pocket dimension there. That's holding in her hand, and she can like
Naturally.
she can trap your mind inside there. But she is a bit fractured a little bit. She's got a duality about her because both Strock and Fate are vying for her attention. Who's Strock? Goddess of Fear, whom this terrain piece is based off. Okay.
Which it's speaking of STLs, you want to get an STL of this piece of terrain back during the campaign, and we'll give it to everybody for free. So it's a free add-on. I think it's been announced. It was announced yesterday, I think.
Yeah, was that not one of the videos that we made?
I put up the video. I don't know if they announced it on the GameFound page, though. I think they did. I think they said they were going to.
Yeah, so that's what this is. So Strock is the goddess of fear. There's 8 gods and aspects in the Ravaged Star universe, one of which is fear, or Strock. And Fate is also, so I call Fate Farah. Everyone has a different name for Fate. You might call Fate Holly. I don't know. That's up
She's
to you.
my fate.
Yeah, but you just literally, you said it, right? So that, yeah. But yeah, I call Fate Farah.
So somebody was asking if base size matters. I would say not as much as you would think from other games.
Not yet.
No, I mean, like if you're playtesting and your base size is off, you're not going to affect how well the game works or doesn't work. Because unless you're playing like a big monster as a tiny little thing or tiny things with big bases. Because of the way movement works, it's not as nearly as precise as other games. You just move the unit leader and then you just throw everybody else in coherency. So if you make your base size, like if you go from a 25 mil to a 32 mil, you've turned your footprint just 7 millimeters bigger in radius, which is not a big difference. Whereas when you're playing games like 40K or AOS, what are you doing there? Oh, is that the model?
Yeah, that's Deavar. Continue talking.
Yeah. So whereas if you were playing like 40K or AOS and you change the base size, because of the way you can position the models in like a daisy chain, you can really increase how wide a berth it can have. But this one, coherency is all measured from the unit leader. You're kind of stuck in that circle around it. So you won't have as big a footprint difference based on your base size. So no, I would say it's not important at all. Well, not at all, but just not if you go just a little bit wrong.
Just a little.
Yeah. Like the Amari, for example, a lot of them are on 25 millimeter bases. If you did it on like 32 mil bases, they would be fine. It would be a fine approximate.
Yeah, so here's Privis.
Lee Sweeney says, I like 15 millimeter and 6 millimeter sci-fi. Yeah, I really want to develop a game for those scales. Main reason I like STLs is I can get minis in any scale. Yes and no. You're totally right, of course. But designing a mini for 6 millimeter is different than designing for 32. Like you have to kind of have something, you have to have different ideas in mind so that you can show what you want to show. So, but I don't disagree. People who have 3D printers are going to want the STLs. I'm not saying that you shouldn't want that. I'm just saying that we're not going to do it for this one.
Yeah. Cool, huh? Yeah.
Are the Amari associated with a god? Benjamin asks. Technically, no. Like
That's unrevealed. Unrevealed. Not revealed. Not revealed yet. What
I
was...
mean, like we're not limited to just like every species has to be associated with one specific god of their own. Is that correct? Or am I wrong?
Okay, so right now, Veil Touched, influenced by Strock.
Obviously.
Right?
Yes.
Gorkog, influenced by Navir, the god of wrath.
Yeah.
Right now...
But they weren't before those, my point. Like the Gorkog existed without a god before.
Yep, absolutely.
So it's not like the elven race has to have an elven god beyond the veil, and the dwarven race has to have a dwarven god beyond. That's what I mean.
So there's the... with the aspects and gods, a lot of the times the races don't know they're actually being influenced by these greater ethereal powers of the universe. So, went for Vanguard? Voldemort went for Vanguard! You know what? I'm going to just say yes to that because that's unknown.
Yeah,
but
sure.
voice, speaking of voices and, narrative and lore videos, who would like to see Voldemort, or let me change that. Who would like to hear Voldemort audiobook? That's just, I'm going to throw that out there because, I'm biased towards Voldemort's voice, okay? Happens to be...
You mean Tom Hardy?
Tom Hardy?
Hold on. Did I get that name right?
I mean, he's a British actor.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's Bane and in Mad Max.
Mad Max.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right, Baltimore. I think you sound like him. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
Venom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear that.
I told you it's the first time he did it. When I was listening to it, I'm like,
gruff.
it's literally the sound he makes, the way his voice comes from his throat sounds to me like an almost Tom Hardy.
To our Canadian North American ears.
No. I've heard plenty of
we're-
people from Britain talking, and they sound different than Tom Hardy to me. But yes, there you go, Baltimore. I don't know if that bothers you or not. But
Only
it definitely is not meant to be offensive.
Demon Ace, yeah. I think that's going to be a thing. I think audio book or audio whatever is going to be something that
We want to do the whole
we're
game.
going to engage in.
What we want to do is we want to make a game that has that we continue to support, that we continue to write more rules for, that we continue to add more factions to, that we continue to expand the factions on, that we continue to write lore for, that we have novels made, that gets the rights bought out by video game companies and eventually by Peter Jackson to make a trilogy. And you know what? Just keep going, and then it becomes another Disney. Then we get bought by Disney, and then it all goes to crap.
And our souls would be sold.
Hey, you know what? There's a price.
Well, you know what? Yeah, that price. You know what we would do with the price? We
I would just make another game.
make more games, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of doesn't matter. So
Unless they gave us like a non-compete clause, but then it'd have to just be a higher number. And I'd be okay with that. Because then I go into other industries and find a way around that.
If there was like a copious amount of like liquid cash, I think I would probably first off Scrooge McDuck, and then I would probably want to go into like the film industry and like be in more movies. Like that's what I would want to do. Because that's just like pure enjoyment and it's
Why not, right? Why not?
Yes. Yes, to audiobook, Matthew P. Honestly, it's such an easy. I don't want to say easy. It's a no-brainer thing to agree with.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Like we said, we definitely want to do that.
So this is General Alagaz Tarkhan of the Amari. He is the crowned king of the Space Dwarves. But the thing is, he doesn't want to be king. He's a general of the remnant faction of the Amari. 71 years ago, they were obliterated by the Gorkog. They were, because you know what? The Gorkog, under the influence of Struck, decimated, absolutely killed billions of Amari, right? So there's a lot of guilt, okay? There's a lot of like all this stuff happening here, and you know, Alagast Tarkhan is like, he's still feeling the echoes of shame, the echoes of, wow, we were decimated. So they're just starting to rebuild their civilization. So he doesn't want the crownship. He doesn't want it, right? But it is him. He is their king. They treat him as such. So that's his baseline story. But he's a fantastic general. He really is. I mean, there's a reason why there's still a remnant faction of the Amari. Had it not been for him, they all would have been decimated. So, yeah.
I think we have a really important question for you, though, Dave.
What's up?
So if movie rights were made for Ravaged Star,
Yes.
and of course it was going to be about the Veiled Touch and about Davicus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then Henry Cavill wanted the role of Davicus.
Yes.
Would you let him have it?
Yes.
What would you play?
I
The
don't
guy
know.
with a helmet, so they can't.
Yeah, probably. Right. That'd be appropriate, right?
Right.
Yeah. Or Keanu Reeves. Yeah, he could play Davicus.
You could play Davicus. Is it okay for Keanu Reeves? to
Yeah,
play
yeah.
Davicus? Yeah. That'd be okay.
Yeah, actually.
All right, Keanu, you heard it here first.
Yeah.
You can play Davicus.
Yeah, I think that would be.
Henry Cavill, you're welcome to as well, because
Yeah.
you're totally watching this.
Hey, man, you got to audition for it. Okay, so whoever of you two beats out actually Tom Hardy. No, Tom Hardy would be more like a Tyrick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say,
Yeah.
He looks too mean.
He looks too
Like,
gruffy.
yeah,
like
like
means
he's
business.
not a leader.
Execute with precision.
He's not a leader, he's the executioner, right?
Yes.
So,
Yeah, he's like he is the one who executes, right?
yeah, there we go.
Here's Tyrick on Breacher.
Did Dave sleep last night? I don't think Dave slept much in the past 8 days.
What is sleep?
Okay, how would you define
Yeah.
this word?
Define sleep.
You're talking to a person who gets too crazy during the campaign and another person who literally has a sleep disorder.
That's true. That's totally true.
Like, if it's all their cards are on the table here.
Yeah, you know what?
All right, time for me to stand again.
I will not sleep for the amount that you also don't sleep. Yeah.
You sleep half as much as the time that I don't.
Yeah, I make up for the other half, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Between the both of us is one human of sleep.
That's not what I said, but that's okay.
I don't know what you said.
I like half of you as
The-
half as much as I'd like.
I think
and I like less than half of you, half as much as you deserve.
What I just said probably made as much sense as what you just said.
I'm just quoting The Hobbit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sort of like riddle.
Brats, enjoy your lunch. No 40K. What's happening here? Said Rigor Mortis.
Rigor mortis. Well, first off, we're kind of dead. And second is, Dave could play bodyguard.
Yeah, you'd be the cameo, kind of like when people from like the original series are cameo in the remakes. That happens a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like the Wednesday TV show, her one teacher is actually the original Wednesday.
Christina Ricci. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she was the original Wednesday.
Yeah, she was.
There's like tons of stuff like that. You find
She's
out
beautiful.
about that person.
I'm really in love with her, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't disagree that she's beautiful and that you are in love with her.
Oh, by the way, I just got to share it because it's awesome.
What
Okay,
is-
so this is
Is this related?
I love it. I love that the scratching of the neck, the nervousness. It makes it even better. Okay, so here, where is it? Where can I show this?
I don't know. What are you showing? Maybe I should approve this first.
So, hey, as you said,
Given
I'm the
context.
owner. I can say whatever I want. So here you go. Look, it's nothing bad. Okay, this is this is the original thumbnail for this campaign.
I'm glad you changed it.
Yeah, and it's like 8 hours of this. It's pretty much what it is. Okay, this is knowing someone since you're 5 years old. That this is like the line that you clearly cross when that happens because I guess you're just used to it. So yeah, Dave stays up for super. You know what? That's
Door, thanks for the super chat.
that's actually kind of true, Matt. Like
Did you say I'll stay as long as people super chat? Did you say that?
technically no. I said I won't stay if you super chat. Is what I said.
And then they kept super chatting.
Well, I mean that's a matter of fact. Yes.
Davicus blinked twice if Maticus the Mean is forcing you to do more live stream. It was Jason and Jake Dog, R.I.P.
Maticus. You know what's weird? This is weird, okay? It's a complete double standard, but when I hear Davicus, it makes sense. When I hear Maticus, it makes it sound like it's making fun.
Matthias.
That's much better.
That's what we did for our original Space Marine chapter.
Yeah.
Is that you were what were you? Were you chapter? I think it was Chapter Master Davicus.
Was it Davicus?
I thought so. Yeah.
Really?
You've held on to that name for a long time.
Really?
Chapter Master Davicus, and I was Chief Librarian Matthias.
I don't even remember.
Yeah,
Oh
we have a model with your face on it and everything.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think you were the Chapter Master and I was the Chief Librarian.
Right. That actually makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
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 Cool.
That actually makes sense. I'm not sure what to make of that.
You know what? Yeah. Again, Dave's kissing
In our
increased
books,
value.
I'm the president.
Oh,
what do we got there?
yeah. Okay, you guys wanted to see Davicus. Speaking of Davicus, thank you very much, by the way. This is
Freshly glued.
this one is heavier than Tyrek.
Did he not get hollowed? It's hollowed and it's still that heavy? This is what $75 of resin looks like.
Ooh, he smells good.
Yeah, I wouldn't sniff in the alcohol or the resin.
Can't help but
If it's
smell it.
Yeah, he still has this faint odor of the resin.
Okay, so this is what Davicus looks like. Obviously unpainted, but here, take a look. So
Out of the way there, Lord.
this is the Davicus model. So here's the this is a 40 millimeter.
This is our new Titan range.
Cool Titan range. I like the
Yeah.
sound of that. Yeah.
No, this is our new 100 millimeter board game. War game. You just play with two models on the table,
Yeah.
and it's very intricate. It lasts like an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's right. There's like
It's
100
you
hit points
slice.
each. Yeah, it's a duel of the
No,
fates.
it's a card game. It's like you play down what kind of move are you going to make, and it has like an initiative at the top. So the weaker moves have a higher initiative, but then it has like a counterplay move that you can do based on what the opponent's move does. It's the exact opposite of everything Ravaged Star is meant to be. It'll be hard to learn. It'll be complex
Crunchy.
and super crunchy.
Super crunchy.
Yeah,
Yes.
down to like you have to upgrade his pauldrons, you upgrade his gauntlets, you upgrade his shoes.
Okay,
you upgrade his shoelaces, which add to his agility.
I love how you're like just kind of like BSing the whole thing, but it actually sounds awesome. So
It does actually
yeah.
kind of sound fun.
no, it sounds like okay. So like this is what I would want for something like this, a Titan range. Okay, just
It's
imagine
like
this.
Inquisitor. That's right.
It's like Inquisitor.
Inquisitor's a little smaller than that.
So okay, remember you were talking about like battle space this morning, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so for those of you who have played it as well, you would remember that there's sheets of paper and there's like little blocks that you actually shade out with a pencil every time you're destroyed because you're a ship.
It's
You're a spaceship.
BattleTech's spaceship game.
So just imagine if this was kind of that worked similarly. You had dice and you had different like hit points and certain like limbs of your body. And
So
kind of
his arm gets crippled.
yes,
And
that'd
you
be
have
super
different
cool.
actions. I have wanted to develop rules for like a little gladiatory game where it's just a couple dudes in a
Pit Fighter?
in like
Pit Fighter.
in a
Make
pit
the
fight.
rules for Pit Fighter, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there was Games Workshop had a really cool idea, but it didn't quite get supported with their corn or their chaos thing, where it had a similar idea. But the idea is that you have cards to choose between, and it's like I'm going to all out attack, but all out attack leaves you vulnerable, but it lets you do more damage. So it really depends. You have to understand what your opponent might play.
Yeah.
It's kind of like boxing. Did you ever play that boxing game? I think you played it with
Yeah,
me.
it's a card game.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
it's just really simple.
I think it's called
like,
jab.
Yeah, it's like left punch, left block, right block, or whatever. And it was a fast-paced
Yes.
game where you're just like literally just beating the crap out of each other.
Yeah. That was fun.
Same idea, except not quite as quick. Like where your cards are a little more complex than just left punch, right punch. Yeah, don't sniff the resin.
It smells like candy.
Yeah, don't eat the resin.
Don't say don't and don't because it's gonna. Yeah, no. That's actually legit.
They probably just freshly cleaned it, and because it's so big, they may not have fully managed to get every last little bit off.
Yeah.
So it's safe for us to have here, but I wouldn't lick or smell it.
Yeah. Don't lick this. Don't even do. Yeah.
If you ever want to get into 3D printing, if you're doing FDM, so for terrain and stuff, no problem. Do it in your house. Resin stuff is dangerous. Learn all the safety stuff before you even buy one.
There it is. Okay. So if you go inside the veil, you see the statue.
Sure.
Inside the veil. If you go through the veil, I should say, because there's a prison beyond the veil, which is where Strzok was held. Davicus was there for 60 years, which he actually journaled, by the way. That's 60 years, man. Okay, he journaled. So the Book of Davicus is his journal. And there's reckonings. So those are like daily entries. So I shared one last night.
Did he have his own Dear Diary? Today I went to the veil. It was really creepy.
Actually,
Met some friends.
in that voice.
Grew a tentacle. I named it Bob.
Yes, my right arm is
Tentacle
my right arm is now Resident Evil.
Bob.
But yeah, so
Don't know if Tyrick likes me.
he definitely Davicus betrayed Tyrick.
We used to get along just fine.
Literally stabbed him in the back. But it wasn't his fault, though. He was under the influence of Strzok, okay? Like, he was kind of mind messed.
That just sounds like an excuse.
Definitely
The
an
devil
excuse.
made me do it,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah. The she-devil, no less. Okay, look at this. Here's the other one. This actually shows the scale of this terrain piece, too. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, you guys wanted to see that. That's what that is. 120 plus base age. Huh? Davicus 120. He was 60 when he went through Beyond the Veil? I want to say he was like 39 when he went Beyond the Veil.
That's how old is he?
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, if you do Pit Fighter, add the family mini base building, better trainers, docks, blacksmiths, and so on.
Oh, we missed the super chat. Jeremy Blankenship, $5. For Stephen Kemp, will we ever see Davicus available as a standalone purchase similar to Tyrick? I don't think we have a box plan for just Davicus.
Well, if there was one, it would be a different pose. It would be an alternate version. It wouldn't be this exact one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be different.
So not, I don't think currently, but like if things go to retail, those boxes most likely get broken up that you can make more purchases. But I say that out loud. I'm not really actually sure.
That's like, from what I've been told, it's difficult to do that.
You have to make more boxes.
Because you got to make, yeah, so it's like, it would need to be its own thing intentionally from the beginning.
Yeah.
And yeah.
We'll see.
A single mold is expensive. So it makes more sense to actually do a whole bunch of characters.
Oh, of course.
In one mold.
Yes.
And then those characters are made. Like, for instance, a Matthias character.
Right, but I mean like a big box, like a 2-player box. Like there's obviously more than one mold being made for everything.
Yes.
So like if each mold was this individual box or 2 molds was a box, that could make it more approachable. It just depends. We'll figure those details out.
It's funny because that makes more sense for retail, but it makes less sense for the overall cost of everything initially. So it's like it's this double-edged sword.
Every extra box adds cost.
Like a lot of cost, right? So yeah. I don't know if that answered the question.
We're going to give you very unsatisfactory answers to most of your questions because we just don't know yet. It's not like we've done this 10 times, and so we're like, oh yeah, we know exactly what's going to happen next and exactly the things.
So Demon Ace, to answer your question, so it's like 70 years ago, Amari lost their home, 60 years in the Veil. If there is time distortion, then there is a chance that he's 90 to 100 years old. Well, technically, yes, but here's the other thing, too. Time kind of works differently beyond the Veil. Let me just say that, okay? Because he comes out, he doesn't look like he's 120. In fact, I don't know, how old would you say he looks?
I don't know. He looks pretty grotesque.
It's hard to say, right?
He's disfigured, so
he could be 500 years
hard
old,
to place it.
or 50,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Like, are they city miles?
Ageless. The commuter miles or
Yeah, right.
in-city driving miles, right? Yeah.
Sergeant Salt, $10. Thank you. So, first super chat ever on YouTube. The Wave 1 shipping is estimated by October 2024. Does that mean that shipping will start in 2024 or that all shipments are expected to be delivered by 2024?
That is an estimate.
Same for February 2025.
Yes, that's an estimate. So I'm just going to, let's set the expectation. These estimates are estimates. So to say anything with certainty right now is to do you a disservice.
Yeah.
Right? To say like, oh, it'll absolutely. It's like the first time around, there were unforeseen things. So we will do our absolute best to get that goal of that delivery date, right?
The goal is delivery.
Yeah.
That would be the goal for delivery. And so obviously your mileage will vary based on where you are in the world. Some places will get theirs faster than others.
First super chat, by the way, Sergeant Salt. Thank you for that. Wow, that's amazing. I love it. We gotta heart that. Yeah.
Excuse me.
More live MWG. Woo. Okay, done. What faction is Matt going to base his character off of?
I don't have a character in mind.
Matthias, you literally were just talking about him.
No, that's
the reader of books.
That was my Space Marine character.
Well, Davicus was my chapter master in another universe. There's nothing saying you can't port over the name.
I don't know yet. I love the factions. Imari is my favorite. You think it'd be cool?
Really?
Yep. And I love the big mechs. They look awesome. But I don't see myself as a character yet. But
you know what? Okay.
I want a magic version of him.
If you do,
I want to be piloting a magic mech.
Okay, so by the way, the lore behind the ambassadors here is that they're piloted.
And he's actually pretty big. I know he looks small next to Davicus there, but yeah, he's actually quite large.
So they're piloted, same as the diplomats, right? The other mechs and so they have competitions with each other. Like, no, I'm the best pilot. No, I'm the best pilot. So they have these competitions, right? So to give an ambassador a character, actual character model, I think is very probable because maybe he's like the best ambassador champion pilot. So that could be kind of cool, right?
Sure.
So in my mind, I think of Murder Fang. He's like a character dreadnought, right? So in a very similar way, character ambassador, character diplomat. Yeah, it's flexible. It can happen that way. I can't wait to paint this thing. Gonna need some help though because it's large and I don't want to mess it up. I'm gonna practice on a small one first. And messing up a model is subjective. I understand that intellectually, but there's still the visual. Oh man, maybe I just apply the fearless painting technique to it and just apply pigment to plastic.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to answer a controversial question in here.
Where's the controversial? Where is it?
A little higher. Rigor Mortis asked, "How are you not being sued by Games Workshop?" I want to address this head on because people ask it. We've seen lots of comments, so I figured why not hear something. The reason we're not getting sued by Games Workshop or should not get sued by Games Workshop is because the stuff is legally distinct. Like for example, the Gorkog and the Amari, you might say, "Well, those are just Tyranids." I'm like, come on. Those are not just Tyranids.
Every model is designed from scratch.
Yeah, the Amari too. We started designing the Amari before they even announced the Votan.
Correct.
Obviously, the Veil Touch were designed to be used as proxies, but even then, their design is obviously inspired by the Chaos stuff. But Space Marines are inspired by something else, and Chaos is they're not just I've seen people who literally just look at a Games Workshop model, and then they design the STL for it, and then they sell that. Obviously, that's infringing copyright. Maybe there's actually I don't think that that's a good thing. But when you try to create your own flavor of stuff, And then on top of that, we're making our own game out of it.
Yeah.
We've departed from the idea of making proxies, and we're making our own game. And I want to say this head on because I know it's an uncomfortable subject for us to talk about. But like,
Is it uncomfortable for you?
Well, it's always in the back of your mind, right? Well, for
Okay, you know what? That makes sense because I've been with it from the beginning.
Right.
So I'll add my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead.
I'll
Finish what you're
the
saying.
question,
Yeah.
and then you can add your thoughts. And so the fact that it's its own game, that we're creating factions that really have nothing to do with Games Workshop, like the Gorkog and the Amari. There happens to be some similarities in the fact that there are space bugs and space dwarves, and they have space bugs and they have space dwarves, but they hardly have the rights to all space bugs and space dwarves, right? Like they can't just be like, well, we have the Votan, so nobody in perpetuity can ever make anything related to space dwarves whatsoever. It's like you can't copyright that kind of stuff. So it's just it. And on top of that, we've got a good relationship with them. And so, like, it's just kind of answering that head on. So you have a kind of somebody saying something. And I realize it's in a live stream, so we'll still get asked that a million times. But yeah, I'm not worried at all. I look forward to developing this. I look forward to continuing our relationship with Games Workshop, too. Hopefully that does not conflict with each other for the foreseeable future. There may come a time when we're too busy making games, and so we're not going to cover these other games. But that's, like we said before, there are no plans, and it's not in the near future because we're just having too much fun doing everything. So yeah, there I said it. So now everybody who's ever asked a question knows the answer because totally they were watching the live stream at this particular point.
That's right. Totally. This was a consideration at the very beginning, right? Because it's like, how do you make these minis and not get sued?
Yeah.
That's the big question, right? Especially you're making videos about Warhammer, right? It's a very direct question.
Yeah,
so the
it
answer
feels
to
like a
that for me,
conflict of interest, yeah.
the answer to that to me, like 18 months ago or more now, however long it was for the first campaign, got some advice beforehand for people who already designed miniatures that were already being proxied in Warhammer.
Yeah.
And this was the response. You'll be fine as long as you make unique sculpts, name the characters a unique name, don't include any symbols or iconography that they use, make
And the chaos
your
symbol is
own.
not theirs. That is
The eight-pointed star
that's an
is
old
is
symbol.
thousands of years old,
It's
and
like trying to
many
cross.
cultures and many religions. Like it's like it's not unique to them. They have their own version of it, but the actual 8-sided star is an 8-sided star, right? It's like copyrighting a square.
Yeah.
It's just, or a circle. Like it's a symbol, right? And it's like make your own rule set. That's another thing too. So like all these things that make it unique are the reasons why there isn't suing, right? It's like it's not anything that would constitute reasons for suing. So if there's anyone out there that wants to make miniatures, those are the things that you do
Yeah.
to be safe and clear. Because here's the thing, we also don't want to have a bad relationship with GW. Like we love Warhammer, right? We have a good relationship with them. It doesn't make sense for us to bite the hand that feeds, so to speak, right? Like, yeah. So that's the answer to the question. That was my.
No, I get it.
From the
And
beginning,
we're not
right?
lawyers, so everything we say here, obviously, you cannot use as legal advice. And somebody said, well, once you hit a certain point, that's when they'll think to do it. And you're not wrong. Like people don't bother suing small companies for a good reason. But I think you're wrong that they'll do it. I'm saying you're not wrong in thinking that way, that, you have to hit a certain amount first. But when it comes to IP law, this is something I've learned. Here's what I've learned from lawyers, many, many lawyers talking about IP and copyright. None of them will give you a straight answer. None.
Are you saying they're going to lawyer their way out of it?
Yeah, but even when you're paying them for legal advice, they're like, well, like even the trademark lawyers are just like, it's all a mess. Because if we get, to quote a really good movie, you think because you had an idea that it is yours.
What movie is that?
Iron Man. May have got it wrong a little bit.
Oh, is it the first one?
Yeah, when
Yeah.
Jebediah has him all paralyzed, and he says, "You think because you had the idea that belongs to you?"
Mm.
Like, and there's some truth to that statement, right?
Well, yeah.
Like if I have an idea and I'm the first one to put it on paper, does it belong to me? And we get into a really messy discussion. about
That's
trademark and
I mean,
copyright.
yeah, that's
And I
a
don't wanna-
whole other discussion.
It is. And it's an interesting one, I find. But it's a messy thing. And so what it really comes down to is what a judge will say in court, right? And so you kind of look at it that way. And you say, if I were a judge and I was looking at this in court, would I think there's a problem? And I look at this and trust me, if there's anybody who's going to fret about that more than anybody, it's going to be me. I looked at it and I'm like, no, I feel perfectly comfortable with this. So, and that's saying something, because if Dave knows anything about me, it's that I fret over all the legal stuff.
There, Matt's by the book, right? Yeah. So he's kind of the exact opposite of me, right? Which is very fitting that he makes the rules and I tend to break them. So, right. So it's like, yeah, if there's anyone that would care very much about that, it would be Matt. So the fact that Matt is like, I don't see any reason not to proceed with this, is a very good litmus test to go forward.
Because I get anxious about this kind of stuff very easily.
This is fact.
Yeah, when 3D printing was first a new thing, I remember like people wanted to bring in 3D printed models. I'm like, heck no, no way, no 3D printed models.
Yeah.
And then now it's like, sure. Like, but no, like don't bring in ripoffs. Like if you want to bring in proxy armies, sure. But we don't want to support ripoffs. I'm not saying there's anything illegal about it, because technically there's not.
Ripoff is different than proxy.
Yes.
That's
but
very
if you
different.
made, like I've seen people bring in gorgeous, cool looking proxy armies, and I'm like, yeah, that's neat. Let's encourage that. Like not encourage as in like undermine another company's sales, but like I said, a rising tide raises all boats. Because if that person paid money to make or 3D printed an army so they could play 40K, that's more people playing the game, which helps you to sell the game. But it's an interesting long discussion of which neither of us are qualified to talk about, really, because we are not trademark lawyers. And I think that's the answer I'm going to give.
The only qualification that we have to talk about this is our own personal experience with this specific project. That's the only thing that we can really say anything to. And yeah, it seems to be okay thus far. Right?
I will speak something about not copyright stuff, but talking about originality. Because a lot of people, when they look at anything, whether it's our stuff or anybody else's, they'll just be like, it's just this with this. And you know what the answer to that is? Is yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is just this with this.
That's right.
And yet people, that's how we as a human race create. We borrow ideas from each other. Every once in a while you get a unique idea. Every once in a while. But for the most part, any book you read, when you're like, what's unique about Harry Potter? Tell me something unique about Harry Potter. You're not going to find it. And somebody's going to be like, oh, this. And oh, no, anybody could rip it apart, right? And yet it's good when we enjoy it. And so it's like, create. Okay, just go out and create. Stop thinking about, I've got to come up with something 100% original. Good luck. You'd have to travel to another planet, meet the aliens there, get some of their culture, and come back and use that. And then you know what? Nobody would buy it because it's not relatable. That's what would happen. Unless you got super lucky, nobody would care because they want, when I say space vampires that are elven vampires, people light up. Like, that sounds so cool.
Yeah.
Because they can picture all of those words mixed together in their head. They might have a different picture in their head than mine, but the concept is cool. So,
like this, like a Gorkog Flame Terror, right? You see this. Have you ever seen that before?
Not exactly like that.
Not exactly, but have you seen things like that before?
You mean a monster with huge claws or a huge, whatever you call the things that are not his teeth because they're outside of his mouth, and spikes on his back and something that shoots flames? Yeah, I'm sure I could come up with a thing that is one of those things.
One of those things, but a combination of all of them. In that exact pose.
No, of course not. Not exactly like that.
Right, so it's like,
I'm trying to picture the closest approximate to a flame terror, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's not just like a dragon that's running up and spitting the venom, but something that's like, yeah, it's yeah. Harry Potter is just Star Wars, as Nathan. Yeah, everything is just.
It's the same hero's journey, right?
It's the same story.
So okay, here's another one too. Like this Gork dog, or here, let's get one that doesn't have a broken maw. 3D print. This is an alien. You know, if you've seen The Witcher, then maybe you see the Wild Hunt and you see those creatures.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just see
Darkling from StarCraft.
Or a dog. Like there's that too. So there's all these little things that are familiar, but not exact. So the fact that there's all these different inspirations combined into one, it's a hybrid of a bunch of things that you're used to seeing.
It's familiar.
It needs to be familiar.
Different.
Yes, it needs to be familiar, right? Like War of the Worlds.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Like that's what I think of when I see this, right?
Yeah. As soon as I saw it, I thought of that too.
Right?
Except it doesn't look like War of the Worlds stuff, except that it's a tripod.
Except that it's an alien tripod, right?
Yeah.
So
with a big looking thing on the front that's probably going to zap you and blow you up.
Yeah, Mind Blast.
Yeah.
Yep. Against the pacifier. Yep. Yep. playtest game already posted? Yep, that was fun.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess that's just it, right?
Yeah.
Like
Just create, guys. Go out and create, even if it's just some fan content for something else that's already there. Like, just create, have fun,
also
like, make cool stuff.
there's like I really want to beat the first one, right?
What are we at?
We're at 1,046,860. There's 4 hours left. So if we beat
4 hours and 40 minutes and 47 minutes.
That's fair. So if we're averaging like 10K an hour, then that's like we're going to be barely there. We're just going to barely be there, right? So it'd be fun to beat the first campaign. It just would be fun to do it, just so we can all say that we beat it, because we're competing with ourselves here, right? Yeah. So that's it. 8 autocorrects. What's that? It reminds me of Zergling with a tail. Love it. Zerg Ravager, for instance.
Did you check your missed super chats? Did we miss some super chats?
Oh, here, let's, I'll just zoom up. Scroll up. Any sneak peeks into any future potential factions?
Sergeant Salt, thank you for the $2. We've talked about that. We don't have like rock solid things to show you, but we're talking about lots of different things. Stephen Kemp, first ever super chat on YouTube, $2. What size will the printed cards be? That's not
approximately.
I can get you the actual size.
Approximately.
It's not that. I didn't print it to the right size.
Is it bigger or smaller than this?
I don't remember, but I have the information.
Yeah, so here we go.
What size? Oh,
because
so much
it's
chatting
wide.
now.
So it's 5.5 inches. No, it's 6 inches wide.
that's going to be like, that's in the rough general area.
Okay, and it's 5.25 inches tall. So this is an approximation, right? So we've been discussing making cards that can fit inside the boxes that have already been made, so we don't have to.
No, we're not doing that.
We're not?
We decided not to do that.
Okay, so what are we
Or
doing?
you just buy the card pack separately.
That's fair. Yeah.
You can get all the cards. Rather than, because as soon as we include the cards in the boxes, then it doesn't future-proof it as well. So the 2-player starter sets have the cards for the models that are in there to make them like ready to go right out of the box. But other than that, you need to buy them separate. It's taking me too long to find this.
Broken Brush Gaming. Dave, send me your big Davicus. I will paint it for you. That's a very, very kind offer. But I must say, this one, like, I'm going to paint this one. That's incredibly kind. But I kind of do want to send you a big Davicus so you can. Why you got to go and make me?
Found it. Took me long enough.
Okay, wait.
So 15.7 centimeters by 13.7 centimeters.
What is that in inches?
A Siri, what's 157 millimeters in inches? Okay, 6.2 inches. A Siri, what's 137 millimeters in inches? So 6.2 by 5.4.
So it's almost, this is slightly smaller than the card then. Because that was 6 inches by 5.25. That's
so roughly that size.
It's roughly that. Yeah. Okay. Which is, it's a good sized card. It's a good amount of like, you can read it. There's got cool artwork on it. All this stuff, right? Super cool. So I just want to put that there as a.
Get back to the chat. Did we miss any other super chats? Let me go back.
Visual.
Imperium Box Network. Mini Wargamers for Life. Any concept for Vanguard Army? Not anything we can show yet. That's as far back as I can go. Is there any others that I missed? Got that. Got that. Got that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Is that it? Oh, yeah, well, that's it. So we're caught up. Unless somebody else has chatted since then.
Dave, if you describe the Flame Terror in simple terms, you are describing a Zerg Ravager, though if you look at them side by side, they look nothing alike. Interesting. Describe the Flame Terror. Yeah. I guess that would be accurate, right? Nobody cares about your inches propaganda. What does that even mean?
Because everywhere else in the world doesn't use inches except for the United States. And
fair.
us, kind of.
Well,
because we're right by the United States.
but here's the irony, right? Because like GW, they also describe things in inches.
Yeah, that is weird.
And they're in the UK, so I go figure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, except for the base sizes.
Right.
25 millimeter base.
And use tape measure with inches, right? This goes 6 inches. This fires 12 inches. And like, Can you make sense of that?
Yes, I can because I'm Canadian. And when I go to the grocery store,
That's fair.
everything on the flyers is in pounds, so it's $5 a pound. But then you go and you get the packaging, and it's $11 a kilogram.
Yep, that's fair.
Because legally they're required to use kilograms, but
They're not legally obliged to advertise in kilograms.
No, they'll have it in small little under like $5 a pound, $11 a kilogram for you Gen whatever your latest stuff is.
Were you going to say Gen Z?
Is that the right one? I get them all mixed up now.
Any other Gen after millennial? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. So
all of you Gen Zers with your new Gen names.
what about Gen Yers?
What happened to them? Did they get forgotten?
What do you mean? What happened to them? They're still around.
But I never heard that before. I heard Gen X and Gen Z or Gen Z or whatever.
Gen X is before us. Well, what are you?
I don't know.
You're a millennial.
That's what people say.
Yeah, you
but
are.
They argue. I've heard millennials are 1984 and afterwards, which would make you a millennial, not
80.
me. I've heard that too. But if you look on Wikipedia, it talks about being 84 and afterwards. So you're a millennial and not me.
You're a Gen X then.
Yeah. Is that what Gen X is before millennials?
Yeah, it's before.
Whatever. It's all nonsense.
It's all. You're right. It's all not.
Let's try to subdivide ourselves by yet another mechanism, as if we don't do it well enough.
That's awesome.
Like you leave a group of people alone long enough, and they find new ways to subdivide so they can hate each other.
Gen Y is millennial.
So millennial, yeah.
Gen Y is millennial.
And then GW is a confused rich child.
Metric is the way to go. Yeah, but okay. It also in Canada, it's like, all right, well, you know, the temperature, yeah, it's like 182 centimeters
I don't know my height.
or 6 feet.
I'm 6'2.5". I don't know what it is in centimeters.
Or it's like, okay, the
roughly
temperature in my
200.
home is 22 degrees,
See, mine is
But
69 to 7.
but my
70.
pool is like 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
We're Fahrenheit in both of them.
Yeah, so that's like inside air temperature is different from water temperature, just so you guys know. Okay, it's measured differently here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
we weigh things in pounds,
Yeah, it's weird
but
doing the
buy
kilograms.
things in kilograms.
So weird.
I can do both because of that. I can't do miles. I don't know what a mile is. But then again, I don't really know what a kilometer is either. Like, can you visualize a kilometer? I can visualize 100 meters
I can
because I used to run it.
I can because I've been running. So like, yeah, only because of that though.
Yeah, but like in a straight
Not before.
line, a straight line though. Like if you were
If there was nothing else?
open field, could
No.
you be like that's
No.
a kilometer?
No,
It's like, there's the
that's
car
hard.
over there. That's a kilometer away.
That's definitely hard.
Yeah, like nobody can do that.
Well, actually, it depends. Do I have a watch? Then yes. Because then I can time myself and I know approximately how long it takes
Oh yeah,
me
but
to...
I'm talking about just visually, like understanding in your mind a kilometer visually what that looks
That's
like.
very hard to concept.
That's hard.
It's an illusion, right?
Yeah.
Because it just becomes false immediately.
Exactly.
Copyrights and trademarks are a mess because Disney got involved.
It's true. Yeah, there's actually a reason behind that because Mickey Mouse was coming up on going into public domain.
Yeah.
But then they filed and got that changed so that they could retain it long after Walt Disney died. So that's actually true. But were they right to do that? Were they wrong to do that? Is a corporation allowed to continue the copyrights and not allow anybody else to profit off of it?
I mean, what they did is what they did.
That's just it, right?
Who else would claim that if it
But
wasn't them?
a law is a law because it was made into a law. So there's ethics. A law is a law because it was made into a law, right? Why is there a law against something?
Explain.
Well, okay. If it's
A law is a law because it was made into a law.
It's illegal to do something, that means that somebody made a law against it.
Yes.
So there's ethics of whether it should have been made a law, but then there's just the practicality of the fact that it is now a law. So the whole should they be able to do that is hard because you can't say
That's a different question.
You can't say no copyright laws. We shouldn't have any. People should be able to do whatever they want because then you would lose out on a lot of cool stuff that you have because no company would want to invest because they need to make money from it, right? So,
Yep.
So there's, but once again, hey, if we're doing an 8-hour stream, I get to talk a little bit about economics and politics, all right?
Wait. What's happening here?
No, I'm just saying. I just realized I keep going into that rather than talking about Ravaged Star. But this is an 8-hour stream. Like we're only 3.5 hours into this thing.
Kaldorf?
Yeah. You want to keep me engaged? We got to talk about some controversial stuff.
All right, thank you for the super chat. Kaldorf, if I had the Veil Touch box and have pledged the Ancient Evils and Siege starter boxes. Okay, awesome. Which faction booster should I consider? I can choose one.
I have the Veil Touch box. What's the Veil Touch box?
I have a Veil Touch box and have pledged. Yeah, that's a fair question. What is the Veil Touched box?
Are you talking from like the previous campaign?
The Veil Touched War Pack?
Are the all-in Veil touched?
There is no all-in Veil touched.
There is.
There's a Salia Unleashed, but it's not all in. It doesn't include every single mini.
Well, it doesn't include the free ones. But
They're no longer free. Yeah, you have to buy them. Tyric and the Heralds of Struck. Those 4 miniatures you have to buy in addition to a Salia Unleashed.
yeah, but the 3 you get for free if you back it right now, though.
Now we're talking this campaign. Okay, so the heirs
Oh,
of
the all-in for this campaign is what I was talking about.
Heirs of Empires, which are these 3 miniatures right here that we showcased
that's new.
earlier.
That's new.
These are new. You get them for free if you back before 4 hours is over. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, which be more specific, and I can answer that question for
So
you.
Kaldorf.
'Cause if this,
yes.
if this
Veil
live-
Touch War Pack, yes.
Veil Touch War Pack, presumably. So just the Veil Touch War Pack. Okay.
And the
Not
Ancient
just,
Evils.
but Ancient Evils and Siege Starter boxes. The funny thing is, I still don't remember
Okay,
which.
so
box
Siege
is
of
which.
Ankar is Amari and Gorkog.
Okay, Marian Gorkog and Ancient Evils is the Veil Touch versus Gorkog.
It's a Veil Touch versus the Gorkog, yeah.
Okay.
Because Mechanical
Which
Mayhem
faction
is...
booster should I consider? Well, that's tough because you spread out between a few.
So you have one Veil Touch specific. You have Veil Touched,
Gorkog.
Veil Touched and Gorkog, and then you have
Gorkog
Gorkog
and-
and Amari.
So you have 2 Gorkog.
2 Veil Touched. So get one more Amari.
If you're looking
Yeah.
to spread out, then an Amari box.
Yeah. So what was the? It was the Unyielding War Pack. That's the one that includes the Ambassador.
Yeah, the Champions is more infantry. But if you want
Yeah.
the big dudes.
Get the Ambassador, man. That's my biased opinion.
Now, but if you want to double down on Gorkog, then do the Winged Horde one is Horde. Yeah, Horde is fine. They're both fine, but is it the one I would get?
Also,
I'm trying to think like what would I get if I was choosing to buy, and I could only choose one.
so here, one sec. I want to do something here. I want to show you what's in. You can obviously look at this on the campaign page, but we might as well look at it here since we have the painted minis. So this is what you get in the Unyielding War Pack. This is the Amari specific War Pack, one of the 2 that exists, which is the recommended thing. Then you have an approximately the same amount of everything. So it sounds like you're...
It's a hard choice. I think I'd go for if I'm doing one Gorkog, I would do the massive monstrosities war pack.
So here we go.
That's a hard choice, man. I don't have to make that choice. I get them all.
Okay.
So I know first world problems.
Well,
Which-
we can 3D print stuff, but they're all brittle. So it doesn't count unless it's PVC
But
plastic.
we're gonna get it all. Obviously, do I have to pay for them?
Technically, we're paying for
Oh, I guess. Oh, we forgot to pledge. All in.
Okay, so you get Shield Maidens. You get a couple units of Shield Maidens. You also get 2 mechanics, which are awesome. We figured out what the mechanics did yesterday, and they're
You like that?
insane,
You
man.
like that?
It's funny because it's like, oh, we can boost and heal 5 on a dude, or default boost 2, or we can just shoot the pistol with 3 shots. So
Yeah,
by the way,
it should be 2.
It does devastation. Why? Why should it be 2? That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun, Matt. Why? Why are you saying that?
It's one of the first things I wrote rules for, and so things.
So it's automatically bad?
No.
It's barely been play tested. Okay, Bolt's Guardian, I agree. It was a lot of fun.
Because he had 3 shots with this awesome pistol.
Right, because it was
He's
like,
just a minor commander.
but that's why it was amazing, right? It's like,
it's like out of nowhere. It's like, why is this guy like boom?
yes, it's
boom,
like, oh my goodness, this pistol's terrifying. It's
I
only
know.
4 inches.
I was watching the stream.
It's
But
only
a
4
pistol.
inches. There's
It's a
that too to
pistol.
consider.
All the pistols
Okay.
are 4 inches.
Clearly, you can tell how much I don't want you to change the rule.
I was gonna put like secret Easter eggs. Like it'll be like a dude that just looks like he does one thing, but you have one guy that has like a pistol that just fires across the table and does 10 damage or something.
So there's
But it's
those
just one
dudes.
shot.
Yeah, so you got that. Oh yeah, and you also have 2 units of
The drones,
drone pilots.
the Hornets, and the Wasps.
Drone pilots are cool because you can bring drones back. You can
Yes.
heal up to 2 wounds.
I heard you were getting annoyed by that yesterday.
Annoyed by the fact that it was only 1 and he can bring 4 of his flesh seekers back.
Oh, was it you bringing the drones back?
Yeah.
I'm getting it mixed up then.
It was me. Yeah.
Then he kept trying to kill them, and you kept bringing them back,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
they would just shred units.
yeah. And there was a
Yeah, he's
lot of good
constantly-
tactics.
I basically think like the drone person there is only job. Her only job is to keep like fixing the drones that you break. Like boom, it's like oh, go. So, yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. So this is you get more in this because you get more. But yeah, this is and what's the actual? Yeah, you also get the architect. Yeah, that's what you get. So this is the Unyielding War Pack. There's a lot of fun, a lot of good. I love the Shield Maidens. I gotta say, like, Shield Maidens look awesome. I love their aesthetic. I love what they do. Right? They have a decent amount of attacks. all of this.
Demon Ace, to get the Heirs box for free, you just have to do any pledge.
Heirs of Empires?
Yeah, the 3 free minis.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the cheapest one though is like 119 US. So I don't think you can get the add-ons without pledging something else first.
Correct. They're add-ons. They're named add-ons for that reason. You add on to your pledge. Think of it that way. What's up? What are you reading?
I'm not reading your comment, Rigor Mortis.
What's the comment? What is it?
It's referencing something from South Park.
Ah, okay.
So I'm just gonna.
So you're inside.
I'm gonna laugh at it and let everybody else who's on the chat try to find it. Oh golly.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while to set everything.
Melanie Don, why aren't you playing a game? We've played a lot of games.
That's true, right? Okay, here we go. I have the Galaxy at War pledge. What extra veil should I get if I wanted to get one more pack? Let's see.
What's the Galaxy at War?
Galaxy at War
That's
is
the all-in of the new stuff. That's the Galaxy at War. All the names are all blending together.
Yes. So when you say all-in, that it's false advertising.
I know.
Be careful with the all-in language, because it's
Except for like the Lord Tyrant.
because they're gonna be, hey, Matt said it's all-in. We get these free. But no, it's not. So it's the most you can get in this campaign that is not the old Veil Touch stuff, the original Veil Touch stuff.
Right.
But the original question is, what should you get? See now,
I know what I had to get.
Yeah,
I get the armored pack.
You would get the Armored Carnage.
Yep, 100%.
I would get this one.
That was cool, but I get the armored carnage.
I would get
But
this.
I did just write the rules for them all, and so I'm eager to play them.
Of course you are. So is your answer going to change in a day?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, all right. Yeah. So
I'm sorry, does my focus have to stay on one thing for more than a few hours at a time?
well, that's a question only you can answer.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
You can't make me.
Yeah, I would get this because of fun. Because of fun factor. Here, let's do this. This is the one you're looking for, right?
This is not the one you're looking
So here you go. I know what you did. Okay.
for. Mind is strong.
I've integrated into the nerd culture long enough.
Oh, speaking of those,
Paul,
they're almost painted.
Paul, when are you arriving?
Tomorrow. So
Yeah, painted these. We're showing off these, and those are painted these. Okay, and these are Elder Sorrow Spites. Okay. Yeah, fun stuff. You know what? I want to do like close-ups so you can see. But yeah, anyway, that's the answer to the question. This is Horrors of the Veil is the answer to your question. I will get this one. Which one is that?
I like how you have
Horrors
to
of the Veil.
You have to enunciate that one, right? It's like when I tell people I am a pianist.
And I'm a horror.
Horror of the Veil.
What if you're a horror pianist?
Doesn't even mean anything when you get it wrong. It doesn't mean anything when you get it right either.
Hey, all words are meaningless. It's all audibles.
Sergeant Salt, thank you for the $10 super chat. Love the work y'all are doing. Very excited to see the future work y'all put into this project. And if the figs are as good as they look, you got yourself a customer for life. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you, Sergeant Salt.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. What is the Discord under, Anthony says? If you're asking about the playtest, that's miniwargaming.com/playtest. We'll redirect you.
It's also a pinned comment in the chat.
It is pinned.
Yeah, you can just download the current rules, okay? Just like you can tell your current wife that the current rules are there, okay?
Came and just said, you mean pianist horror.
Yes.
So the other
Not a
one.
horror pianist, but a pianist horror. What? Either way, it doesn't... Yeah.
No, I think the way he said it would be worse if you got it wrong.
Would it be worse?
Let me just put it this way.
Why you got to put it anyway?
If you were to put that into like Midjourney as an image generation thing, what order of those two keywords would you want to put in for it to give you something? Horrors of the Veil. Jesus.
I love how that is the analogy. It goes right to the AI.
Of course.
Horrors
AI
of
for
the
life.
Veil.
I, for one, welcome our AI overlords.
I just hope the next boxes won't break the bank as much as this one did. Hey man, if you can't pledge, don't pledge.
No, next one, like in the next campaign.
Oh, I see. Well, then pledge. Are the figs assembled? Please tell me those busy models aren't assembled.
They are.
They are definitely assembled.
I know some people would be like, well, it'd be harder to paint, but and maybe you're right.
That's a fact.
But it's
Yep.
the assembly.
You're not wrong. These are harder to paint than if they were on sprue or if they were not assembled. That is a fact. So that is what you're getting into. Okay, this is informed consent. Just so you know, they come pre-assembled. Okay, so that's what you're dealing with. But as we can see, just because they're already assembled doesn't necessarily mean they're impossible to paint. Right? There's a lot of details on these, specifically the veil touched.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not impossible to paint.
You have to, it's a careful dance between all the things that everybody wants. So try to make it as approachable as possible.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're getting the same question like every half an hour because obviously people don't sit around for an 8-hour stream.
They don't?
I know I wouldn't.
Would you not?
No, I would not.
Why?
That's a long time.
Don't you want to see it beat 1.1 million? Like it's got to beat it.
I might have it on in the background.
Really? As you're doing
while
what?
I play Baldur's Gate.
As you're playing Baldur's Now that's the game.
The question that keeps coming back is future factions. So I feel like every half an hour I have to be like, okay, future factions. Just so we're answering the people. Because it feels like that is what everybody wants to know.
Yes.
Is what's coming out. And the answer is we don't know. But we have lots of ideas. So
I think that's what they're asking for anyway. What are the ideas?
Well, of course we have like the Vanguard, which are like the veil touched before they went through the veil.
Yep.
And then you have
orcs,
the samurai orcs, apparently.
Yep.
I have no visual confirmation of that.
There's a stone elemental race idea floating around.
All right. I personally want space vampires. Elven vampires specifically.
Aquatic race, a bunch of like krakens, squid faces.
They fly through space.
Bipedal. Okay, it's like imagine a dude with a squid face. That'd be terrifying.
How's that aquatic? He's got legs.
Are you asking a science question in this universe? I don't know if you're in the right universe here for this.
I want to see spaceships that fly around by flapping their wings.
Hey,
it's a long stream, all right?
Man? How you doing? Welcome to your second home.
I'll stand. I'll keep standing. I'm also going to sit sometimes.
Hey, let's do a super chat again. Matt doing a squat. $8.88 super chat.
Samurai orcs equals sorks.
Sorks? What? Sorks? I mean, that's a thing now. See that?
Can't forget the normal bodybuilders. What is a normal bodybuilder? As opposed to a what?
That's true.
Like, are you talking like a bunch of like dudes that are all just like in their poses?
Matt,
but they're not actually that big.
That is Space Dragons.
Yeah, Space Dragons. Estimated shipping date. What it says on the page. We're hoping for October 2024 for the first wave, and then February of 2025 for the rest of it.
That's the hope. Okay.
I use the word hope.
That's the estimate. Like that's a fact. It is estimate based on quantities, based on what the factory has given us.
Cybernetic orc vampires. Oh, no, okay. I want cybernetic. No, okay, but not orc. I want cybernetic elven vampires. That's it. That's our thing.
Cybernetic.
Has anybody ever done that? Huh?
Why cybernetic?
Huh? Because it's cool. What do you mean? What kind of? Why cybernetic? Why samurai? Why samurai?
Why does that idea win over the other ones?
Because it takes another element and adds on things I love. And also because I was thinking elven vampires, but I'm like, but how do you make them look different than regular elven vampires, right?
What do you mean regular elven?
Well, like in D&D, there's elven vampires. Like in
That's a good
D&D
question.
mainly.
Well, what era? I think that is the question, right?
Yeah, cybernetic elven vampires.
Because it's futuristic
I
elven
want
vampires.
cybernetic elven vampires. And I'm not saying this like Steve, who gets belligerent just for the sake of being belligerent. I actually want cybernetic elven vampires so bad.
Well, you know what? I think if you make the rules for them, people are just going to play them, and it's already going to be a thing.
But I want models.
I think you'll get them.
Racist posthumans, isn't it?
Posthumans? Cyborg lizards. So, space dragons with citadels on the back with dracolings inside.
Oh, then you can do, cybernetic could be the good elves and lich could be the evil elves. Oh, that's interesting, actually. So cybernetic, you see, it's not cybernetic elven vampires, but you have like the cybernetic elves are the good ones, and then the undead elves are the bad ones. Kind of like a dark elf versus high elf kind of thing. But we have cybernetic high elves instead of like we just wear robes.
Hey, Fire Drake, Okay, they stole your idea in the chat. Is there any such thing as an idea that can be stolen?
Yeah,
okay?
is it really yours?
You know, we know Jebediah. He shared the idea with Iron Man. Okay, like that's one of the. Yeah. That's I don't know if it's. Is there any such thing as an original idea? Okay,
Like Matt, I need tanks. Yeah, cybernetic elven tanks that are also undead. No, not that one.
Why
needs to be
not this one?
More cybernetic.
What do you mean? What? This is the whole thing is mechanized. What do you
No,
mean?
that's not cybernetic. Cybernetic is cybernetic.
Oh, cool! Look at the top down. Look at that. That's awesome. I love it.
There is a god of death.
Bunch of kids.
So see Stargate Atlantis. So I know what you're saying there, but I don't like the look of those ones from Stargate Atlantis. I totally watched all those series, by the way, so I know who you're talking about. I don't remember what they're called though. It was a long time ago. But they're not really cybernetic elven vampires. Oh, you're just talking about their lore. Yeah. You know what? It is pretty cool lore. So, have you ever seen Stargate Atlantis?
A couple episodes, never the full.
It's not that great.
I didn't binge the series.
Jason Momoa is in it.
He's in many things.
I know.
Yeah, he's in many.
But like, this was before he was any good at acting, or just like interesting.
He's like modern day Samuel L. Jackson, who's just in like 50 projects a year.
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing against you, Jason.
Woo!
Who's totally watching this.
Siren Spear. Here's $5. It's enough for Dave and Matt to share a milkshake on stream together with 2 straws in the same cup.
Well, thank you for your first ever super chat, but I am lactose intolerant. So if we share a shake, the entire thing will be concluded with me running to the bathroom. And I'll have to make sure the mic gets
Please
there.
order the shake. I want to see this happen, okay?
I have had it happen. It is torture. And I have to go to Atlanta tomorrow. I'd like to not be sick overnight.
Especially on the plane.
I get to play with my Tyranids
Yes.
for a whole 3 days. It'll be fun.
Yes. Yeah, again.
Without filming. Well, I'm going to film, but don't have to.
Right. You do it because you want to.
I'm going to do it. Well, I'm not going to film the whole game. I'll film like aftermath
Yeah.
stuff. I'm vlogging the whole thing.
Vlogging and
Jason Momoa was good in Stargate Atlantis. You bet he was. He was as good as the rest of the cast. Although, who was the doctor, the Canadian doctor? He was my favorite.
All right, BC. The real question is whether Ravaged Star will have a whole different game about the universe 10,000 years before the events of Ravaged Star.
Probably not. Probably not.
Not 10,000 years.
I think the game would have to be really, really big before we do a historical version of the game.
I would say, maybe like 8,888 years in the past. I think that might work. Dairy-free shake, almond milk or something. Hey, man, if you ordered it and got it delivered here to the bunker.
We're not asking for people to order us food.
I'm not asked. I don't ask for super chat. I ask for nothing, Matt.
I don't know if I want internet food.
What's the
All right,
difference?
a beer for Matt, Siren Spear says. Thank you for the $5, but I also don't drink alcohol.
Give it to me. Give me all the things.
Oh, golly.
Now we need a clock like that tank.
No, clock.
Yeah.
What time is it? It is 3 o'clock. Boom. And it's got to make that noise every hour. It is 4 o'clock.
That would be 9. That'd be 9.
I'm looking at it from my point of view, all right?
All right, okay. That'd
3
be 12.
o'clock,
Yeah,
4, 5, 6 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, that's...
But hold on. Is your 12 o'clock? Yeah, your 12 o'clock is in front of you. So 12 o'clock? That would be the 12 o'clock.
That's
then.
6 o'clock.
That's his 12 o'clock.
That's... What? Okay, here, look.
At least turn the thing around so it matches to the clocks. There we go. Now it makes more sense.
Does it?
It does, because your 12 o'clock's in front of you. Watch it's your 6 o'clock behind you.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But now it's all messed up. I'm confused.
Well, you just put them up against the wall.
Oh, no. I see what you're saying. Your 12 o'clock's in front of you. Yes, this is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry, all right. All right, hold on. So what else we got?
What did you just say?
Here's $5. Oh, wait, no.
We already did that one.
Yeah, I already did.
We already got the super chats.
I mean, there is a god of death.
What about Dragonborn Space Knights as Hector Guards? Well, you know what? Why not, right?
That's actually really cool. Hello from UK, guys. Well done on the campaign. Still a Vault member after all these years. Miso.
Miso.
Hi, Miso. And thank you for all of your support all these years. And that's awesome.
It is awesome.
Yeah.
Going back to the faction ideas. So here's what we need. Okay? Are you listening, Dave?
I am listening.
All right.
The fact that I'm distracted by it actually means I'm listening more.
Hold on. Here's the thing. We need a faction that is a federation I don't mean like goody two shoes like Star Trek, but I mean like where it's a federation of a lot of different alien races.
Oh, alien races.
So it gives you an excuse to not have to have every idea have 100 models. You just have a squad of them. So kind of like how Games Workshop makes like Warcry and Kill Team so they can come out with these little squads, but actually make them more intentional inside of a faction. And so that kind of thing. So it's like you get then you can have like the Space Dragonborn, and there's a squad of them. And then you have a squad of, and they have their specialization, right? The Dragonborn are known for armored little mechs.
Breathing fire?
No, yes, sure. But they all pilot like, yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. They're Dragonborn. No, they're actually, they're vulnerable to fire.
Spitting poison.
Yeah, so they're like little mech suits, but just like the ones from like Live, Die, Repeat, Edge of Tomorrow, where it's just like just the outside of the body kind
I
of
love
thing.
how you said both the titles of that movie.
Yeah, well, only one's the title, the other one's just on the cover, but it's just as big as the title. Anyways, so yeah, you do that. You have a whole faction that is just a mix. That's kind of what I wish the Tau were for 40K. I wish that Games Workshop would come out with just a bunch of cool Xenos races.
I wish the Tau wasn't.
Yeah, well, we can agree to disagree. They're their biggest opportunity to just create a bunch of cool Xenos. So we need a race like that.
Not like that. I like blue blood. Never mind.
So not that I want a Tau race. I don't want them to look anything like the Tau. I'm not interested in that. I'm looking just like that united group of stragglers.
Farsight Skull. That would be an awesome trophy. Okay.
Sure. The United Defense Alliance, where minor factions come together to defend one another. So or the UDAWMFCPDOA.
Melanie Dawn. Did you see it again though? Is that the second time you saw it?
Melanie Dawn, I just watched Edge of Tomorrow last night. That's a weird sentence, but I understand it.
I will watch The Edge of Tomorrow.
Tomorrow night. I will watch Edge of Tomorrow last night.
Yeah.
Again. That's such a good movie, though.
It is. Yeah, really.
How does Tom Cruise do that?
Do what?
How does he just make good movies?
Well, first off, he makes one every like 2 years. So he puts all his time and effort and energy into one thing. And he's his own producer. So he does exactly what he wants to do.
That doesn't make it good. Lots of people produce.
You're asking the question. This is a subjective answer, which is fact.
The first one, I like the first one.
Which is what? What did I say? I don't even remember what I said.
That he takes his time.
Absolutely. No, like and he cares very much for his craft. Very much. And he thinks of the audience. Well, those movies he acts in, and those movies he produces.
Oh, but I mean like any movie he's in is good.
I disagree.
Which ones don't you like?
The ones I haven't seen. If I liked the idea of the movie, I would have watched it.
Well, give me an example.
I didn't see Valkyrie. It looked boring. Right? There's
good.
lions, the lambs, whatever. I didn't want to watch it.
I didn't see that one.
Exactly. Right?
Valkyrie was good, though.
So, yeah, but Edge of Tomorrow, fantastic. Mission Impossible, in general, fantastic. Right?
Yeah, somehow he's made that entire
The
series.
Mummy, I did not watch.
I watched that. That wasn't good.
Right? So, like, movies that I'm guessing they're not good because there's
Russell Crowe is in that movie, though. I love Russell Crowe.
Yeah? I love how they're silent.
What are you judging?
Why? No. If he was here, like, he'd...
Oh, he's just awesome. Like, I don't even know why.
He donated a battering ram to the dudes at Dunkerque Castle.
That's cool.
Yes.
That's cool.
That is cool.
But
he sounds like a cool dude in real life.
I don't know what he's like in real life. There are plenty of whack job actors who I love to watch their movies, but wouldn't want to hang out with. I'm not going to name any. And
you're not going to segue to Tom Cruise right now.
No.
Like because you're different.
No, of course not. He's totally not on that list. But who cares? Like they got their personal lives, which are usually messed up because they're rich.
We don't know.
And then we've got their...
It's all an act.
I don't care. I just want to watch their movies, right? So
yeah, exactly.
So, but Russell Crowe, for some reason, I'm not going to say I love everything he's in because he's in a ton of stuff. But
Gladiator. That's my favorite.
Do you want my movie I always go back to watching, even though it's like poorly rated? Do you have a movie like that where it's just like it has like it's bombed at the box office, it's got horrible ratings both on the end user side and the critic side, and yet you just love to watch it?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
The Rangers.
Self-burn.
There you go.
No,
there you go.
Not your own movie. It can't be your own movie.
Why not? You said
no. Give me an example.
Why is that exempt?
No, give me an example.
Okay, a movie that you just said a movie that's bombed at the box office.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it bombed at the box office, but it gets poor reviews by both the users and the critics, and yet it's just something they love to watch. And yeah, guilty pleasure movies at Fat Fox. Like, for example, well, I don't know if that would be a good example.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like burned by both, right? Because typically the critics don't like it, the audience loves it, right? Or vice versa.
Yeah, but I'm talking
So-
about ones that just, it's not that they've got like 5%. I mean, like, you know, they're 40, 50% kind of thing. Rotten Tomatoes, both sides. Like, for example, I like the Robin Hood that Russell Crowe is in.
Okay.
And that one generally is not viewed as very good. I just love it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. And
Mark Strong is the villain in that one.
Yes. Oh, he's the villain. If he's in a movie, he's most likely the villain.
Except when he voices a space marine. Like, that's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
not a villain there. But you can't see his face, so like it kind of exempt from it.
Getting some ideas on Pacific Rim. See, I don't know if Pacific Rim bombed though when it came to the users' reviews.
Also, I don't think that bombed at the box office. I think that did well. at the
Yeah,
box office.
but I think,
Rate of Fire. That's actually not a bad one.
yeah, no, that's a good example.
Where it's like didn't do great at all at the box office.
Or like you look at Pacific Rim and like overall people agree, yeah, it's not a great movie, but because like the dialogue sucks and the story doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
But it's a fun movie to watch, right?
Really quick, yes, that is correct. Wolf Priest Kiarl. Which pledge is for the massive demon girl with wings? That is the Horrors of the Veil. Thank you, Stephen Kemp, for answering that question.
Yeah.
We're talking about
That Robin Hood movie was great, but Men in Tights is better. Travis says. You know, I actually tried to rewatch Men in
Tights.
like a couple of years ago because I remembered loving it as a kid.
Carrie always.
Yeah, when as a kid you liked anything, and I got like 5 minutes in, and I'm like, I can't.
Watch anything.
I can't.
Watch anything 100 times.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I'm just like I can't. I couldn't get more than 5 minutes. The jokes were so bad. Like it just felt it was just so bad.
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
That's such a good movie. I like that movie.
Oh, I love it. Oh my god.
Yeah, you like you know what I really
Well, that's
hate?
fair. It was a fun movie, to be fair.
I hate that the Rotten Tomato score is on movies when you're like scrolling through to see what you want to rent or buy. I hate that. It's like
Brent!
stop trying to tell me what to watch.
We are canceling the apocalypse tonight because Brent says so.
No,
Okay?
that was the quote from Pacific Rim.
Yes.
Ah,
Oh yeah, that's right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's such a good movie. It's that, as quoted by Honest Trailers, it's either the dumbest, I got the most amazing dumb movie or the dumbest amazing movie.
It's right in the middle there.
It's just like you don't know if it's awful or if it's just like, if it's just the best thing ever. Because yes, you watch it, you're like cool, and then like lame.
Whoa, yes. That's what it is. By the way,
The Warcraft movie, that's another one. Yeah, surprisingly fun. I like the Warcraft movie.
I didn't like it. Yeah.
I've watched it a few times. It's just like one of those things on Netflix where I'm like, yeah, what the heck?
I saw it once, and I was just like,
It's not good.
that's it.
I can
Yeah.
objectively say it's not good, and yet there's just a weird your brain, right? Some things just kind of click for it, and yet you can logically look at that and be like, this is not a good piece of cinema, and yet why do I like it?
By the way, we can blame the large miniatures on Goob. Okay, so it was his idea to actually print
On
big
Goobertown?
Amari. Yeah, Goobertown hobbies. It's his idea to print large Amaris, and look what it spawned. Brent, take a look. Okay, like your fault. Okay, that this fun factor is all you, man. Because there's a Tyrek now, and now there's a Davicus, and so now these are Titan models. That's what Matt said. Titan model version of
The
Ravistar.
200 millimeter version.
200 millimeter. But it's fun. Gonna paint this up because we're in the hobby now, Matt. We're actually legit in the hobby now. And Jeremy offered to teach me how to airbrush. So my first video will be me stumbling through airbrushing.
Got to airbrush that big bad boy.
Yes, okay, that's the first video because I got to learn how to do it, right? And so there's many people who are learning how to airbrush who are apprehensive to learn because there's a lot of like, oh, I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to clog the gun. I don't whatever, right? So there's all that, which that's the reason why I didn't paint to begin with. Yeah, overwhelming.
I think we missed a super chat. Not this one. Sergeant Salt just super chatted to say we missed this super chat. But I can't go back on my phone.
All right. No, that's not
No, I already said that one.
it. Did we?
Just share
No,
and
we already
shake.
did that. Already did that. Yeah. Already did that one.
What did we miss?
Sergeant
Sergeant Salt. I read that one. That was Sergeant Salt that said we missed his, right? Going crazy. I've already. Yeah, I read that.
Wait, what was that one?
That's him saying, "Hey, you missed my last super chat."
Hold on. Oh, maybe he didn't hear us say it, so we should go back and just say it.
Yeah, you get the $10 saying. Ooh, I remember reading it. But thank you again. We do appreciate it. Love the work y'all are doing. I remember saying y'all twice. Very exciting to see the future work y'all put into this project. And if the figs are as good as they look, you got yourselves a customer for life. Keep up the great work, guys.
I do remember you saying that.
I definitely did, but thank you. And I apologize that you missed that. That's a very Canadian thing for me to say.
Very.
I don't mean that in like an underhanded way. I'm sorry that you were.
I love airbrushing. Tabletop chart. Cool. Keats Cast. Hello, how are you?
Look, Jim, sorry for repetitive. Do you guys see more factions in the future? It's not even half an hour. It's every 15 minutes. Yes, Jim, lots of ideas.
Here's an idea.
What's the idea?
I'm going to run a poll, see what people would choose.
Oh, boy.
Okay. This is fun. Nothing set in stone. Okay. Please continue talking, whatever. I'm going to start a poll.
I can't talk here, covering up all the comments. But it's okay. I'll look on my phone.
That's fair.
Oh, Goopertown is... Oh, you knew he was here. Woo! Did you see Goopertown reply? He went, woo!
To what comment?
I don't know. Just said woo. I'm assuming to you saying Goopertown got me to making these big things.
Yes. I've heard it. I didn't see it technically.
Oh, you don't have to say sorry, Sergeant Salt, unless you're Canadian. In which case, sorry that you had to say sorry.
Sorry that you have to say sorry to get me to say sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Yep, it is a Canadian thing to say. Sorry. Sorry. Are we supposed to say it? Do we say sorry or sorry?
Sorry is Canadian.
Is sorry?
Sorry is like Hollywood.
Sorry. Sorry.
Sorry.
A boot? I don't know about that.
It's not a boot. It's a boat.
It's a boat. I don't know about that. I can't do it.
Whoa! Pump the brakes there, eh, bud?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, you just had to kind of... You got to kind of move back here and make it all... Well, there's a reason it's kind of musical, eh?
Yeah, it's a sing-song.
It's because it's a little bit of Irish. If you throw a little bit of Irish in there, you get a little bit of Canadian.
Well, the East Coast, yeah.
East Coast is Irish.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Newfies. Totally Irish. What are you looking at me like that for?
I did... I love how you say it in the accent still.
I don't know about that.
Ooh.
You hoser. Kick off, eh? Well, that's Eastern. It's also Northern Ontario. Once you get out more rural, it starts to sound a bit like that. You go out west, though, you don't really hear that accent. Just hear our...
No, that's... They talk... They're like, here's my family. Yeah.
What?
Family. They don't say family. They say family.
Family?
Yeah.
Like with a lift?
It's a little bit different. No, it's not. There's no
You're
list.
talking about a lift.
Family.
Family.
Yeah. Family.
Yeah.
We say family. They say family.
Family.
Yeah.
Oh, not a TH. Like family. Like but family. Like they're trying to be all posh. Like family.
They're not trying to be anything.
It's my family.
They drive trucks because they live in truck country.
My
They get
family.
chips in the windows.
I'm gonna have some space dragons. And some space squids.
Space dragons. What's the next one? What's the
Well, obviously,
oh, rats.
No, cybernetic elven vampires.
Well, now I can't put it that because you're like assuming that it has to be here.
Cybernetic
Cyber.
elven
No.
vampires.
It's got to be space.
Space elven vampires. Good enough. Cybernetics implied. I'm not reading the comments.
All right, there you go.
Mini Wargaming goes Trailer Park Boys, says Jason and J-Dog. Yeah. You hoser. Yeah, you hoser.
Yeah.
The Neva Clan.
Ryan! Ryan's watching.
€2. Or is that euros? Yes. Hey everyone, Matt and Dave. How's it going? Ravaged Star hype. That was his first ever super chat. So thank you very much.
So hold on one second. Ryan? Hi, Ryan. Thank you for tuning in. This is what we're doing right now. Very good comment. Bump the brakes there, eh, bud? That's all I got to say. Yeah.
Matt says I was a tad meh on Ravaged Star as I don't care for dwarves and chaos, but the Gorkog got me. Love the aesthetic as it gives me some 90s Zerg vibe. That's exactly what we're going
Space Elven Vampires, 39% out of 4 options.
Obviously, it's going to win. I want it to win. I'm yeah, by a large. Well, space rats are close behind. Space squids
are close.
Did you say space squids? Did you mean space mind vampires or mind flayers, or did you mean like actual squids with legs?
Are you asking me what I meant?
Yeah, what do you mean by space squids? Like just a squid?
Kraken face.
Do you mean like? Did you ever play Crisis? The aliens from Crisis.
No.
They're like they're called cephalopods, but they're like suits and stuff.
Nope. Did not play
So
it.
they're like a squid, space squids.
Hey, the rats are catching up through the vampires, man. Okay.
Come on, Team Space Elven Vampires, do it! No,
The rats
Not
are
space
winning.
rats.
The rats are winning.
Well, you know what? There has to be more rats because they're rats. So technically, there are less elves. So I'm winning the poll.
Hey, wait. Now it's almost a three-way tie.
No. We don't
three-way
need
tie,
space
yeah.
dragons.
I
Don't end the poll.
Yeah, I
No,
got
don't wait until they're ahead. What? You cheated. You waited until they were ahead.
There's no right or wrong to when to end it.
Okay, well, you know what? Like I said, there needs to be more space rats because they're rats.
You
So they're
cheated.
little. They're little. So, you know.
Mind flayers. Space Dave Jones from Space Caribbean.
Space Davy Jones from Space Caribbean. He has a boat that just like goes in and out of the veil as he wants, but he does it by turning it upside down.
I'm worried about the lore. If you're just going to mush a bunch of random factions together, hope you have a great writer to make it make sense. So
That's a good question or comment, but like honestly, the lore is the stories.
the lore is young,
and stories.
There's an incredible interest. I want to say there's a wave of interest, and it's like once the campaign is over and we can not run the sprint anymore, then we can properly organize all of that. Don't you worry. There will be a lot of lore to sink your teeth into.
And lore is one of those things where it kind of builds over time because you can walk in and have an idea of what the universe looks like, but as you develop it, it becomes like it takes time to develop lore because there has to be more stuff written to be able to flesh out the universe. And when it comes to stories, like we were talking about before, originality, right? Like you look at Harry Potter, it was great success. What is its story? Well, it's the same story as Star Wars. You know, there's an evil person trying to be racist against everybody else. And there's a chosen one who's a kid who doesn't know what he's doing, who has a mentor who's older, who dies, spoiler, and eventually the kid finds those secret powers within himself to be able to defeat this evil overlord who's like, it's the same story. Like that's the Lord of the Rings. It's like with Frodo going at the ring, right?
Where was the twist? Who's Harry Potter's father? Twist.
No, mentor.
We already, but now that no, okay, yes, that's the same. But what about that?
What about what? The mentor?
What about the twist of I am your father? That doesn't exist in Harry Potter, Matt. It's not the exact same.
No, I'm not saying the exact same. I'm saying the basic idea of the story.
Devil advocate.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that when it comes to lore, what makes, like when people say this universe has really good lore, and yeah, it might have good lore, but what really it has is established lore. It has had time to have stories written that get your imagination running. Because like, if you look at Horus Heresy, for example, what makes people love Horus Heresy? Models, sure, they're great. But you read the books, and then you get an idea of what's going on. And then you want to reenact that, right? But it takes time for that lore to be developed. And so we're being a little cavalier talking about what the next race is going to be. Like, we're not just going to do space rats or whatever. Like, it's going to be with a little more thought than that. So we are just partially joking about how quickly they're coming to ideas. But
Is there? Are we joking?
it's hard to tell. Right now, it's getting late.
Yeah.
It's been more than 4 hours. We're more than halfway through our stream.
Don't know what reality is right now.
I think we're more than halfway through. We'll see, we'll find out. But yeah, no, I get it. I get it's going to be work for us to develop a lot of good lore. So
yeah, as it should.
Siren Spear, cool miniatures equals 99% of people playing. No, I don't agree. I actually really don't agree. Because
with what?
Siren Spear says it's the miniatures that get most people playing. I don't think so. I think miniatures are important, but I think the lore is actually probably, if we had to rank them, I'd put lore at the top. And my reasoning for that is because we look at all of these licensed games. For example, Star Wars. Star Wars X-Wing became an instant success. So much so that they couldn't keep up with sales. Like they had a sales problem for like almost a year where they couldn't get enough product in. And you can't tell me, well, because the models were beautiful. It's like those models were just TIE fighters and X-Wings. Like they don't look that great. Like they look fine, but it's the established lore that got people wanting to play that. They wanted to reenact things that were happening there.
What do you guys think?
Same with Lord of the Rings. Same thing with Marvel Crisis Protocol. Same thing with all of these games. You're seeing a surge of, yeah, there's unique lore and stuff, but you're seeing the ones that are really kind of hitting their stride and getting more money are typically the licensed ones from known IP.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
And people, yeah, see, we're seeing it already in the poll. I know this is very biased.
Well, here's the thing.
32
You
votes.
literally just said that, right? So how much
And that has an influence.
how much influence is there, right?
Yeah, because people are like, oh yeah, you're right, it is lore. So, yeah, the game. I've always said games need to be designed good enough to stay out of the way of fun, which is a funny thing to say from the person writing the rules. Because I'm trying to make the game as good as possible and as fun as possible, but in the end, I want it to be able to be so good that it stays out of your way.
So here's a question then, okay? Let's say there isn't an established lore.
We definitely need to get one up in the next year.
There isn't an established, hypothetically,
Okay.
not Ravaged Star, okay? Any game. There isn't established lore, but there is lore associated with the game, said game, right? What would be the thing?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What's
If
the
there
thing?
isn't lore, but there is lore?
There isn't known lore. The lore exists for a game. Let's say Ravaged Star, okay? And actually, it's a good example. Right now, the lore is not known, right?
We have a bunch of stuff written, but not published.
It's not published yet, right? And so what would be the thing that would get people into the game, right? It's the aesthetic, right? Because you see the models, you draw,
I think we see it, right? If you take lore out, what's the second winner kind of thing? It'll be the game and the models, obviously. But I think to really make Ravaged Star work in the long run, we're going to have good lore.
Now, that one I absolutely agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah, because for me, anyway, and this is anecdotal, but it's also a projection of what I've observed. Yeah, lore keeps you in the game, right? Because like lore survives editions of gameplay.
Yeah.
Okay? Like you can get into a thing, edition 1, in edition 10, you're like, oh, yeah, I'll play again. But you still love the lore, right? Or you can be like, I don't like this current edition, but man, I love these characters. So the lore carries you through. So
I think also when we talk about these established ideas where we say we're going to do space, elven, vampires, there might not be an established lore yet, but you can immediately picture kind of what they could be. And because there's lore told in all sorts of other things, that those archetypes allow you to be able to visualize it quickly, which is why it's important to have some sort of familiarity to things as well.
yes.
Oh, game took over. People are saying game is more important than lore. But models are at the bottom, at least of our 65, 67 votes.
When
the poll.
you get 50 or more votes, the same as if there's 10,000 votes.
Oh, but they're being, like you said, influenced by what we're saying.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
I'm giving you fact, not opinion. That's what I've observed through, I don't know how many polls over the years. It's a close approximation to much more votes.
Yeah. And Siren Spear is trying to back up their argument by saying, hey, the first campaign did over 1 million. This Ravaged Star is doing well. It's like, yeah, but there's a lot of factors in that. You're right, cool minis. Just think, for example, if we did have books already written about Ravaged Star, and those books were doing really well.
It would have done way better.
This wouldn't be $1 million. This would be several $1 million.
True.
So easily. Now, of course, we can argue back and forth about this. Neither of us really know. We have to go to an alternate universe. But it is my strong opinion that for the majority of people, what get them into games is the lore. Now, not every game. Like you could walk through Adepticon and there will be a game that you want to play, not because of the lore, but because of the setting. So the setting is different than the lore. So it might be a game where you just like, oh, it's a familiar setting. It's a
Sci-fi,
it's a post-apocalyptic setting.
Post-apocalyptic, steampunk.
That looks kind of like Mad Max. I'm in, right? I don't know the lore of your thing, but the setting is cool. To me, that's kind of that's a lore / setting is kind of the same thing. Not the same thing, but in the same reasoning. And then when they do a demo game, the game has to not suck. And if the game doesn't suck, it won't drive you away.
What defines a game that sucks? You
Well,
don't have fun.
That's subjective.
How do you not have fun in a game?
I'd say if a game is too complicated to learn, that can kind of keep you away from wanting to get into it.
We're talking about barriers to entry now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's just it, right? Like, I need to be able. Somebody needs to be able to demo the game in such a way that I don't understand the rules, but I have a lot of fun. And so that's, obviously the person demoing is going to affect that. But I don't know. I've played a lot of games, and I can say that there's certain things about games I'm like, I can see what you're trying to accomplish, but it's just no point in trying to accomplish that.
How many games have you played?
I don't know. On the channel, just on the channel, is probably 15 to 20 different game systems. And there's all the ones I've played not on the channel.
Are you including all games? Like board games,
No,
video
just
games?
miniature war games.
Okay, miniature war games. Because there's also board game influence as well.
Totally. Especially now that we have more board games that are a crossover of a miniature game and a board game, right? Where they have a lot of influences on each other. But board games tend to be more complicated. Tend to be more.
Depending on the board game. Board games with miniatures, I should say, yeah.
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 And I'm not actually a big fan of that, to be honest. I wish board games were a little more simple, but still had the beautiful looking stuff, but not like a million components that slow it down. But anyway, that's personal preference right there.
I like Dice Throne. Dice Throne's a fun game. Feels like Battle Yahtzee.
All right, you can end the poll. I think it's honed in on an answer. So lore wins with game as a close second, and models down to 26%.
There we go. Yeah, very close. Lore and game, absolutely.
All right, hold on. We got.
Just pledged for the entire Mari collection. Let's go, boys. Dwarven Rip.
Thank you, Brother Fuhrer. We got a $2 super chat from Akador again. People come for the models, they stay for the lore. That might be an accurate way to kind of look at it too. If I'm walking through Adepticon,
yep.
Obviously what's drawing me in is not the lore; it's the cool looking table. But somebody can try to draw you in. I don't know the expression for this, but like just prettying up something that's ugly. So like I could
lipstick on a pig.
Yes, lipstick on a pig. Thank you. So if I made a beautiful table, so let's say we have two exhibitioners side by side, and one of them has the best game with the best lore. And the models are good too. But the person next to them has a crappy game with crappy lore, but they have a gorgeous table. Now, what's going to draw your attention first?
Well, it's the visuals.
Right.
Yeah.
And then once you have time to try to learn them, but maybe you'll never learn that other game because it never got drawn in. So there's always the salesmanship as well.
It's the visuals. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think it's the feeling, right? So if you're at Adepticon specifically, if someone comes up, you're like, touch, feel, examine. Right? That's different than no attention given. Right? It's like, oh, I guess I'm going to just look around and see what this is all. Oh, that's
exactly.
cool.
So it's tough.
Yeah.
Good products can get lost because there's no good salesmanship to it. And bad products can, at least at first, sell because there's good sales attached to it.
It is trifecta sparks. All three are definitely needed.
You absolutely are right. But the question, I guess, is more what keeps you for the longest time.
Davy Jones, thank you, man. Painting up some Veil Touch Domineering. That's awesome. That's all the cultists.
That's right.
Yeah. There's also the alternate version of Davicus in that one, which is super cool. And then you got like the support dudes, all the heavy guns.
Man, there's been some good questions. I'm trying to get them all.
Well, funny, when I say touch, feel, examine, I just get reported. It's all context. Touch, feel, examine the sword. Oh, that's fun. Will we be able to adjust, add to the pledge after closing? Yes, but later.
Divine Erdrick says, but 40K is the top one, and many people find the lore impenetrable. See, I disagree. 40K is the most popular right now because it is the oldest. And not that they haven't done a good job, but you've got that going for it.
Hold on, you're saying that as an absolute fact with certainty. 40K is the most popular because it's the oldest.
Well, think about it for a second. The lore of 40K, when you really go back, is rather goofy and silly, right? Now they've gotten really cool stories in it. But once again, I've read a lot of 40K novels and Age of Sigmar novels, and I love a lot of them. But when you really boil down their stories, those can be easily copied and pasted over to any fantasy or sci-fi universe. But they're awesome stories that make me want to play 40K and Age of Sigmar because they're specifically about Space Marines or Stormcast Eternals or Goblins or whatever. But they're easily, like especially the AOS ones, could mostly copy and paste those into a D&D campaign and it would work just fine.
Mm-hmm.
So, but when you look at the early stuff, it's, kind of silly. And it became more serious over time. And like just the concept is actually rather silly if you really think about it. But they've made it cool with the stories. So I say 40K, you can't just be like, well, this most popular, so blah blah blah. It's like it's been around the longest. It's like except for Warhammer Fantasy, you have that grandfathered in. So when you're the one to start it, you're going to break a lot of the exceptions. And let's be clear, 40K is an established IP now. Star Wars was brand new when it came out, and it became an established IP, which is why they want to make other things out of it. Yeah. I want to make a war game. Rather than come up with something new, let's just license the IP from Star Wars because then there's lower risk, because people will recognize it and want to play. Right? We should make also a good game and good minis and all that kind of stuff, but in the end, we're lowering our risk because it's established IP. Well, 40K is also established IP. People recognize it, especially now. We got lots of computer games that have come out that make it even more recognizable. Movies are the elusive thing. For some reason, we don't have a good 40K movie yet. I don't know why. It's,
You know what? Maybe it's just a matter of like, okay. When I see movies that are made from books, typically, I mean, that's a business decision. It's right. Like, all right, how big is the fan base here? Oh, there's millions. Okay, yeah. If we make a movie, we got some statisticians here. Typically, we make about this much if we do a trilogy. Blah blah blah. So with 40K, perhaps those numbers haven't reached the point where it's a no-brainer decision for executives. Right? Because here's the thing, we don't know.
No, of course
Ultimately, we don't know,
course not.
but why not? Because in my mind, and perhaps it's biased because we've been so immersed in this community for so many years, of course we're going to be like, yeah, we got to make a movie, but what's the actual fact? The fact is it's a certain size, and it's really compared to other IPs that are having movies made. So if I'm an executive and I'm looking, all right, this IP, how many, what's the fan base there? 10 million? Okay, what's this one? 100 million? I can't remember.
no, I
Right?
don't disagree.
So-
I think the video games are starting to expand are most likely expanding the fan base of 40K and fantasy faster than the game itself. It's almost like, it's kind of like the comic book stuff, right? I remember the stat being that when Iron Man came out, it made almost as much money as all the comic books ever sold of Iron Man, as if that was just like a lead up to it. So we're working backwards here, right? We start with the miniature game, develop the IP, when really people are taking established IP to make the miniature game. Almost like this is the merch,
Yeah.
of those movies.
100%.
Yeah, and there's
It's backwards, right?
except that this isn't just merch because it costs tons of money to get into this hobby, whereas merch typically is not as expensive.
You would think there would at least be an animated series.
You'd think so.
Like, and I'm not
Like,
talking about,
heck, BattleTech had animated series back when we were kids.
and I'm not talking about like necessarily like computer animated series. Like it could be, right? But I'm talking about like animated series, like Transformers back in the day,
Yeah.
animated series, selling the game or selling the toys, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the footprint's already there. Dave,
Yeah.
when are we going to get a cover of you singing the "I Really Like Corn" song? Are you talking about "It's Corn"? And it's like the kid singing when he's
Oh,
eating corn.
it's the juice, it's got the juice. That one?
I think so. Yeah. I really like the corn song.
Come on, phone.
All right. What are the chances the Terrain STL will be available for purchase? I don't have a printer and I want to have it in a very high quality resin print. Well, first off, the STL will be made for those who back during the campaign for free. So you can get this. This is what we're talking about right here.
We'll talk about like printing it in the forge and actually making it available, but that won't be cheap. A lot of resin.
That won't be cheap.
Yeah. To
Yeah.
sell it like the
Yeah.
printed version.
I don't know how practical that is,
It's
to be fair.
well, for those that want it.
Yeah.
Like-
I guess that's the STL, if that's free, right, for backers, this is like a physical thing. It would have to be sold, right?
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
get the free physical one. What I'm trying to get them to do is to redo it slightly so it's good for FDM printers as well.
Unless
that
you
would
leave me
make-
alone on the live stream, I'll just give it away for free.
I don't care about this
I'm
being
quoting
giveaway.
people. They make jokes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. I don't care about giving this.
Dave was left alone again.
But I mean, like, I wanted to optimize it for FDM. There's a few things I would change just to make it so that it prints without supports on FDM or with minimum supports. And as soon as it's FDM, this becomes much cheaper.
A lot more practical. To
I'm trying
produce,
to think how much I would sell it for.
that's a brick. That can kill someone. Like this
No,
is
I know. I'm
pure resin.
I'm trying to compare to other things that we already sell in the forge because we do terrain. It might be like $40 or $50 FDM, but it'll be like $150 resin, easy, 200 maybe, which is just like that's too much. Like printing and selling 3D printed stuff, you have to watch your margins really well because it can get up there really fast.
So, Space Marine Bomb, it's not just the size of the fan base, but the cost of that IP. Remember, Disney now owns Marvel, so the IP is cheap now. Warner Brothers owns DC. A movie studio would want to own 40K, not just license.
Oh, for the right price,
That's
sure they'll sell.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, right? Because then they have like full creative license to kind of promote it how they wish, right? But at the same time,
Well, it's a lot of
it also
things too, right?
it also potentially sacrifices the roots of it, and because things can get altered because they have free reign over it, right? So if they own it, then they can do whatever they want with it, literally, and so that that bastardizes it. So I don't know if that's necessarily what would be the best if we're fans of it.
Yeah, as fans of it. Well, look what
Right?
they did to Star Wars, right? Forget the movies and if you like them or not. They literally said all this stuff is no longer canon. All these books, all these video games that were created are no longer part of the canon Star Wars universe. As if they felt they had the authority to say that, which is funny because they own it, so you think that they would. But the fans are like, yeah, no, it's definitely still part of the canon. But they did that. They came in and basically swept out like decades of stuff that was produced and said, no, none of that's canon, because then we have to know it all. We have to make proper new stuff, right? Seriously.
Nag, Logan, good on you, lads. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. That is going to get a heart over here.
Demon A said, Matt, didn't you dislike Age of Sigmar until you started to read the books and started to see personality in Stormcast? I think you're mixing up a couple things. I liked Age of Sigmar. I didn't like Stormcast Eternals until I read the books, and then I liked them. I still don't play them. I still find them boring on the table. But in 40K, I didn't care about Imperial Guard. Not one lick. And then I read the... Hannah's First. What's that whole series?
Please, Matt, you're
Gaunt's
opening old
Ghosts.
wounds. You're opening old wounds.
Gaunt's Ghosts. I read the whole Gaunt's Ghost series, and that's when I did Storms of Ixia, that narrative campaign that had Imperial Guard and Orcs and stuff. Because all of a sudden I read Gaunt's Ghost series, and I'm like, oh, Imperial Guard are dope. They're awesome. They're cool. But when I really think about the story that was being told, it could have been a World War II story.
Could have.
It copy and paste would have fit, except for the, chaos and the demons coming out. But still,
It was human, right?
everything else was just like human stuff. And you're like, I just love it. And so, yeah, it is what gets you into it. But, yeah,
Stason, hey, this game has so much potential. I think you're sitting on a gem here.
thanks.
Yeah, I think we're sitting on a gem as well.
Amazon is doing Warhammer. I know we've heard that. I haven't heard anything more about that, though. Don't read that one.
Don't tell me what to read and don't read. I'm going to read it. Okay, my propensity to rebel. If you don't want attention given to something, don't mention a word of it. That's the strategy. Remember this. Okay, I'm telling you, this is safe. This is like safety proofing.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Read whatever you want.
Now I'll read nothing. Now I can't read a thing, Matt.
I know, right? Balance to Spare, is Ravaged Star going to have additions, or how is balancing going to be handled? Well, I'm assuming that in the next 50 years, there will be a newer edition of the rules than what it is now.
50 years. 50 years.
Well, I'm saying at some point there will be a new edition. So, but balancing, how will balancing be handled? I'd say, and I'll say this from my point of view because I'm the one mostly handling that, at least for now. Once I get to actually balancing the factions, I'm going to do a combination of force organization and points values, because I believe that both are necessary to get a semblance of balance. Now, first off, pure balance is impossible. You can argue about that all day long. But like, we're keeping the points values off of the cards. So I'm hoping that the rules that are on the cards, those will remain for quite a while. And we'll just adjust points values.
Read this, Dave. Not Matt.
Vito. So, yeah, I think most problems can be fixed with just balancing points. You don't have to be like, hey, this thing is too good with this many shots, so we have to lower the number of shots. It's like, no, just make it more expensive.
So, okay, here's something though. Hold on, Dave, don't do the chest pad intro you did for. No, I have to do it. Like, come on, don't say don't. Okay, you don't super chat now. Don't stop it. Stop. Future stop it.
Right now, finish what you're saying about balancing the game and points and stuff.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
So there's a couple thoughts there. One is like, in a practical sense, does there really need to be new editions of core rule sets?
Yes.
Okay, so
because whatever I do right now, I will be better at the game or better at writing in 5 years from now.
That's fair. Okay, but let's say you were that 5 years now, and you made a rule set that was like really good. Okay.
10 years from now.
But I guess 10 years. Okay, all right. But there's also this, right? Because we need to also acknowledge the fact that it's a really good marketing tool to get people into the game.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of like cool promotions, whatever, right? So it's kind of like it has this dual purpose.
Yeah.
Yes, we are better at whatever it is that we're making now. And yes, it is like this tidal wave of excitement that can be spread, right? It's like, what's the reason to get into it? Well, there's a new edition, there's new models, there's new units, whatever, right? Is it necessary?
Yes. 100%. Yes.
Is it necessary for the success of the experience of the game, of the products, of the sales,
Also,
of all
yes. Yes.
I would also say yes to that.
Yeah. Now, how fast it happens is a debate. I think your transition from first to second edition should always be your fastest one. I don't mean like 6 months from now, but I mean like because you learn a lot in that first edition. Second edition should hang around for a long time, and then the third edition should be like a good refined version. But even then, if this game lasted long enough, I'd eventually want there to be 10 editions because the gaming industry evolves. What we want in the game today is different than what people wanted a game 20 years ago. So you look at D&D, for example, in 3.5, that was a very popular edition. And now 5th edition, which throws away a lot of the complexity of 3.5, there's a lot of people who played 3.5 who are like, 5th edition sucks, I don't want it that way. But it sells. It does way better because they learned. And there's new things have come out. And we've also learned from everybody else. So as new games come out, new ideas will come out. Like how to do movement faster. Star Wars Legion had the really cool idea, move the unit leader and then all the squad. I'm like, that's cool, I'm going to do that. Why isn't every game doing this? Maybe we'll slowly see games switch to that. Like, why would we want it to stay the same? Like, why do you want it to stay old? I know there might be some games where that argument could be made. Like I know Blood Bowl, for example, once it went out of print, people kept playing the crap out of that because it's a simple board game.
The argument is this, Matt. I'm interrupting because you can go on. So, and I'm going to want to say what you just said. I got to acknowledge what you just said. The argument to stay is that some editions are just amazing. So if there's a game and it's like, oh, I really love this edition, it's awesome, and the new edition comes out, oh, that sucks, because it's all about the experience.
That's the fear that somebody like that's what they want to. They want us to stay in the same edition, or maybe they do, because they want to get familiar with it and then never have to learn a new one. But that doesn't mean it remains accessible. That's the problem, right?
What does that mean?
So somebody who loves 3.5, who's read all the books, the tomes of rules, who has them all up here.
3.5?
D&D 3.5.
Okay.
That to them is accessible because they can sit down and they can GM whenever they want. Or they can play whenever they want. They can build characters. They know all the stuff.
Sure.
Somebody new coming in, not accessible. Okay? But 3.5 was still way better than the THACO system. That was the second edition.
THACO?
Yes. To hit AC 0. It was the weirdest backwards way. So imagine, I said, in order for you to hit, you have to roll a 4+. Straightforward, right? It's like, okay, but your stat, your defense stat, which is like, it's an 18, which means you take the 18 and you subtract a number, and then you need to then add your modifier, and that's what you need to hit.
Have fun.
But it's the same thing, just represented differently, right? So they learned from that. They're like, THACO is too confusing, let's do 3.5, which
the name is confusing.
To hit AC 0, THACO.
To hit a C0?
AC, like armor class. To hit armor class. Oh, I was still doing a frickin' thing within a thing.
Acronym within a...
acronym within an acronym. You're right. I didn't even think about that.
Because here's the thing. As a non-player, everything you're saying to me is Greek.
Exactly. And so 5th edition removes a lot of that and makes the game more accessible. But then now they're coming out with the next edition, which we're not calling 6th edition, which tries to then make it even more accessible. Like they're learning. Why would we want it to stop? Like why would we want that to stop? Why would we want this? Because people get comfortable in the rules and they don't want it to change. Well, that stops future people from really enjoying the game. And
does it?
Yes, 100%.
Why
if
can't
D&D stayed in 3.5, they'd have far less players.
Okay, so here's an argument against it, even though I don't know what I'm saying. So argument against that is this. Ignore that.
It's a telemarketer anyways.
Now you can't ignore it because I told you to.
It's fine.
It's really the same thing. If I'm a brand new player, I don't care what edition it is. I just want to play. So why does it matter if it's 3.5 or a new one?
Because 3.5 is harder to learn than 5th edition.
Is it?
Yeah.
Objectively speaking, it is?
Objectively speaking. There is more to learn. The books are thicker.
Okay, so
the
there's
rules
more
are
to learn.
More complicated.
So when you say accessibility, it's an easier learning curve.
Now, it's not always that way. Just because something's easier doesn't mean it's more accessible.
What if I don't mind the crunchiness then?
Then play 3.5. You can go back and play it. Nobody's stopping you from playing older editions.
So what you're saying is it is objectively true that there's a rule set that is less complicated than it's easier to get into. That's what you just said. That's basically what you're saying.
If it's less complicated than an earlier version of itself, then it must be easier to get into because that's what less complicated means.
But how do we know it's less complicated? What is the metric to measure that?
Number of rules would be one thing.
Is it?
Yep. So
because in our game, there's a lot of universal special rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then
it would be less complicated and easier to get into if I got rid of all of those.
Well, all of them. That wouldn't have the flavor, though.
There's that happy medium. But all I know is that if I designed this game 10 years ago, it would have been way more complicated. And by today's standards, would be hard to get into.
Ah, yes.
By today's standards. See, this is the big thing for game design, right? It's a whole game theory thing of how to write the perfect game, which doesn't exist, of course, because it depends on what you're trying to accomplish.
And
But-
define perfect game, right?
Right. Like, I don't think Ravaged Star is going to have the perfect rules. It's going to have the rules that I think are most appropriate for Ravaged Star.
Yeah. So what does that mean? Perfect. What does that mean? Perfect rules.
Perfectly fun, perfectly accessible, perfect. I don't know. Give your list of things that a game system should be.
Because when you're saying no game rule set can be perfect.
It can't be.
So then what is that standard of perfection for a game? Because you're saying no game can be. So what is that? What is the standard?
That's a good debatable question.
Right.
In my opinion, it is that it's accessible and easy to learn.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean there's not complexity. There can be complexity hidden behind like advanced stuff.
Is checkers a perfect game?
Or chess.
That's way more complicated than checkers.
Is checkers a perfect game? Absolutely not. It's very simple. It's too simple. And therefore it does
Subjectively speaking, too
does
simple.
not have as much replayability.
Doesn't?
Right.
I would
Because you get bored of
argue
it.
it has a lot more replayability because it's so simple, it becomes more than just the mechanics of the game. It becomes more about the interaction with the other player.
Sure. But that's more like a side thing. Any simple game could do that. Checkers just happen to be one of the first.
Yeah.
See where I'm getting at? So yeah, but it's a whole argument. It's a whole argument.
You know, okay, that's Demon Ace. Perfect. Nothing is perfect because perfect means 100% of people
Nope,
like it.
I disagree with that, Demon Ace.
So, okay.
Something can be perfect and people can dislike it.
What's perfect?
I'm not saying
How do we define perfection in a game?
I don't think there is a perfect game. Period. I don't
But-
think there can be a perfect game.
But what does
not
perfect
because
mean?
people don't love it.
What does perfect mean?
Because if a game system was, yeah, that's just it. But like, forget games, like anything. Anything can be perfect, and somebody could still be like, I don't like that. They could just be, just a negative Nancy, right? I do have a super chat I have to read. No.
Holly.
Yep.
we're
$20
gonna heart this.
from Edith. Hi, Daddy. We just got McDonald's. So you bought the McDonald's and then spent $20 from Lizzie.
How can it goes right back to you?
Boy. Lizzie said boy? That's not something Lizzie normally would say. And Elijah, what's up? From Esme, I love you and I'm excited that I lost a tooth. And from Iris, Dada. Ah, yeah, Dada. Yeah, Dada. I love you too, guys. So hopefully I will survive this live stream experience.
All right, we're getting close. Just looking at the campaign.
Oh, God.
So it's 1,070,278, and there's 3 hours left. So another 30K, and then we beat the original total of the original campaign, which lasted 8 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes, and 8 seconds. So can we beat it is the question. Now we're averaging 10K an hour.
No, we'll get
We're
roughly
going to
there.
get mighty close. Too close for comfort. Getting closer to $200. What is? The rules.
200,000. It's getting closer to 200.
Yeah, that's not 200,000.
Unless you're looking in Canadian or something.
That's
It's
Dave is
perfect means-
Dave is perfect, but some people don't like him. I don't know who doesn't like him, but I'm sure there is someone somewhere. There are many people that don't like me, believe me. Is perfect me no flaws? But someone will find flaws in 5, 10, 20 years?
Yeah, I know it's a weird existential question, a very philosophical thing to talk about. But let's just forget about perfect. Let's just talk
So
about like,
ideal.
what makes a good game. And once again, that's going to depend what you're trying to achieve in the game. So if we're playing a game with lots of minis on the table, I can say with certainty that it would be a worse game if there was a ton of complex rules for every single unit. So let's say like the movement system, for example. Let's say infantry had one way of moving, but elites had a different way of moving, and support had their own way of moving, and commanders have their own way of moving. Like totally different. So the core guys, yeah, they do the whole just move a guy and move everybody else. But the elite guys, they have to measure them individually. But on top of that, one guy can move 5 inches, the next one 4 inches, the next one 3 inches, the next one, I don't know, it's a stupid rule, obviously. And support, they can be picked up and put wherever they want as long as it's more than 8 inches away. They always redeploy. And commanders, they can hop from unit to unit when they move to represent them running from group to group, giving them courage.
Context, we're talking about Ravaged Star rules.
Yeah, that would be bad because it's like, why have 4 different types of movement when one would do just fine? So you have to be trying to accomplish something with what you're writing with the rules. So I'm trying to accomplish simplicity, but not at the cost of fun. And so I find that the universal special rules are a nice happy medium where they let people learn the rules faster, because it's not like my weapon, if I roll an 8 or higher, does 2 extra hits is written. And somebody else has a rule that says my weapon, when it gets a 7 or higher, gets 2 hits. And it's like, that's the same rule. So why are you like copy pasting, or maybe it's making a slight alteration to it? Instead, you make it a universal special rule, and then it becomes, what does yours have? It has reaping. Oh, I know what reaping does. So I think objectively, universal special rules make a game better. But there is a limit. I've even pared them down because I found that some of them were too similar to each other. And so I'm like, why do we have fear and terrifying, like that kind of thing, or stun and terrifying? Why do I have reaping and arcing? Well, they did the same thing, just more hits.
Arcing was fun.
But it still exists. It's just reaping. You could just do reaping 7+3, which does 3 hits instead of 2.
That's fair.
It's the same thing. Why waste time, say lot word, when few word do trick, says Josh. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Kevin.
Awesome.
But yeah.
How do you get rid of these support nubs?
A little bit. It's like sandpaper, but you have to be careful with that with the resin.
Yeah, so it doesn't break.
No, so you don't breathe the dust.
Yeah, health would be more important than model.
Yeah, you can use like very carefully with a knife. File will also work. Depends where you're working on.
Okay. This thing is really heavy, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Like much heavier than the Tyrek that was printed. Why is that?
I don't know.
Like it's
Maybe part of it had to be more solid.
significantly heavier.
But yeah. Anyway.
I'm gonna get like water for us. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll keep chatting with people while I sit. My tummy is a rumbling though, so we do have to think of dinner soon. Okay, what did I miss in the chat? Victor, Matt, Wizard of the Coast is trying to stop people playing 3.5. How could Wizard of the Coast possibly stop people playing 3.5? They just pick up their books at home and play it. Like you can't force them to stop. Jeremy, for me, Pathfinder is the RPG and 4th, 5th, the MMO. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, but I like the variety present in Pathfinder. Hey, that's fine. Daniel Hall says one of the issues with gamers today is attention span. We have a lot more going on in our lives as we age. You might be right. I think there's also something to be said about the fact that there's more people in the hobby now. And so it's not so much that we have lower attention spans. It's just that the only people who could be in the hobby before were people with larger attention spans. If you think about it that way, like older editions of Dungeons and Dragons, for example, it attracted a certain type of person. We called them nerds and geeks and stuff and made fun of them. I got made fun of too. But in reality, what it was that like nobody that had a social life and all these different things, this is not totally true, had time for all of that. And it was like, if you went to try to do it, it was just too complicated. And it's like, I don't want to read a whole tome just so I can play a game. And so they've improved that. Now, mind you, 5th edition is also more popular because of things like Critical Role and the internet and media and stuff like that too. But yeah, I'm not saying everybody who played D&D before was like a social, somebody with no social life and just a nerd. But I'm just saying that typically it's harder to get into that kind of stuff. And so typically it was the realm of the nerds. Jacob says Tetris is a famously perfect game. That's true. Yeah, that's a really good game. Akulu Kataktu, perfection is fleeting. It exists within a moment. Sure. Andre Oliveira, the rules are perfect today. It may be that the fashion and desires of the players change over time, and thus the game is updated. Even chess has been updated for centuries. That is true as well. So maybe the word perfect is not even correct. It's just more current. Right? The rules from the 90s don't really fit with what we want today, because what we want today is influenced by everything that's around us, right? So you have to evolve with that, whether evolving means getting better or just like changing to keep pace. Any more stretch goals, says Andrew? No more stretch goals to announce 3 hours before the whole thing ends. Orange Dragon, honestly love these interactions with your kids, both you, Matt, you, Dave, and Matt. Really warms my heart, and really looking forward to my own future with my current 3-year-old twins. Oh, twins. That would be tough. I've got 5 kids, and I'm saying twins would be tough. But thank you. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely give you a reason to do everything. In Chiovatu, is there any information on points, etc. for the box sets? I'm hoping to see a breakdown of all the models and the whims of their gods and the points model breakdown per faction. Not yet. I'll get on that in the next. Like, points are going to be like something I do hopefully by the end of the year. But the 2-player box sets are not going to be perfectly balanced to each other. They'll be approximates, but they won't be perfect. Because I don't want to be beholden to that. I don't want to be like, well, they have to be the same points, and therefore I have to change all their rules, even though I want this guy to have these rules because he's too good in this box. It's like, no. Let's just realize that 2-player starter sets aren't always, in miniature wargaming at least, aren't always perfectly balanced. So, yeah. Oh, Draxis is getting, she said, Holly is getting closer to the $200 she joked about earlier in the stream. I get it now. Ichivado, happy to do the work myself if you can point me to the resource that has the info for points and stuff. Yeah, we don't have points yet per model. That's not something I've developed. If you want to be part of that development, then go to our playtest servers, miniwargaming.com/playtest. Stephen Kemp is asking, this isn't the first game you guys have done. What lessons did you take from that game you produced 12 years ago? Dark Potential? I did talk about this earlier in the stream, but obviously it's a long stream. Essentially, I've learned a ton. Back then, we just didn't have the resources to do it. The original intent of the campaign, I was a $10,000 goal, real 10,000, not one of those like, $10, we hit our goal. It's like, no, $10,000 was the goal. I wanted to make 5 miniatures. We hit that goal in a couple of hours. I kept raising it, saying, well, let's do a whole box of these miniatures. And then it turned into rules and 3 factions, and I just kind of overdid it. And we raised $90,000, which was awesome back then, especially because all I had was one single picture and a few words on the campaign. And I spent all of it on getting the models made, and we fulfilled everything. I tried to make the game work for a year or two, but the sales didn't continue. Obviously it's really hard to make it work, especially back then. And I just had to divert my attention elsewhere. So what have I learned since then? Well, I've played so many more games since then, so my game design knowledge is much higher. And obviously we've learned the manufacturing has improved since then. These are going to be PVC, not metal miniatures. And metal had its time, but I don't think that it's really the best way to do miniatures anymore, at least not at this scale. But yeah, so we learned a lot there. So I feel much more confident this time around. But we did fulfill everything for Dark Potential. And we supported it for as long as we could, but we just couldn't afford to after that. Thank you so much, Omnissiah Sphinx, $50 super chat. That is awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I have been playing 40k Imperial Guard since 5th edition. What would be a good second army to play that can use all of the phases? And I don't know if I should look at an army that has a different playstyle. I'm not having fun with my Guard after the last 2 editions. Well, first off, if you have to play 40k, then because everybody around you plays 40k, what's a good army that plays all the phases? I think the Tyranids do. I'm a little biased there. So obviously Genestealer cults are pretty good. They got some nerfs, but they're still fine. They play shooting and close combat. Yeah, I'm biased towards those. I think Tyranids are a lot of fun. So, but I don't take the game too seriously. Like I lose most of my games in 10th edition with the way I play, and yet I still have a blast. So, not sure exactly if you've been finding the same thing. But thank you very much for that super chat. We definitely appreciate that. Kevin Obard, the way to have some complexity without making the game worse is with reference cards. Stop you having to look through a rule book for 5 minutes just to forget your aura ability. I agree. I plan on having a card, 8.5 by 11 card, like a full paper, and that would be all of the universal special rules on it, and mostly summarized, because for the most part you can read them summarized. And then if you need like clarification, you can look it up in the rule book. Tabletop Chuck, how bad is cold there? I need to convince my wife to move to Buffalo, New York. Depends where you're coming from. If you're coming from Alaska, it's warm here. If you're coming from Florida, yeah, it gets cold here, but during the winter. On our side, it's actually different in Buffalo, even though it's only like 30 minutes away from us, because they're on the other side of the Niagara River. And we're between the lakes. We get protected by a lot of that kind of stuff, so we don't get as severe storms. But it's fine. It's fine. But once again, I grew up here, so I'm used to it. Daniel Hall, that was one of those. I started playing in AD&D when I was 14, and that was 30 years ago. I didn't have a computer or a phone, so my attention was easier to focus. I do agree with that. I find that my kids, as much as they have the attention to sit down and like do crafts and all that kind of stuff, it can be hard for them to sit for very long periods of time because they're used to screens and stuff as well. So it's something that we always have to be cognizant as well. Jeremy Blankenship. Yeah, I come from the time that nerds were made fun of. I think, unless you're like in your early 20s, we all have. Aunt Bennett, are you planning on making terrain specifically for Ravaged Star? There's no plans to make terrain specifically for Ravaged Star officially, but we are working on new lines of terrain for the Mini Wargaming Forge, and there will definitely be some thoughts of making stuff that's Ravaged Star compatible. And so there's a little difference right there. All right, there's some people talking about Buffalo. Oh, read that one again. Oh, we got another super chat. Sorry, it's all the way down there. I'm trying to catch up on comments. Gwell or Gwell, $10 Canadian. Thank you. Hey, super happy for you guys. Been following you guys since 2014. That's a good chunk of time. Permanent Vault member now. To think after all this time, you guys have your own game coming. Seems only appropriate. Sky's the limit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that comment. Go. Andrew Fairbanks. Hey, Matt, signed up for the Galaxy at War, but passed on Azalea Unleashed because I felt there was just too many models. Can you add a smaller and cheaper Void Touch pledge during Ravaged Star 3.0? Yeah, the idea was we wanted to, the campaign was mostly about the new stuff, but it's like, but we might as well make the old stuff available because it's not available in stores yet. If it was available in stores, we probably wouldn't have it in the campaign, maybe. Because you don't want to disrupt that distribution chain. So hopefully by the next time we do a campaign, things will be available in stores and you won't have to worry about providing that in the actual campaign itself. And you kind of make them more manageable bite-sized campaigns so that we can get them done faster as well. Cody L, will the 2-player sets have the theme dice for each faction? Yes. So whatever the 2-player starter set is, it will have 10 dice for each of the 2 factions represented. I recommend having about 20 dice to play this game. You shouldn't ever need more. So you can either share those 2, or if you got like more than one 2-player starter set or bought an add-on for more dice, that could work as well. That tank is so huge and cool, says Stacks. Yeah, I like the tank. I'm a big fan. Oh, this thing right here. Yeah, it's still sitting on. Yeah, it's big. So, yeah, it's. I don't know if I'd have to compare it to the size of a Land Raider. Probably that's about as big as it gets. It's a monster on the table. It's not just a little support vehicle. It dominates for sure. Ooh, all right. So we've been at this for almost 5 hours. Well, maybe we didn't quite start at 12, but yeah. Decidia fan, will the 2-player starter set have enough tokens to play 3 to 4 players or just the 2? I think that one I don't know the answer to, because I know we've talked about making sure that we make tokens for at least 4 different colors so that people can play it multiplayer. But I don't know if that means it's all going to go on one sheet. So I know that it's going to be like board game punch-out tokens. And so it's possible that there's going to be just one sheet that manages to get all the tokens you need, in which case, yeah, it will. But I don't have the answer to that, and I apologize. I know we're still working on tweaking some of the details in those areas, but that's one I'm not 100% sure of. Driaxis, you could potentially roll 40 dice at once with the blast weapons on the VTASV. I thought I had that not the case. It's only one blast. I think I can fire twice. So the way blast works is it has a certain number of attacks, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it happens to be. But then you get to add half the number of models in the target unit rounded down. So if there's one model, you don't get any extra. So let me double check. But I thought, so if you're thinking that it fires twice, well, that would still be individual, so you wouldn't need it more than once, or you wouldn't need more than 20 dice. So let me double check what I did, because those are the latest ones that I wrote, so it's possible there's an error in there. The VTS, yeah, so it's the Skyfall battery, has 4 attacks with blast. Yeah. So if you shoot it at a unit of 12, you're getting 10 shots. Because 4 plus half the 12 would be 6. So I know you see it looks like it has 2 missile launchers, but it doesn't say that it has... Yeah, I'm not sure where you're getting that it could fire 40 shots. Because even if you fired at... Because it has one of its boosts is it gains Nova 2, which means it can fire at 2 different units. Even if you did that, and you fired at the biggest unit possible, which is 12, you'd still be getting 10 shots each. So that's still only 20 dice. And you wouldn't have any reason to roll those dice together anyways, because you have to do them one at a time. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, or you're just misreading how the rules work. But I think you might be thinking that since it has 4 attacks, whenever it resolves how many shots there are for the blast, you multiply that by 4. But even if that were the case, the largest unit you have is 12, which would become 6, and you multiply that by 4, that'd be 24. William Castillo is really hoping for a lot more gameplay videos. I know the rules are a work in progress, but really felt like lacking that matter. Feel like more gaming videos could have drawn in a lot more people. We posted, no, by the end, I think we did 6 or 7 games of it in the past couple of weeks. So, like you said, the rules are in development, so we can't film a bunch of them all at once because then the rules change. All right, hold on, let me back up a bit. Jason, I like the horrors the most, but I'm a chaos player, so my tastes are normally the same as Dave's. Yeah, they look pretty awesome. PC January, how does a tank compare to a 30k Land Raider in size? It's slightly smaller, but about the same size. Like they're not proportionately the same. I know there's a big similarity between the two, but it's pretty big. Credit and True Hobbies, what made you and Dave decide on the faction colors for each faction? I didn't decide on any of the colors. I think we just gave them to painters and they decided. But maybe Dave decided on the purple? I'm not quite sure. He's not here to report on that, though. We're taking turns taking a break. Daniel Hendrickson, Galaxy at War is the all of the new models minus the free stuff if missed, right? Yes. I for some reason my brain is not holding on to the names of all the pledges. Galaxy at War, yes. Yeah, it's all the new stuff minus the 3 new minis, which you'll get during this campaign. But like if you get the Galaxy at War pledge and the late pledge manager, and you don't get those 3 minis, and then there's also the free mini, which my brain I don't know why my brain can't remember names right now, but that you only got for free if you followed the campaign beforehand and backed. So if a lot of people have been asking, I don't see the 3 free minis on my pledge. It'll be something added in your pledge manager for free. There wasn't a mechanism to do it through GameFound. So it's just in there. I guess we could have just added the picture to every single pledge to show that. The Geek Gene. Matt, more role-playing games at Mini Wargaming. I'm actually working on that. We were supposed to do it, but then there was some wires crossed with Cubicle 7, the ones that are working on the Games Workshop ones. Like they have Imperium Maledictus that they just hit the streets, which is a 40k role-playing game. They also took over the Wrath and Glory, and they have Soulbound. So we're talking to them about possibly coming to Mini Wargaming and playing some role-playing games. But it's hard to make it a regular thing. Role-playing game streams and stuff are tough to make work. Of course, there's the few really good ones out there, or I should say the popular ones, which I think are good. But it's a tough one to make work, especially because we started off at Wargaming. So, people, even if they like you, they still kind of want to stay within the niche. Like, yeah, I love Mini Wargaming, but sure, they might be good at role-playing games, but I have my place for that. And I have my place for this, and I have my place for that. So that's typically how people think when it comes to YouTube channels. Axel Nagel, will there be larger models than 120 millimeters by 92 millimeters, or is that the largest you want your models to be? I have no idea. It depends on the manufacturing process as well. I know that the bigger it gets, obviously the harder it is to produce because of the mold costs and the mold sizes. But right now, the Ambassador and the Razor Worm are the biggest models you can get. Do we have plans for bigger ones? Not right now, but we'll see. We'll see. And to be honest, like, yeah, we can put bigger models in the game, but I don't think you really need to. You can just have more big models. I think it becomes difficult to balance a game that tries to bring in really big things on the same field as really small guys. MSG Morris Span Gaming. Hey Matt, did Dave tell you I won one of everything? No, he did not. But maybe he will. Stacks, will you guys think of doing Ravaged Star wound counters like the spin wheel ones? No plans right now. Right now, we just literally use the D10s for wound counters, and for the bigger stuff, we just grab a D20. But you could just use 2 D10s as well. Akio-sama, do you think that aircraft are in the future? If other games, whoops, it just skipped. Let me find your comment. If other games are any indication, scale and aircraft seem problematic. I believe that too. I'd rather just like have aircraft at a smaller scale. Like if you really think about it, and I know that true to life physics is not really important in a miniature game, but like an aircraft wouldn't even like register as it flies by. It would be going so fast compared to the size of the battlefield. We could do things like air support, where you throw in a token, and when that token gets pulled, you get to bomb a certain part, and that's something that you can pay for. But aircraft models, like we got like the flesh smelters, flesh scorchers, the flying Gorkog models, but I know that's not the same thing. But no plans right now, besides like smaller ones like the oppressors at the MRE. But that's more like they're like hover, and so it makes sense that they're just kind of moving around and not zipping by. William Costello was really hoping for. Oh, we already read that one. Did I copy and paste, or am I skipping weird ways? Your axis. Okay, I haven't kept up with the rules too closely. I didn't know you changed it from D10 capped by target unit size. Oh, yeah, you're right. The original blast rule was you got D10 shots per attack, capped at the target unit size. In other words, if there was a unit of 5, you couldn't roll higher than 5. Yeah, that didn't last very long because I didn't like the feel of it. It was just too weird, and swingy. So yeah, we just made it simpler. So, but you're right. That would have been that way because it's 4 attacks. So you'd roll 4 d10s, and you could typically get 40, or theoretically get 40. Not likely, but it wouldn't be hard to get more than 20. Beach, question about the rules about activation. Isn't it annoying to play if only tokens from the opposing faction are drawn from the bag? See, okay, so we have some mitigations for that. And so first off, it just depends on the round. Like if it's the first round, you actually want your opponent's tokens to be drawn. But the second thing is, if you draw a boost token, which happens often enough, the next person to go has to be not that player. If I got a boost, then the other player gets to go. And if you draw your tokens without drawing boosts, you actually don't like that, because the boosts are kind of a pivotal thing in the game to make units work even better, to really dial it up. So we've played a bunch of games now, and we're really happy with the way the activation system works. That doesn't mean we're not going to provide alternatives for people who want to try alternatives, but I like the way it works. I like because you might think, well, because the other thing too is like you might draw one of your own colors, but it might not be matching the type of unit that you want to activate. And so the randomness is our way to try to keep the game moving quickly, because basically what it stops you from doing is planning out your whole turn. So you're like, I don't know what's going to activate next, so let's just look at the table and kind of get an idea of what I need to do. And then, oh, I got to activate a core unit. Well, I have 2 of those, so I only have 2 choices to make, or 1 choice to make between 2 things. The boost tokens take a little longer because it gives you a lot of choices, but it keeps the game moving faster, and it keeps both players really engaged. And so far, I know there's been people who have voiced that they don't like the randomness of it, but so far the people who have played it have really enjoyed it. Oh, we skipped again. Okay. Masta DRD, $2 super chat. The fans want to know, any plans for dragons in Ravaged Star? No plans yet, but we'll see. And then Tom Fisher, a $2 super chat. Do you have plans for other factions and or names? So we've talked about this throughout the live stream, which I understand you're not going to watch the whole thing. So we don't have like solid plans for the next stuff. Like there's talks of like samurai, orcs, and the Vanguard. The Vanguard are the non-corrupted version of the Veil Touched. We've got. I personally want there to be a cybernetic elven vampires, and then they use all the other models, but like undead versions of it. I think that would be kind of cool. So there will be more factions, and it's just a matter of what they will be. So no specific plans that I can share right now. Dax, I think the randomness in Ravaged Star is the good kind. Yeah, see, like we all want randomness in our game because we roll dice, right? You want those moments of epic highs and epic lows. And then some people are like, yeah, but I want to be able to control the randomness as much as possible. So, and I don't agree with that. But to a certain point, I do, obviously. You don't want it to be so random that you have, like, every time an unit activates, you roll on a card and you have to do what it says. It's like, no, that would be too random. There's a fine line. And obviously, it's going to be subject to taste. And personally, we're trying to make a game where anybody can kind of pick it up and play, and they don't have to have like a tactical awareness of being able to plan 20 steps out of everything that's going to happen. And that way you can just kind of be in the here and now and have fun. Now that doesn't mean there's not a lot of tactics in the game. I think that there will be, especially in the army list building and all of that kind of stuff. I miss. Ant Bennett, hello Matthew. Have you selected the artist you wish to work with for the Forged Terrain, or have you been too busy and understandably so with the Ravaged Star campaign? Yeah, for the most part, I've got people on standby. I do have a company working on some, but yeah, we'll be doing more of that next year, which sounds like a long time away, but you know, it's mid-November already. Reno Vander Z, are you going to include a method to draw a new activation token if you don't like this one, like a CP reroll in 40k? I'm going to say no, because I don't like rerolls in games like this. Rerolls are fine in small skirmish games, but in large games like this, you gotta just roll the dice and accept what happens. I find that rerolls take away too much from that fun aspect, and it makes things too predictable. So no, you draw a token, you got it. That's what you got to do. You got to do that one.
Whole room smells like.
Oh, you can take it out now. It shouldn't be harmful at the.
Is it bothering you?
I don't smell it, but I've been in here the whole time. All right, I'm gonna let you take over. I have to go to the bathroom.
Ah, just as I was about to eat the apple corn.
Here, I'm going up now. So. Somewhere around here.
Excelente. But here, nothing is planned solidly, faction-wise. Encourage me to keep writing stuff to submit. Honestly, like, whatever you write and submit is like, just because a faction may or may not be made for it, there's no reason to stop writing, right? It's all like lore that could potentially exist in the universe. Like, there's so many factions that can exist in the universe without there being physical miniatures for it. Yes. Yeah. What are you doing? Okay. Chicken wings? Good idea. Wing block? Also good idea. Smoky tequila lime is the best flavor. Excelente. See, now you guys were talking about something else serious when Matt was here. Okay, so like we're gonna have to like change it up immediately because you know that's just way too uncomfortable. Be talking about all the seriousness too. I do feel like moving a little bit. So if you guys wanted to ask a question, there could be whether it's a super chat or not. Okay, that's not necessary by any means. But if you choose to do it. I've been playing 40k since Imperial Guard since 5th edition. I'm guessing that Matt already read this Omniscience Sphinx. Yeah, what would be a good second army to play and can use all the phases? I don't know if I should take an army that has a different play style, and not have fun with my guard after the last 2 editions. You know, for a person who's played about 2 games of 10th edition Warhammer 40,000, I'm going to say this. I'm going to corn more often. Because I actually am interested in getting back into Warhammer proper, like the game, because it's funny how that works. Like Ravaged Star has reinvigorated my whole tabletop passion. Not that there wasn't a passion that just always exists. I'm talking more about the experience of the tabletop. Right? There's been a lot of experience around the tabletop, but like on the tabletop proper, yeah. Hey Dave, Matt needs you to confirm I won one of everything. MSG Marie Span Gaming. You got to put a little bit less MSG and stuff there, you know, because health things. Why not both, Josh? All right, hold on one second. Hold on. Why do you hate going against from each faction? Wait, hold on. No, we're talking about other stuff here. Do you have any pet names for miniatures other than Gork dogs? No. What would you name something, right? Your figures are cool, Randomy. Thank you very much. You know, actually, here, let's do this. Let's show this off. Here, that's that color. Boop. Okay, so this dude, what would be his nickname? Okay, you tell me. All right, what would you nickname? What would you nickname this dude? Okay, we know that this is a Gork dog. Okay, well, it's a flesh seeker, but you know, Gork dog by proxy. Just for fun, I'm going to put this here because it's nice and aesthetic. Okay, that's just a representation of what the cards are going to look like. What would you name this dude? He's a Forge Strike Pathfinder. Like, what would you name him? Right? Forge Strike Pathfinder is like a long title, but what is he? Refrigerator? Stumpy? Frankie? You know I love you, Chaos Dave. I love you too, man. Yeah, absolutely. You guys want to do some like fun stuff? Okay. Do you want it? I want to do some more heresy. You know what? I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Like an arc. Lunch. Stonky. Sir Chonk. Ooh, Sir Chonk. Not bad. Not bad. I think Sir Chonk wins for him. So that's pretty sweet. Shall I dub him Shortgrin? Keg. Beam Broker. Isn't he specifically the Beam Broker? Beam Brokers are definitely a thing, but you know, there's a lot of like names for a lot of dudes. Like for instance, this guy. Okay, this is another Pathfinder. Yeah, let's go like this. Do it proper. Put him there, and then whoop. What would you nickname this guy, right? See, I would nickname this guy Cuz, like cousin, like short form, Cuz. Why? Because he reminds me of Phil the Glacial Geek, and Phil's my cousin. So there you go. Is he actually my cousin? Well, you know, you can look at the video that we made where I'm telling the world he's my cousin. You be the judge. So, yeah, he's cousin. Cousin Phil. Cousin Phil. Maybe that's his name. Cousin Phil. What about this dude here? Let's have a little more fun here. Okay. Whoop. What would you nickname this guy? The diplomat. What would you do? Oh, by the way, full of corn. Awesome. Beardo? That's awesome. Angry Santa. By the way, last few hours, about 3 hours to pledge for the campaign. Just in case you're like hopping on a live stream. Not sure what's going on. Not sure why we're live streaming. And in case you're wondering, yes, we will resume regular content just per normal. Right? We had some questions. Are you guys going to continue making AOS and 40K content? The answer is yes, of course. Of course we're going to do. Not going to stop. By the way, Lord Tyrek, which is on a 40mm base, which is right there, that's Lord Tyrek. Pretty much the same size as this Amari Scout mech. Okay? Like, yeah. Although the Amari Scout mech has a smaller base. He's got a 32mm base. Funny how when you increase the base size of something, it automatically makes it feel much bigger what it is. Like for instance, this Gorkog Flame Terror got an oval shaped base. And it's like, you know, kind of an odd shape of the base, but it feels like it's kind of exactly what it needs to be. Pretty crazy, huh? All right. Ooh, what would you nickname this guy? Okay, this happens to be the card that's right here. This card is the Flame Terror. Same model. Okay, let's get. What would you name him? The Persuasionator. Persuadonator. Warpup. Is a Warpup. I want an apple now. Do you? Do you want the apple? I like that the Veil Touch really seem infused with the energies of their goddess. Yeah. By the way, there's we can anticipate more infusion of gods in future factions, right? Like Amari, undoubtedly there's some sort of deity that they pray to. Is it the Iron Maiden? Or the Iron Golem? Or the Iron Shield Maiden? Someone came up with a really cool name yesterday. I thought it was awesome. Dave, Matt said Dave better not do a giveaway while I'm gone. Just saying. Hey, you know how it works, man. If there's 8 giveaways before he comes back, then I'm going to do it, right? He said he had to go to the washroom, so but if you guys do it really quick, I'll do it. If you do it really quick, I will do it. Yes, that's a challenge. Normally I'm saying don't super chat. Now I'm saying if you want a giveaway, super chat. Or why am I doing that? Because it's fun sauce. That's really the pure reason why that's happening. What am I looking at over here? Mari over here. Yep. I do an architect. Yeah. Once it reaches it. But honestly, what it does is kind of helps with the shipping cost. Yeah, it's going to overcompensate for the shipping, obviously. But there are additional costs that kind of come with everything, that go with everything. Here is the Amari Architect. Okay, that's actually here. Show you a mini painted version of him, and let's zoom in a little. Whoop. Okay. Keep that back. Got it. Don't do a giveaway, Davey. Well, Jason, Jake Dog, fine. I won't do a giveaway. Dave, I'm stealing this idea from the Outer Darkness comic, but lore idea for Ravaged Star. What about God engines? God imprisoned and used to power, say, travel between solar systems. Spoons? That's a really cool idea. I really, really like that. I was signing up pledge and it asked for my country and credit info, but not my actual address. Is that a later step? Yeah, that is a later step. Okay, we will sort that out afterwards. Finalize everything afterwards. Here, let's. Apparently, there's chat I missed. Super chat I missed. Go back and get. Do you have plans for other factions in it? Well, yes, we do. Fans want to know plans for Dragons and Ravaged Star. Now that might be something that you were talking to Matt about. So if it was, I'm gonna guess. So that means I'm going to go down and try to search for this $5 super chat. Okay, if I can't find it, where's the $5? I won't stop shouting Dada at the screen. Maybe give her a shout out and say hi. Oh, Iris won't stop. I see. That's definitely for me. Don't do a giveaway. Fine, I won't. If I add another box to my pledge, will that count as a? I'll just go ahead and say yes to that. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. I was saying. Okay, I'm ready. Could be Bugtator, Gork Hog. Yes, that's a name. You know what? I'm gonna try this. I'm at the computer here, and I can see like some presets of things that have been included. Such as big screen. Yeah, what do we got here? Yeah, we got Mastodon, Scout Mech. Tracks? Got a bunch of stuff here, man. So check this out. Boop. Ooh, here's the Scout Mech stats. Mastodon. Ooh, nice. We got here Flash Seeker. Yeah, those are the Gork Dogs. Here's the default Ravage. Got a Horde Master. Cool. Good amount of cut that off. Whole bunch of stuff that we're kind of like toying with here. need the dice cam, guys. Do we need it? Don't think we actually need the dice cam there. That's kind of completely unnecessary about this. So that's that. And the mic is the mic, so we definitely want shield ward. Yeah, very cool. What do you guys want to see? Plasma spitter? Yeah, here we go. You know what's weird? I've been seeing the dice cam for so long. I kind of want to like not take it away. Feels a little wrong to just take it away. But action. Lots of cool stuff there. Hello, Space Pirate Plants. They shoot killer tomato grenades. I will match the next super chat up to $100. Make me lose some money. Always reason. Hey, that is a challenge. Are you sure you want to say that? Okay. Because you just submitted a challenge to like basically the universe. Like, are you sure you want to say that? That could be dangerous. There might be someone out there that might actually do that. Okay. And the thing is, you said the word. So if someone else commits to that, then you have already committed to their commitment. Are you sure? You know, Dave hanging out with us this week on stream has made the week bearable. The hospital I'm working at seems to be falling apart these last 3 weeks. Connor Flynn, if there is even 1 degree of enjoyment that you have taken and gleaned from this week, and if even a portion of that was a result of me doing anything related to anything here, then I love that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm humbled and honored that that is a thing. So I'm gonna do more of that, right? I already blown my super chat budget yesterday. Jason Jacob. I love how that's like, this is causing you pain. I love it. Finally, the ceiling of the super chat has been met. Are we witnessing this, Jake? Is that a real thing? Is that actually happening? Because I think it might be. The hobo says, Mini Wargaming, please keep using Voldemort for the lore videos, please. I'm gonna continue to ask Voldemort for lore videos because you know, I have a preference. My preference is to hear his voice when it comes to lore. So, and that being said, I'm also going to do my own lore videos because it just makes sense. So I think it'll be a combination of many things that exist there, right? And then Holly super chats $100. Awesome. I've added a box for 119. Oh, amazing. Okay, so that's 2 super chats technically. Okay, so there were 2 on the way there. Can we see the painted dwarf mech with drill in its one arm? Of course you can. Let's see. We got the excavator. Right? Let's do it. So, boop. That's the excavator. Stop it. Stop moving. This one camera for some reason just like goes out. Yes, we got to stay in the mirror flip mode. Otherwise it gets all weird. Your game is cute. Thank you, Randomy. Yeah. And Stacks, I agree. Baltimore is best for lore. Let's see. Hey, Dave, there's a debate on the Discord about tank sizes. Would it be possible for you to show a VTAT and a VTASV side by side if you have them on hand? Hold on 1 second. I just put that there and I realized the camera wasn't on it. So here we go. First off, we have the Amari excavator. Okay, and I just happen to have the Apocalypse. By the way, the VTAT is the Veil Touched Armored Transport, and the VTASV is Veil Touched Assault Vehicle, which we're going to just call the Apocalypse because that's the name of the tank. So yeah, here we go. Here's the excavator, and that's what he looks like. And just to kind of give you a size comparison here, what's the base size of, I think that's 60 mil. Yeah, so it's like the same as one of those, approximately the same size. I think you can surmise the approximate size of that, okay? But yes, here is the request. Here's the 2 tanks side by side, just so you get a visual reference here. a little bit more out. Okay, so you can see the difference. Here, let's create some space.
Yeah, they're both the same basic chassis, and then the bigger one adds a larger sponson.
It's more than that, though. It's like the side sponsons come out significantly more.
Yeah. And then you have the things in the front as well that make the VTS,
Apocalypse.
the Apocalypse,
Yeah.
a little bit longer, and then the Corsa turret on the top makes it taller. But overall, it has a much bulkier feel.
Okay, so here's here, actually, let's do that. Let's just take that off so you can get a kind of better idea. It's very close. So the actual chassis is, it's very similar.
They're not the same chassis.
They're not,
but
it's
they are
slightly
close.
wider.
They're
right?
close.
So here, actually, let's do this for fun. Right, you see this one? This is the Apocalypse. Okay, and then this is the VTAT on top of the Apocalypse. It's very similar. Okay, then you can see like how much wider the other one is.
The extra stuff.
The extra stuff. So it's similar. Now the real question is, how big is it compared to other tanks that you might be visually more used to, right? In other gaming systems. That's the question. And if you need a visual reference, I can go and get other tanks so that you have that. No problem doing that. It's all for like visual reference, because you're going to be doing this at home anyway, right?
The fun part was writing rules for the VTAT, because I didn't just want it to be like just a throwaway thing that you add onto a squad. I wanted it to be a real support choice. And so if you really look at the guns on its side, those things are huge. And then the fact that it can just run over guys too. So that's a it's a chunky boy.
Lord Voldemort tried to kill Harry Potter when he was a baby, though. I mean, and that's a fact, right?
So obviously it sounds like it, but is Voldemort
is
just
the commitment
Voldemort?
of the commitment of commit.
I don't know what I missed there.
Well, that's very random of you to say that.
But hold on, Voldemort. Is it just Voldemort with a B? Is that how he came up with his name? Or is there more to the name Voldemort?
Never asked.
I've now asked. If you happen to be on here, Voldemort, please let me know.
He would say, "Dear gentle listeners, it's your faithful servant, Voldemort."
Right.
And then he would continue in his accent, that's Tom Hardy-ish, and he would explain the reason why. Maybe. We actually don't, I don't know. Real guy's far cooler than the other. What? You think the excavator is cooler than the diplomat?
Oh, then a diplomat, yes. But is he cooler than the ones with the swords, the pacifier?
Ooh, yeah, let's do that.
Because the diplomat's a really solid walker, but like obviously the excavator and the pacifier have more character to them.
Yes.
That's hard to disagree with.
Same base size in both. This is 60 millimeters.
Same number of wounds and defense and stuff. Very different playstyles, though.
Very, very different. That ain't your mama's Predator.
Yeah.
Dave likes chaos. Dave likes tanks. Dave likes chaos tanks. Fact. That's all fact. Actually, don't look too different.
Watching you play with the excavator yesterday, otherwise, by the way, was really, really frustrating.
Why?
Because you whiffed. I didn't get to see it just go like I want it to.
Matt, you just need to make better rules for a man. The dice are...
It's like you need one hit on a 4+ and 2 dice. Both fail. It's like, oh.
Is the official Veil Touch scheme purple gold?
No.
So I'll say this. How it's been presented in art is that, yes. However, I'll also say this. There are many
Factions.
I don't want to call it factions, because factions separate Gorkog and Amari and Veil Touch.
Sub-factions.
And I also don't want to call it chapters.
Obviously not.
Or legions.
Orders?
Different orders. We could do like lodges. We could do...
That's more Amari, though. Lodges is more like a dwarven thing.
I think lodges are just because there's the Valkyries, right? So like that's Viking inspired.
True.
So it's like yeah, there's definitely a good word there to make the different fleets. Actually, it might be fleets, because Davicus has the Veil Touch, right? And then lodges could be Amari, and then broods could be the Gorkog, right? So like stuff like that.
Obviously, we're going to make sure in the lore it gives you every reason to paint them however the heck you want and not feel like you're breaking the lore.
Yeah, so we'll go back 10,000 years, and then we'll make the big, it's slightly different color scheme, and like call them something different. They weren't called the Veil Touch that many years ago, In this case, it was like, I don't know, like maybe 80 years ago. Hordes? Yeah, Horde is actually may not be a bad name. Military
That'd
division.
be more
Actually, you know,
Gorkog, though, right?
that's true. For the Amari, it's division. So that's
These are more
actually,
militaristic.
it's already established. So there's divisions in Amari, right?
I like fleets. I
branches.
like fleets for Veil Touch.
Yeah,
It kind of gives a more grandiose feel to them. Like they're they're all spacefaring, but it just feels different.
Or ores would eat up all those toasters.
This is where we've descended in the comments.
Well, you know, you left for like more than a minute, man.
I can just go home now.
Yeah. If you wanted to go home, Matt, actually, yesterday when you were like commenting on stuff and like correcting things, I was like, this is so useful.
Yeah, I can only last for so long because then I had to go get my kids from school and stuff.
Yeah, Amari
Penetrator.
Amari Penetrator. Well, there's armor penetration already, so just go wherever your mind takes you there. I like the tanks looking similar for for army cohesion, but the mechs being more personalized makes sense for the pilots. Yep. Yeah, that's true. And also it's easier to do that when there's like literally dwarven mechanical faces baked into the mech itself. So that kind of makes that.
Somebody said it reminded them of the Dwemer from Skyrim, and as soon as they said that, I'm like, yes, it does remind me of that. It was this uncanny thing that was just reminding me, and this is a good thing, by the way, because I love the Dwemer from Skyrim. So the fact that it has that kind of feel to it is so awesome. Like proper, like ancient dwarven on sci-fi stuff.
Did you order food?
I did.
Oh, awesome.
It'll be a little while though.
Yeah.
We'll keep checking.
Military
17
division.
more minutes.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, so they're both really cool. 10,000 years ago in a galaxy far, far away. Hordes for gores. Have y'all tried any kit bashing on the range yet? These models are looking great, ripe for customization. So in-house, no. However, Scratch Bashing did do a kit bash of a VTAT, and he turned it into an orcified 40K vehicle. That's what Scratch Bashing did. So there's a tutorial up on his YouTube channel, also posted on Instagram, so you can see that. But there's many opportunities for kit bashing because, as we can see, we put a little bit of boiling hot water in a cup, and we can apply whatever the models we need to, and pop heads off, and like take off backpacks, and maybe freeze them as well, so we can kind of just snap some limbs off.
Or just, saws. There's nothing a determined person with a saw can't accomplish.
Good old-fashioned blade could also work. Matthew, would you really leave Dave unsupervised and at the mercy of the chicken? Yeah.
Sure. Sure. I mean, he's still alive after all these years. So obviously he's able to take care of himself.
Hordes, broods, or swarms for Gorkog. They all kind of work, to be honest.
Anything
right?
insect sounding, right?
Yeah, a murder of Gorkogs.
Murder of flesh scorchers.
Yeah, like a murder of crows sounds so weird. Like it just sounds, but it fits that. So maybe if there was like a flying race, that would make sense. Will the other two factions get transports? Not this campaign, obviously, but next time. I mean,
well, we have rules for it.
I'm going to say yes because we are not done fleshing out the current factions. There's going to be more units. Are we absolutely done these factions? No, it's a thing that's going to continue to grow over the years because it's supported by you right now. You're proving that. So this is here to stay as long as you're supporting. So really the answer is if you want them, it's going to happen. If enough of you want them, then it happens quicker. So for me to say no, a flat no, that's an absolute. Why would I say that? The answer is possibly if you want them. I think that's the most accurate answer. Does hot water soften the glue? No.
Probably not.
No, it doesn't because I tried literally yesterday.
And that's not how glue works.
It's a different chemical reaction. It has kind of no effect on it, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
like
freezing
plastic can soften, yeah.
Freezing it would work, right? Excellent there, very good done. Orc Samurai. I like the sound of a gaggle of Gorkog. That sounds weird. You really do good work with that. You really do good work with that. That's true.
A randomie really is random.
Yes, yeah, lives up to the name. Jason, Jake Dog, what happens if you have your mini in your pocket and accidentally splash petrol on it. I love that you're probably in the UK if you're saying that. On at the gas station, then you light a smoke and accidentally set it on fire. Will survive. Please test petrol fire. I'm gonna guess that it'll melt, but
Assuming that you put it in hot water and you can apply it, assuming fire would take it to the next level.
like maybe not. So I don't know. This is a good thing to Mastard.
Masta DRD.
Amari Voltron transport mech. Let's go. Actually, Voltron is the perfect word for Amari. It fits. Amari transport would look amazingly chunky. Matthew P. I agree. It would have to. It would have to be like a mechanized transport.
Like a four-legged thing going along, and then like spills out guys on the side. But not like AT from Star Wars, but like very stubby four legs.
Yes. You know what? It would make sense if like the infantry or the shield maidens or the shield wardens would be the ones that would be transported in them. Royal Guard as well, obviously.
Yeah, any infantry.
Yeah. You know, a drone pilot, no, not needed. You know, any sort of characters. They would probably hop on maybe, but
You can pick characters and transports. Every transport has a transport capacity, and as long as you stick to that, you can put as many units inside as you want.
game rule, they can go in, but like practicality and functionality, say like a mechanic, you want them on the board next to like a big chunky boy.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the bulky rule is for too, right? It helps you determine how much can fit.
Pyrian Box Network. Are you going to do a narrative campaign and maybe using the X's map, etc.?
Hexes.
Hexes map. Please expand on this topic.
Well, definitely for the first one. Right now, the Hex and Hills only does fantasy, but they are planning in the new year to do a sci-fi range. And so that might work. Depends on the sci-fi stuff itself. But we definitely have to do narrative campaigns.
the fantasy could definitely still work. Absolutely. Yeah. Because it's like you got rocks and like lava and trees.
You can
and,
use
like,
the
water
generic
and
stuff. You could use
Yeah.
the generic stuff for
You could
sure.
totally
I'm talking
do
about
that.
the cities and the settlements and stuff.
That's different.
Don't
Yeah.
quite match.
That's different.
So you want sci-fi stuff for that. The basic stuff, of course, you can use in any
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
But definitely narrative campaigns. Once we get, I think, okay, so for me, the priority in the new year will be working on the rules, getting playtesting rules done. Once I get them to a certain point where the iterations slow down, or we're finding we're changing things slower because you kind of settle into what it's going to look like, that's when I would probably start making narrative campaigns, because that's a good way to kind of promote the lore. Lore videos are great, and I think that'll be a primary way to promote the lore. But I think narrative campaigns will let people see how that lore translates to the table.
Translates to the table. Yeah. Absolutely agree.
Because
with
it's
that.
very different. The way that you write a narrative campaign is totally different than how you'd write like a novel, because you don't want heavy details in a narrative campaign. You want to keep it simple.
Yeah, like macro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Question from Brendan. If I get a battle pack, does it come with enough tokens to handle additional war packs? The answer is no. So if you get a 2-player starter set, that comes with enough tokens to support the miniatures in that starter set.
So you're thinking cards or tokens?
If you get, it says tokens, right?
Yeah, no, I'm asking for you if you're, because I don't know, is the token, the sheet different than what they get when they buy the rule book? This is one thing I wasn't sure if somebody asked it earlier. Because like, for example, if all the tokens fit on one card, then most likely every box that comes with the tokens has all the tokens. So that's what I'm not sure of. But if you know, like if you're
As far as I understand, here's the thing: if you can't glean this, actually, hold on. One second.
no, it's not. It doesn't show pictures of the tokens because we're still working on exactly what the tokens are, because we're still working on the rules. So I know what I've told the guys is that I want 4 different colors so that up to 4 players can play. So, but I don't know if they'll all fit. If they all fit on one punch-out board, then they just put the same punch-out board and everything, right? In which case, any starter set will get you tokens.
We are
I don't know.
just over 8,000 away from 1.1.
Oh wow.
1.1 million, and there's 2 hours left. So wow! First off,
Yeah, that's awesome.
looks like we're going to beat our old record. Yeah. That being said, it's like, what was the exact record of the old one?
Well, I can tell you in a minute.
It was just over 1.1. Just over.
Let's get the official numbers so we know if we actually beat it.
Yeah. But the narrative campaign is something that I'm incredibly excited about, because I want to battle everyone that comes in here.
Oh, you're talking about that kind of narrative campaign.
Yeah. narrative campaign using the hex tiles, right? So it's like
So like a
yeah.
more grandiose one for sure.
Open
I'm talking about
galaxy
doing
one.
like one-on-one narrative campaigns where we tell a very specific
Now
story.
I want to do those too.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
what I was thinking. But yeah, now that you're saying the hexes, I see what you're thinking.
Yes, yeah.
1.102, so just a little more. So $2,132 more than 1.1 million. We got a few more thousand to go. So
Yeah, so basically 10 grand.
okay, well 2132. What was the other one at?
You're going to get an exact number. By the time you do the calculation, that was going to change. Someone else is going to pledge and it's going to go up.
I'm okay with that. That seems like a good problem to have. Oh no, more people bought the stuff.
Okay, so here.
So it's, yeah, we're just shy of $10,000 of beating the old one. We need like $13,000 more.
Okay, so I added Champions of the Amari to my pledge with Mechanical Mayhem box. So what Veil Touch box would complement these two boxes into a big cool game? So let's see, Champions of the Amari and Mechanical Mayhem. So you're looking for one Veil Touched box.
Just one Veil Touch box? Which one would have a combination of? Because they're not like those boxes are not built to be like starter sets. They're built to be like more themed. Like,
but Mechanical Mayhem is a star set. So
Mechanical Mayhem that could work. No, sorry, Mechanical Mayhem. Sorry, armored. But the 4 Veil Touch ones, they're more like,
it's the Horrors of the Veil.
which one is that?
That's the big one with Yashara. That's the big one with the.
But what about the Dominaran one? What comes in
Dominaran has cultists and
40
support.
Yeah, I think.
So
Yeah, this one, the Veil Touch War Pack. I'd say that would be the one.
Because you have, what's the other one that you got? Mechanical Mayhem. So you want like a chonky boy there too, right? Because you got like the
We got
ambassador.
Champions Amari, so that's just Amari. Mechanical
Actually,
Mayhem
that's
is
not
Amari and Gorkog. They're looking for just Veil Touch. I'd say if I were choosing, if you're looking for what you're talking about, I would go for the Veil Touch War Pack because you get a crap ton of regular dudes and Valkyrs. And
You get Enforcers, Executioners, you get Davicus, and you get a Vice Lord.
So you got a couple commanders and a bunch of core.
And you get, Valkyrs. That's right.
So it's not going to perfectly match up. But
You get a lot of minis in here.
I'd say with all the boxes, this is probably your go-to for like starting your Veil Touch, hence why it's called the Veil Touch War Pack. But the Armored Carnage one, like that would be cool too, but that's going to be much more an elite force.
Yeah, because you get a couple
There's a couple
tanks.
characters,
You get a couple tanks in
characters
there.
too. There's a couple commanders.
That's true.
2 commanders, 4 elites, and then the 2 VTATs.
Yeah, I would go Horrors of the Veil. That's what I would do. Yeah, because you're getting a lot of like good mechs with the stuff that you've purchased. So yeah, they're both good though, man.
Which one's this one?
There's no right or wrong answer. That's Dominator.
So the Dominaran was a good one too because I forgot it had the
support,
support guys.
the Vatra and the Goretti.
Yeah, the Dominaran one.
I know it's tough, right?
Yeah, if
So-
I had to, you're making me pick just one. I never pick just one.
No,
That's not how I work.
You're a war gamer. You get everything.
Yeah, no, I get it. But if I would say my strong opinion, I would say, is the Veil Touch War Pack or the Dominaran one. What's the Dominaran one called?
The Dominaran War Pack.
Oh, well, look at that.
Yeah.
That's nice and easy to remember.
Yeah.
Those would be the ones I'd recommend to kind of go. It won't match up perfectly, of course.
All right. So Drexus, Amari should have transports for sure. Gorkog should probably be more limited in that regard. Like Gorkog having transports that can only transport one type of unit.
See, we kind of have a Gorkog transport, and that's the Razor Queen and the Grudge Belcher because they create new models.
That's fair.
So that's kind of, I feel that that's a more appropriate bug way to transport stuff. Is that you got the big mom coming, okay, I got him, and it shoots them out rather than like a set number. It's making more. I like little factories more than transports for them.
So Demon 7 asking about lowering stretch pay from 400 to 200.
Yeah, we can't.
That's a game found thing.
No. We could choose that, but at this point we can't change it.
Because we already said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The stretch pay, we have to be careful not to, it's just, obviously we have to work within what works for us for the cash flow. But
that's true too, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Matthew P, like the Clone Wars walkers. Yep. TC Gentry.
Yeah, the shorter stubby ones, but not looking like them at all. But
add-ons with all the customization options. I mean, that's okay. So the first time around, one of the reasons why the Veil Touched campaign was delayed was because of all of the additional variations and all the different things that we
added
added
too
after
much.
the fact.
Yeah.
We were given an original quote and estimate for how long it would take. Then mid-campaign, we added a whole bunch more, right? So like that added more time. So for this time around, we're not going to add more because we want you guys to get this stuff in a reasonable amount of time so we can just start having fun on the tabletop, right? All that stuff, anything that you're suggesting there would be like later. That doesn't affect the speed at which all this stuff is produced.
Yeah, there's already a lot of stuff as it is.
Can we see some painted Veil Touch Bikers? Yes, absolutely.
Over here.
I should really change my YouTube username. Matt got it though. It's initials. Oh, Masta DRD. I think that's good.
Get them all.
Stop moving out.
Yeah, some of these cameras are getting old. Yeah, I bet essentially what Luca does is he used to use that one is he doesn't touch the buttons because that's where he uses a remote to zoom in and out.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Where's the remote?
Don't know. I was giving you a suggestion that I could not then follow up with actually allowing you to do so. This is how you should do it, by the way. Yeah, no.
So you need to keep this in mind for those who are looking at these miniatures right now, these Death Riders. They aren't the final form because I've noticed something that they're all the hands aren't on the handles.
Yeah, the 3D printing didn't work out quite the way I wanted it to.
So we're going to obviously fix that before it goes and is finalized. But here, let's do a little closer.
It was more the 3D printing.
Was it?
Yeah, it's not actually the
Okay, well, that's good to know.
the final files.
That's good to know.
I just 3D printed them really quickly, and then we didn't notice that till afterwards, and I realized a mistake.
Okay.
Oh, our food just got delivered.
Nice. I'll stay here and chat if you're. That would be my preferred place to be these days. Let's see. Could we see some? Yeah, we did. Should we? I should really change. Oh yeah, probably either Veil Touch Warpack. gloves on. I think we're good.
Is it on stereo or mono? The S?
It does say yes, so it's stereo.
Yeah, so right there. Click that. Oh no, go back. Click that.
Boop.
Hit the S. There. Now go back. Back. Press the button on the side, the power button on the side. One click.
Screen locked. Excellent.
Test, test. Sorry about that, guys.
Cool.
My wife quickly called me though and said, sounds off.
Lord Davicus facing wave after wave of opponents. Fun. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And we can simulate some sort of like, while he's beyond the veil, some tormented nightmare. Okay, that's the scenario. I think that'd be really cool.
What are we talking about?
We're just talking about the game modes, I think. I just pledge the whims of the god. Awesome.
What? That's like the biggest one, man. So
mentality. Thank you. Wow. I love the facing wave after wave of opponents idea. That's super cool.
Or what are we at then?
Actually, that's a good question. Whatever. Yeah.
That would have popped us up a bit.
Yeah. What is it?
So 109, 4,000. I might not have registered yet. Actually, no, I think I
It's
did.
just refreshed. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think we're good.
No, there we are.
Ooh.
So we're now 7,000 away from matching last year.
Matching. How do you? Hold on. Yeah, it could be. It could be a large size face hugger from Aliens or something. Those are terrifying, right? Mechanical Mayhem is Amari versus Veil Touched. That's a fact. Technically, it's a third box, also a fact. Wish there were a way to get a single squad from the last set of Veil Touch. I want more of heavy weapon guys, which only come in Dominaria Warpack, but I don't need another 40 cultists. That's a matter of efficiency of molds. That's what that is.
What do you need more of the heavy weapon guys for? They're going to be expensive elites.
Maybe he's a painter. Okay?
That's true.
You're right.
That's true.
So
Who am I to judge?
We don't
Who
know.
am I to judge?
No.
Some wet naps are after.
These are actually kind of compostable.
No,
No.
don't pretend. I love.
Don't pretend.
I love wooden fork. The way that it just like feels like nails and chalkboard.
I'm always serious. I never
on
joke.
my lips.
I never joke, especially when I say don't super chat.
All right, so we got the one that you wanted, and I also got mild barbecue.
So cited for all this business.
I don't know which one's which though.
Phil Skinner, thank you. So to answer the question, Master DRD, I would say that's a future state thing, because once it hits retail, that's when we really get some good numbers and feedback as to what people are buying, right? If there's a popular unit where it literally makes sense for us to take it out and offer probably new poses of that same unit, possibly different weapon options for it. I mean, that makes sense, right? But that's not
we're limited based off of the scope of what we're able to do right now. We've got to find ways to make all of this affordable, and so lots of little boxes drives costs up.
This is interesting, right? Because like, here's an idea. I'm not saying we should do this, but just an idea. I'm gonna throw it out there. I don't know how popular that would be.
What are you asking?
Okay, so the thing is, like, the individual units sold separately, right? So what we could do.
Oh, I see.
What we could do is, like, we have a stack of them and be like, hey guys, we're gonna do a limited run of just these, and we actually have the boxes here in house. Like, here's 100 units of just these. Go, sold. Whoever wants them first come, first serve, and then they're all gone, right? That doesn't. But right now, I think it's at the point where that might make sense because there aren't like tens of thousands of people playing the game yet. But that's just an idea, and it needs to be fleshed out if it's even a good idea. Added to my pledge.
Yeah, like breaking down the boxes and selling them as bits. You have to sell both sides for more, because you're going to inevitably left with one side, which you'll then have to sell at a discount to clear it. So, like for example, if the Dominarians are the more popular side, then you're left with all of the all the heavy weapons teams, right? And so it's like, what do you do with all those extras when people keep wanting the Dominarians? Well, you clear them, which means you're making less money off of them in the end. So you have to sell the other ones for more. One of them's mild, one of them's the what you said.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I don't know which one's which, so I think this is the mild.
Thank you, Jeremy, for adding to your pledge. Awesome.
Considering you also pledged for the first campaign and you got a lot in this campaign. That's awesome. Thank you, Jeremy. Drexus. Yeah, I like the better than actual transports, but if I remember correctly, the factory creatures need a boost token to spawn stuff.
No, they at the original one, yes, but they have just a default built-in heal, but they have a better heal when they boost, and the once per game bring a new unit on as a boost as well.
I don't
But,
think
you get boosts often enough that you should be able to kind of plan what you want to use it on.
Matthew P. I don't think bikes have been used in Ravaged Star game yet.
No,
you're correct.
We just got them.
Yeah, there are so many units, right? More than 460 models in total, so lots of units. So just to get everything on the table and to do stuff, it wasn't practical to get everything done.
Tried.
But we got time. We got time. There's going to be more. Yeah. Thanks.
Excuse us while we eat one of the messiest foods out there. Here, have a bunch of napkins.
Oh, I got. Well, you got a lot.
Well, I just grabbed a stack from the other room.
Are there any plans for sub-factions abilities, for example, Ultramarines and Imperial Fist from 9th?
That's a good question. The first question that should be asked is, are there plans for faction rules? So far, all of the rules are on the data card, right? So is there going to be a rule for Gorkog overall? And right now there isn't. And I'm waiting for the right inspiration of whether or not to even add them. Because you don't necessarily need them, right?
Come up with an idea, guys. Because that
would be a Gorkog army-wide rule that every Gorkog unit should have. And then that might spawn the ideas for, well, then sub-factions would have this. So without it being overly complicated, it needs to be simple.
Maybe it's commander specific. Maybe if you're bringing Null.
There was somebody who made that idea, that basically whoever you make your warlord, they'd add on a special rule.
So if it's like, for example, if it's Null, the Horde Master, all of your Griblies, they get Swift. Like, that's an idea, right?
Right.
Something simple like that.
Or they get access to Swift as a boost. Or something, right?
Yeah, that's a universal boost. That's cool.
Because some people have said, will you add universal boosts that anybody can use? And my answer is no. Because then either they're going to suck and nobody's going to use them, or they're going to be too good and nobody will use the boost on their cards. And I'd rather you be forced to use something that's suboptimal because there's no other choice, rather than always that better choice. And so, like, when I look at 40k, I love 40k, but I don't like the universal stratagems. Because then everybody just uses the command reroll and grenades, the same things. Even though there's cool stratagems that are very flavor-filled inside of their own armies. They only get used if they're better than the core rulebook stratagems. That's a tough act to balance. So with this, having the boost on every single unit, there's definitely boosts that are better on some than others.
Of course.
But you might not be able to do it on them.
You might not boost them.
You draw a boost, and it's like, first off, they might have already activated. Second off, maybe they haven't, but they're not in a good position to use their boost, whereas this one is. And so it allows you to experience more of the cool stuff that everything can do, rather than always being like, I want to do this thing, but this is better. And that just happening every single time. That's been my experience in other games.
Blanket boost is like, feels OP, but if there's like, you get access to a boost that you can apply to any unit, and you get to use it on a single boost. That feels better, because then it's situational. It's like, yeah, I want to use Swift for that unit there. Oh, darn, I didn't get a boost. So you don't even get to do it sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's better. Just to have the option to do it, maybe, feels like you have the hope of doing it, as opposed to the security of knowing you always have it.
Right. Yeah, it's tough. But I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't figured out the faction rule, or even what the warlords will bring to the table. Do we ever say welcome to Jesse?
Huh? What? Welcome to Jesse?
The new micro wargamer?
Jesse.
Scroll up.
Hello. Where are you?
Hello.
Where
You just went right past it. Wait, now I'm confused.
Yeah, Jesse Lopez. I don't see. What are you talking about?
Weird. Where I saw it as you were scrolling.
Oh, that's an old.
No, that's a new one.
I saw that before I left.
Oh, why is it still on there then?
That happens sometimes.
Oh, ticking.
Uh, no universal faction rules, but I do like the idea of a warlord unlocking some sort of bonus. Yeah, I mean,
Give me an example. Give me an example. I want to hear some ideas. This is a very long stream, so we can get into different things, right? Give me some ideas.
food and tabletop games, there's nothing better. You're right, Ranemy. Gorkog, we are legion. You don't make friends with salad. I agree.
I got the salad so that we know.
I agree that you're saying those words.
Yeah.
Okay, I just joined the stream, but will the rules be in beta/released by the time the pledges arrive? Can't wait for my space to work.
No, they should be complete. They're kind of in beta right now.
Yeah, you already have access to the rules before
Yeah.
you get your minis.
And the rules will be available for free when they're done. But if you're like me, you like having a physical book as well. Not necessarily so you can read it, but so you can have it.
That you'll need to purchase, though.
Yeah.
Because it's physical and
Yeah.
makes sense. But buy that.
But by the time your boxes arrive, at least for Wave 2, because I think Wave 1, I don't remember now what's in Wave. Was Wave 1 the old Veil Touch stuff?
No, Wave 1 is the 3 starter sets.
Okay. Well, then by Wave 1, we better have the rules done. There'll already be a printed rule book in there with said rules.
Yeah. So actually, we have not even that much time because we need the time to prepare it before it's ready to ship.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. Most likely, like I said, I'll probably have a few months to work on it. And I don't mean like a few as in 7 or 8. I mean like we'll probably have the first part of next year. But that should be more than enough time because I feel like we've really gotten far already. And we're in early alpha.
Well,
It's not really early alpha anymore.
yeah, because the core rules they feel like they're, I don't want to say airtight, but they're like, if nothing else changed about the core rules.
They'd be good.
Yeah.
They need to be written though. Right now it's all in bullet point. A lot of the suggestions that I'm getting in the document is like, well, this isn't worded right. I'm like, yeah, I know. This is just meant to be a quick bullet point. This is how it works. We'll hone in on the wording. Because there's no point writing things out in paragraphs until you know how you're going to talk about things.
Because we want to establish conventions.
Yeah, exactly. Like unit or squad or core versus regular, or just how you talk about things.
Yeah. Yeah, core, for example, right? That was a word that evolved from regular. And what was it before regular? Was it anything?
regular.
It was, yeah. Core just sounds more appropriate. All right.
It's based off of games like Bolt Action. They use like regular, veteran, that kind of stuff because it's an army term.
Imperium Box Network, it'd be awesome if each faction could have a landing ship they could use as a fortress like Imperial Bastion.
Yeah.
I mean, that could certainly exist in the lore. I went all in on the last campaign and this one, Melanie Dawn. I have no idea where I will keep all the minis.
Well, you're still awesome.
Well, as a default, you can store them in the boxes.
That's what everybody does.
Each one has its own thing.
A pile of shame is usually a pile of boxes. Not just a mountain a minute.
Pile of hobby hope.
Yes, of course.
Yes, we shame, and we don't mention shame anymore. Therefore, it cancels out.
Fucking mess that.
Exactly. I love it because it's all a joke, man. Come on. Kinda hope not. You should tie special rules to the HQ, sort of like Marvel Crisis Protocol.
So that's the sub-faction rules. Yeah, exactly.
Cody. It's a word. Voodoo Face. By the way, I love that name. Congratulations on the mill. So proud. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the thing is, one thing I've learned about rule design is you don't add something just because you think it should be there. You add something because it should be there. So like army-wide rules, we have this automatic association with games like 40K and AOS that do that. And you can like it or not like it, they do it. So we have this connection that's like, oh yeah, a game should have army rules. It's like, but why? What purpose do they provide in this game?
Yeah.
And so far I haven't found one. And therefore I won't add one. But if I come up with a good reason, or somebody else, sorry, if I find a good reason, I should say, then we will add them. But only if it makes the game better.
That's what Mason McElroy just said. Don't like the idea of army-wide rules. I think it'd stay on the unit card.
Oh. Jason, Jake Dog, Gorkog, I could have a regeneration rule, but there are a couple units that already do that, kind of. They just rebirth.
That's the heal universal special rule.
Yeah, so it's like, that's heal.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like the Flesh Seekers bringing guys back. The Amari infantry have that too.
That's true.
They call reinforcements.
Reinforcements, yeah. And
the dumb, I think the cultists have that too. Yeah.
That would make sense.
Their boost. It's basically like the little guys in every faction are able to be like, hey, we need reinforcements. And they bring more. So it doesn't break the game like it would for elites.
Yeah. What's the timetable for new factions? Oh.
Well, after these ones. So
Unknown at this point. There's anything that we say it's going to change anyway. So our hope is that our hope is that we can actually develop rules for new factions before miniatures are created.
oh yeah, that's easy.
So, and then also
Rules, yes, but if you're talking about miniatures,
a bit of lore too, right?
yeah, we got to establish that. But also just think of it this way. We do the next campaign, the next miniatures campaign for this, when these ones are filled. So, yeah, it's at least that long. There might be other things for this game that aren't miniature rules or who knows what else. But yeah,
Yeah, I
we have to wait that long at least.
I don't see the next campaign being like 460 miniatures, right? Like I'd say more reasonable, where it's like, yeah,
We can do them faster too.
no universal faction rules, but I do like the idea of a warlord unlocking some sort of bonus. Yep. Beers would make Matt and Dave have the perfect Warhammer time. Table full of minis, food, and some beers. Well, that's you said beers twice, so does it cancel it out? Wolf Priest Kjarl. Ted Tech Elite Dorf. What? Okay.
Naturally, I agree.
Yes, of course. Well, we're actually.
But not always.
Technoman, $5 super chat. Thank you.
First ever super chat. No message on it, but thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Snacks, 2 troopers. So hold on.
Hold on. Scroll up a bit. Did we miss another super chat?
How about this? Warlock. Oh, yeah. The Warlord unlocks a separate special boost that applies in addition to the normal boost at any time a unit in his army is boosted. That's what I suggested before.
Oh, is that what you meant?
Yep. So Mason McElroy.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I like that because it's not a boost instead of, it's a boost in addition to. Only problem with that is what boost would be universally good for any army? Besides something simple like +1 accuracy.
I mean, Swift is also good.
Not always. Because it might already have a lot of units.
Okay, you said army, not unit specific.
Yeah, like if I said my Gorkog force, what universal special rule or thing would you apply? That would be good for pretty much every unit in that army.
The reason why I say Swift is because movement is important. You want to get close, right? So it's like if you're running, you go double your movement as opposed to 1.5. Charging.
But a lot of things already have Swift as their boost. So getting it wouldn't do anything for them. What
But
do you mean? How's
you
it
can't.
difficult
I don't think there's any way because you're going to come across a duplicate. So it would have to be a new rule, or it'd have to augment an existing rule for it to actually be beneficial to everything.
Or it can be more specific. Like Null the Horde Master, his thing affects core units because he's all about the big squads of Gribblies. Kind of like he already has the ability to let a unit double activate. So it could be things like that too.
That's cool. You could do it in the form of auras, where it's like maybe the aura is like 18 inches instead of 12, right? So like that kind of stuff, like the Mind Shackler, okay, things like that, or it could be like once per game type of stuff.
Yeah,
which is thematic. There's a lot of
ideas. Nothing's speaking to me yet, though. I want to get there though, because I think out of everything, I don't like the idea of faction rules unless we really come up with something good. I do like the idea of which guy you make your warlord as some sort of thing.
Eric Core, well, after huge thinking, just pledge Galaxy at War thanks to Stretch Pay. Just love too much the Gorkog and Amari mechs. Yeah, they're super cool, aren't they?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
What do we have then? Whoa, we jumped.
where we're at.
We beat it.
What?
We beat it.
We did! We beat it! Guys, we beat it! That's amazing! We beat it!
By like 1,500.
And you know what? It's an hour left. We got an hour left. There's a lot more to go.
All right, let's double it. I want another million. I will not be happy until everybody has Ravaged Star miniatures.
I mean, technically, there is like a place to donate whatever amount you want. So if you've already gotten everything and you happen to be a millionaire and you want to see this like explosively be successful,
Now you sound desperate.
and I said if, okay? And this if, which is a hypothetical, I'm going to follow up with a don't do that. Do not do that. But no, that's awesome how we beat that. That's just really cool. Okay? That's the royal we, by the way.
That's awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. What were we doing when we beat it? We were going like
You're
this.
eating chicken wings.
Thank you, guys. This is awesome. Thank you so much.
Smoky wings.
Would you ever all do models the size of Titans for 40K? Well, yeah, because it's like that would be really fun to have like a Titan.
It'd be
Game.
hard to balance it in a normal game, but like it's already like the ambassador was already kind of pushing the limits for rules writing. So it's tough to kind of have a game that has huge things and small things on the table and try to find some sort of semblance of balance to it.
Yeah.
But having said that, if it looks cool, who cares?
Yeah, you just do like multi-fire and like give it a lot of things like that or like attacks.
Or you restrict it to larger games.
Yep. And like that also Force Org can help.
Yep.
With
Yep.
that. It's
There's
not
ways to
just
do
that.
it. There's ways to do it.
Snacks, two troopers. I'm already having a warlord trait that gives all the units within 12 inches something like shield. Like a shield would be cool.
I like those ideas, but they don't sound like warlord traits. They just sound like abilities on you know.
But that's all everything is.
I know, but they don't sound thematically like anything. So, like Null the Horde Master, he doesn't have to be the warlord to do this certain thing. Like, do I just remove that ability and make it if he's a warlord only? If that's one way to do it, because it's already a cool ability, right?
I mean, you could go like the Grey Knight slaying demons thing where they get a special bonus against a certain faction. Yeah, no kidding. Instant feel bad.
One thing I was thinking about,
Can you stand?
slightly related, is having an ability on some commanders, if not all commanders, that when they activate, they might be able to activate somebody else too. Like some sort of like with me kind of thing, going internal tracks.
You're with me.
Yeah, like when he activates, he can activate shield wardens if they haven't already activated after he goes. And that way he doesn't like run off by himself and then lose the protection of them. Get shot down. But you can be very specific with that, like tracks with shield ward or with elite, null with flash seekers or hordes, Korvax with like the winged ones, or I don't know, something like that. It's an idea brewing in my head.
They'll touch get additional attacks for every turn they stay in combat, kill enemy models / resolve wounds. Kind of a frenzy or gift from the gods behind the veil for spilling enemy blood.
Ooh. Sorry, not that one. That's okay, but the problem with that one is I'm trying to develop the game, but everything resolves instantly, and you don't need more tokens. So I've been shying away from anything that you need to remember. Well, like for example, if this game is designed the way I want to, you should be able to walk away from a game, come back a day later, and look at it and be like, okay, I see where we're at. These units haven't activated yet, and so if not that people would normally do that, but I just kind of like that concept.
Oh, it happens a lot when you pause a game.
Yeah, and then you come back and like, what was going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I took a bite right before I read this. But Anarissa, a warlord having a pool of universal special rules to assign out to units before the game starts.
So the mechanic kind of does that already.
Right.
Yeah, which is cool.
What's the mechanic do again? I can't remember. I wrote them a while ago.
Chooses the unit. It's one of three options: +1 defense, +1 accuracy, or
+1 AP.
yes. Yeah.
Which should be +2.
Yeah. That feels bad.
Ironically, it's no different. They can get an extra accuracy. You realize that? +1 accuracy, +1 AP is the same thing. Either you increase your chance to hit by 1, or decrease their defense by 1. Percentile wise, you get the same outcome.
And that's why you're designing the rules.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand that. I just know the feeling of fun.
Mhm.
But that's cool. Eric Core, there will be one player in France at least. Congrats for the million. Merci.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, Jason McElroy.
Sorry, we don't have the rules in French though. Not yet.
Dude, you speak French. Just do a French bat rep.
Yeah, right.
I'll tell you what, you do a French bat rep, I'll do Spanish bat rep. And then
You still think you speak Spanish well enough to do a whole battle report in it?
Por supuesto.
No. Je sais pas.
Je ne sais pas.
No, je sais pas. Je sais pas.
I don't know what that means.
Ça fait longtemps.
Exactamente!
Vous ne voulez pas
Mira!
me
Todos
voir
saben.
dans un battle report en français?
Guerra de miniaturas. En la mesa.
Yeah.
Todos los días.
No, merci.
No mercy. Awesome. Okay. Chuck Kanoman, $5 super chat. First time. Thank you for the first time super chat on live stream. That's awesome. I'm
And we're telling you for the second time. You should really heart them so you remember which ones you said. Do you ever wish
You're talking to me or the chat?
you, the chat can answer this too, that your stomach wouldn't fill up so you can just keep eating the thing that you're eating? So there's a book series called Mistborn.
Mm.
Really,
novels?
really good from Brandon Sanderson.
With the metallic stuff?
And so I'm not going to try to explain everything, but one of the magic systems in it is that based on the different metal, you could store different attributes in it. For example, one of the metals lets you store wakefulness. But when you do that, though, you get tired. And it stores your wakefulness. So later on, when you're tired, you can tap into it and then be awake. But it's an equal thing, right? Like it's whatever amount you
balances.
store.
Yeah.
Perfectly balances.
Yeah.
So if one of them stores strength, you get really weak. But you can either make yourself incredibly weak and store your strength, and then you can tap a little bit of strength over a large period of time. And same thing with speed. But one of them, they find out in the later books, and this is not really a spoiler, is you can store basically food and water. So one of them is food, one of them is water. And so what happens is you just eat and eat and eat, and you can store. And so you just never get filled.
Isn't that like what fat is?
No.
You're
fat-
literally
no,
storing
fat makes-
energy on your body.
No, fat makes you, if you get too much of it, it makes you sick and it makes you unhealthy. This, you literally, it just empties it out.
Where
of
does
your
it
body.
go?
It's magic. Don't think too hard. Where does your speed go? How does it store speed?
See, now that makes sense.
I'm glad that does. And I've like, if I could have one power from that universe, it would just be that one specific power. And I would never tap it. I would just fill it and just eat.
You know what I love about that? I love how you're explaining the stuff, right? And the way in which you're explaining it, yeah, it's magic. But the way is like, oh yeah, okay, that's cool. But the one logical question is like, I don't know. This is like, this is magic. There's no explanation for it. And yet the balancing of energy and all that stuff kind of makes sense.
Brandon Sanderson's magic systems have good rules, but it doesn't mean they have any backing in science, right?
No. It doesn't need
It's
to.
like they all make sense, and he's very consistent with it.
Midichlorians. Right.
Unlike like Ant-Man, where they go to great pains and lengths to explain that even though he's smaller, he weighs the same amount.
Oh, the bullet punch?
And then the guy carries around a tank. And later on, an entire building.
That's true. Oh my god.
They even show him the very first time he shrinks, landing on the ground and cracking it. And then after that, they just totally ignore it.
Hey, to be fair, when Thomas the Engine was blown up to be like a real tank size, it was
He
like
should have been floating around like
it
a balloon.
was. It kind of was. It was like boom, boom, boom.
But then
like,
the ant was able to walk around just fine, rather than just being like, "Whoa, this is weird. I'm way out of proportion."
would the ant not have just like completely broken his legs and be like?
No, because he'd be the same weight, so he'd just be incredibly light. If anything, he'd just be like a balloon.
So he'd be like,
He would just be filled with air, and like you would be able to see gaps in his skin because it just wouldn't work. But this is comic book movie.
right, we're explaining.
But see, the problem is, you know what the problem with Ant-Man is? Is that they went to great lengths to explain how the science works at the beginning. They should just not have explained it. It's just say, it makes you smaller. How? Him stuff.
Here's the thing that you need to remember, Matt. Not everyone knows the science stuff to know how inaccurate it is. When I watch it, I'm like, oh, okay. And I don't notice.
You didn't realize that the tank on his belt should have weighed the same as a tank?
I didn't think of that until you mentioned it, right? I just enjoyed the movie.
I just ruined the whole thing for you.
Yeah, it's like it's
I
literally
enjoyed the movie.
it's literally
I enjoyed watching Iron Man get shot by a tank and somehow surviving it.
that's Iron Man. It's a different movie.
Oh,
different movie.
same universe. Sure.
Same universe.
Say his suit, I totally could believe that would survive that. But boy, you get micro concussions by playing football. Can you imagine the concussion you'd receive by getting shot down by a tank?
Yeah, that would be.
It would hurt.
That's some form of blunt force trauma that I wouldn't want to experience.
He'd be mush. All of his organs would be liquid.
Hey, there's inertia dampeners inside that he's Iron Man. He can like do that stuff.
Inertia dampeners, like in Star Trek.
Exactly. Okay. He also has one of those, what's it called? Where you like basically microwave anything into existence. So he like
Replicators.
Yes.
Does he replicate himself new organs as he loses them?
Instantly, and that's what the nanobots do, right? It's like
He didn't have the nanobots till way later.
it didn't reveal them until later. You don't actually.
I love all the
I know.
first wave. I'm actually I'm rewatching through the first wave of the Marvel movies.
Oh yeah.
It's so good.
Oh, the golden era of Marvel movies.
Yeah, there's a few bad ones in there, but overall, it's the story. I'm at Endgame now. I'm about to start Endgame.
That's fun.
What a ride!
You went on a marathon, eh?
Oh well, not a marathon. I did it over time.
Oh, okay.
But
What'd you start with? Did you start with you didn't start with Incredible Hulk? That came before?
No, that's not phase 1. That's phase
Yeah, it is.
0.5.
It's phase 1.
Uh-uh.
End credit scene. Tony Stark comes in. So I guess technically Iron Man is the first one. So I guess Incredible Hulk would be after that. Yeah, because he comes in. Yeah, talking to what's his
I know,
face?
but that one doesn't count. It's fine, but it doesn't feel like the beginning. That Iron Man
Change the actor. It's.
Yeah, it was a good actor too.
But you know what? Multiverse. No,
I-
it fits. It fits. Multiverse.
If they brought him back to explain it, actors change. They stopped doing that after a while, though. They just kill you off.
All right, let's see. You know what? I think there's too many to like catch up on, and it's overwhelming. So
We got a super chat.
Okay, here we go. Mason McElroy, $5 super chat. Example: the Abacus Warlord trait. Anytime a unit in his army boosts, they get 1 additional attack in addition to their normal boost.
You'd have to limit it to like core and elite, so that you don't get like
Why?
the tank get another shot.
I'm kidding. Yes.
Well, 'cause then
Actually, it's Warlord specific. Maybe Lord Emirath, who is the Armored Carnage Warlord, gives a boost to like armored vehicles, right? And so it's like one gives a boost to infantry or core units, one gives a boost to elites, and right?
yes,
Yes. So like Tyrek, elites, right? Vice Lord, you pick.
no. It's a lot. There's another super chat. The Danish
Oh yes. Always reason. $500 Danish.
Karate. I don't think.
We'll just do 10 times last donation. I'm ignorant of this whole thing. Can you recap what we're all doing here? Perhaps by dissecting Whims of the Gods Pledge and what all those boxes can do for us. Okay, you know what?
Call it.
Okay, I'll do it.
Got it.
Yep, I got it. Because we can consolidate the first and second campaigns.
Oh.
So, if you're new here and you're kind of just like figuring out this whole thing, Ravaged Star is a tabletop miniature war game. It consists of PVC plastic miniatures that are pre-assembled that come from the factory. There are 3 factions in total. There's the Veil Touched, which are very chaotic and spiky. There's the Amari Space Dwarves that are very mechanized and militaristic. And then there's the Gorkog, or the Space Bugs, the broods of hordes of Griblies. And you have varying sizes of miniatures in each faction. You have your standard 28 millimeter to 32 millimeter size. Heroic scale, by the way, that's everything, is heroic scale. Also, there's some 40 millimeter scale things and 50 and 60. Also, 120 to 90 millimeter size miniatures. So let's give you some visuals to actually explain this better, because visual is worth 1,000 words, right? Here's an example of one I just talked about, 120 by 90. This is an Amari Ambassador. Okay. Now, the rule set itself, which is being developed in-house by Mini Wargaming, specifically Matthew, the man sitting next to me, who has 16
I
years
think
experience.
I think 60, maybe 50% of the rules are me. Other 50% have definitely been feedback,
and
including Dave.
that's
I
yeah.
say that with surprise.
I'll go
Not
with
anymore, but
0.8% maybe is my contribution.
hey, you got the boost idea of when somebody boosts.
The other
player
side
gets to
goes.
go, and that was our nice, elegant solution for what happens if somebody gets too many things in a row.
I will claim credit on the one rule suggestion, and I'll be happy with that.
That is a
It's kind of a big one.
that was a crucial rule.
That's fair. That's fair.
So like anybody can write how to shoot with a model,
Actually,
right? Can you see it? You roll your dice.
Here's a sample unit card, and Ravaged Star is played using tokens and cards. So a token represents each unit. There's 4 different unit types. There's commanders, which lead the armies. There's corps, which is your most of the time standard infantry-esque type of units. There's elites, which shoot a little better, hit a little harder. And then there's support, which is your big dudes, your big gals, the heavy-hitting stuff, right? Your vehicles, your big mechs, all that stuff. Thank you, Siren Spear, with $10 super chat. 60 minutes left in the campaign. Congratulations, boys. You hit it out of the park. Here's $10 for lunch. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, to continue the explanation, there are 20 big packs that you can purchase. That's the Whims of the Gods pack. That combines the first campaign, which we ran over a year and a half ago, which consisted only of the Veil Touch miniatures. That one raised over $1 million when we did that. It has already been fulfilled. Over 4,000 backers around the world that have already received their miniatures. The second campaign combines those original miniatures, which are now being made to be available in this campaign, with the new factions, the 2 new factions. And in addition to that, some new Veil Touched miniatures. Over 400 to be exact, over 460 miniatures to be exact. Nearly 500, as I've seen it said more accurately in the chat here. Yeah, you'll get everything if you get the Whims of the Gods. Everything in the packs. Now, there are some individual models that you can get in addition to that. For example, Urian Lasgor. That's a model. That's a single model. That was the promotional miniature that we made available in this. If you followed before the campaign, you get that one miniature free with your pledge. In the original campaign, there was Lord Tyrek that you got free with your pledge. That's if you followed before we launched. So here's the Tyrek. Now, both of these will be made available separate from any of their big packs. These are the individual models that you can get. There's 2 so far. There's also 3 miniature packs. Can you pass me the Herald of Struck there? Thank you. So, previous campaign, Heralds of Struck. This was the 3 miniature set that you get. Remember, this is in addition to Whims of the Gods. And there's also the new one for this campaign, which is the Heirs of Empires. Yeah. And that's 3 more miniatures. Now, there's that, plus there's the rule book and tokens you can get as a separate add-on. And also, there's, from the original, I don't mean to reach over your food here, Matt, but you're fine. There's individual packs that you can get. When I say individual, I mean unit packs, right? So, because the Veil Touched was a big campaign with a lot of miniatures, there's a lot of elite packs and add-ons in addition to the large war packs, right? Now this year, this is included in the Whims of the Gods, right? All of the stuff from the original campaign are available. So you got some core units here. These are some Valkyrs that are Veil Touched, right? Shows you, the back of each box shows you what you get in each box. Also, just to show you this visual as well, default storage for each box here is the box itself, because it comes with these inserts, and each miniature has its own individual space that it goes in, right? So you could paint it up and put it back. You can store it, as you can transport it, whatever, right? You can also put it on your shelf or on display, or carry it in a carry case, your choice. But the default option is there for you to have. Now, this campaign is almost over. It's about an hour left. And we've made our goal of $40,000, and we raised that in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That's because of support from the community. That's people watching, people that have been tuning in for the past 16 years. This is community driven. If you like community, gaming community, tabletop community, then you'll enjoy the experience that is Ravaged Star. Because everything from the rules, which are being submitted everywhere, particularly our Discord, which is miniwargaming.com/playtest, which we've pinned in the comments here in the section of the chat. You can go there, you can see the rules, you can actually see the current pre-alpha, alpha rules that are available right now. They're being tweaked and they're not finalized by any means. And Matt is leading that. He's leading the charge there, and he's gathering and collating all of your suggestions and ideas. So if you have any desire to participate in that manner, you can. And when it comes to the lore of Ravaged Star, similar thing will be set up in a Discord where you can submit stories, short stories, ideas for characters, and your own lore for your own commanders and your own armies.
Yeah. Real interjection, because there's somebody looking at the Galaxy at War pledge. So it does have all the rule books and tokens and dice, because those come in the 2-player starter sets. So you'll actually have lots of dice tokens and 3 rule books.
Yeah, technically 3.
Yeah, but definitely you'll have everything you need. The Galaxy at War pledge is everything plus the 3 new miniatures. Yeah, the only thing it might not have is I keep forgetting.
Tyric and Urian Lasgore.
Urian Lasgore. Well, not Tyric's the old one anyway.
Yeah.
Urian Lasgore is one that you had to follow beforehand.
Now here's a visual demonstration. Again, if you're new, the PVC plastic, the quality is pretty insane. Okay, and this is objectively speaking, having seen a number of different levels of quality with miniatures over the years from various games. They're not on sprue. You don't need to clip them off beforehand. Everything comes assembled already. And take a look at this, okay? Something like this, you would never do with hard plastic, right? It would snap like right off. Okay, and this is, it's meant to be like, if you knock it over on the floor, which here, check this out. Okay, see this? You would never do this with another miniature. You would be insane to do something like this, right? You would be like, why are you doing this? You don't want to do that. But we, but yeah, whoa, it dropped it.
Oh, it broke.
Oh, it broke. No, it didn't break, right? Because that's how durable these are. By design, on purpose, because PVC plastic has really come a long way since the, the bendy, kind of less detailed miniatures that we perhaps might have a visual image of in our minds from years ago when certain miniatures existed. When I first saw these just under 2 years ago, I was blown away. And I thought, yep, that's the answer to my own clumsiness, and plus the fact that I have kids. And, I'm not stressed out whenever they're holding the miniatures. That's ultimately what it is. So if that is the explanation for everything, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think that's fine. Like, if we want to look at it, like, here's the rapid fire summary. There are 7 new boxes of all the new stuff. 3 of them are labeled 2-player starter sets. Those come with 2 different factions in each of them. And then there's 4 other boxes, the war packs, that are specific to each faction. So there's 2 Amari and there's 2 Gorkog. But there has been some people who are like, but I don't want to have to buy the 2-player starter sets because I only want Amari, or I only want Gorkog, or I only want the new Veil Touch. So we created special pledges just for them. So the number of pledges has kind of grown more than I'd liked, but it was to accommodate all the different things that you guys wanted. So if you just want Gorkog, there's basically an all-in Gorkog. There's an all-in new Veil Touch. There's an all-in Amari, and so you could choose those. But if you go for the Galaxy at War, it's pretty much everything that's new. I say pretty much because it doesn't include the
Urian Lasgore.
Urian Lasgore. Unless you followed before the campaign, so you'll have to add that on.
Yeah.
That's why I say pretty much. So it has all the rules, the tokens, the cards, all the new Amari, the Gorkog, the new Veil Touch. And then if you're really crazy, which many of you are, turns out, and I love it, there's the, I can't remember the name of it. It's the most expensive, Whims of the Galaxy?
Whims of the Gods.
I got something on my teeth.
Whims of the Gods.
And that's just everything, except for Urian Lasgore, if you did not follow beforehand. So, you do have to add that.
I just love doing that. I just can't help it.
Yeah.
Recently found our copy of Trolls in my kids' old bookshelf. Love you guys. Benjamin S. Awesome. Thank you so much. That's amazing. For context, that was a kid's book that I made, over a decade ago now.
It's a while ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Asheron, do the rule books only come in the 2-player starter sets? No, you can. They're add-ons. If you scroll down to the add-ons, So if you're on mobile, you can click on the top left to get the menu. See, click on add-ons. If you're on desktop, it's on the left-hand side. One of the add-ons is the rulebook and tokens. And then there's also the add-ons for the cards. So yeah, you can just do that. So if you just, but remember, if you go all in, so if you go all in on any of the miniatures, meaning like just all in Gorkog or Amari, then you won't get rule books because it's just miniatures. And that way we could separate it. If people didn't care about the rules, they just wanted the models. And remember, the rules are going to be for free. You're like, no, I'm not going to spend money on that. I don't care about having a physical rule book. Then you don't have to add them. Otherwise, you do have to add them separately. So the rules either come in the 2-player starter sets, those 3 boxes of 2-player starter sets, or as an add-on. And just remember, those bigger pledges that include the 2-player starter sets, obviously, we're not going to take the rules out of that. The boxes are going to be what's in the box. So if anything was added to a box and you pledged for something that included that box, then you get the thing that was added. So this is because it was a little confusing at times because there was a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff, man.
Throwing a lot of stuff your way.
Yeah, it's basically, hey, here's a brand new miniature war game.
Yeah.
With 3 factions that are fleshed out.
Yeah,
with
to
unit
us, like
types.
I'm familiar with it, but to anybody else walking in the first day will be like, wow, this is a lot of stuff to process.
Yeah. Matt made a video about going over to pledges, but there isn't much time left. There's like an hour and a bit.
Yeah, the video's on the GameFound page, and I did make it so it was quick.
Yeah.
So that you could kind of get into the meat of it. Because,
yeah,
we wanted to provide all these things, but it did make it a little more confusing. And so I wanted to explain it in a way that was easy to kind of digest.
So it's a well-made video, and I'll say this because Matt, when it comes to like practical things that need to make sense and need to be cohesive and concise, like that's the way Matt talks. So yeah, it's a good video to watch if you're wanting some clarification. And it's not too long either. Was it 10 minutes or something?
Yeah, it was as long as it had to be for me to talk about everything without trying to ramble on. Alexander Bishop, our tokens separate themselves too. So tokens, when you buy if you look at the add-on for the rulebook, it says rulebook and tokens. So those come together. But the tokens are also in the 2-player starter sets. The 2-player starter sets have the models you see, plus the rules, plus tokens, plus dice, plus the cards only specific to that 2-player starter set. So.
Okay, so Mechanical Mayhem, that includes Amari and Veil Touched. So is there actually a recommendation if we wanted to get a Gorkog to expand to a 3-player? I mean, there are 2 war packs specific to Gorkog. And
it's still gonna have probably on average a bit more than what you get in the starter sets, but not. It depends which one you get. So the recommendation, no, I actually don't have one of them that I'd recommend because they both work.
They do both work. So it actually
they both have a combination of elites and support and commander, just to the most part. So neither of them are perfectly designed to just be like buy this and nothing else. Like it's more themed towards the stuff inside. Having said that, I would probably go for the winged horror pack. I think you'll get a bit more variety in the stuff.
Yeah, so there's the Winged Hordes.
Hordes,
Can get. That comes with Korvax, the Bone Crusher, all the minis there. Right, so you could get this.
So you're gonna get a lot of stuff in that
Razorbacks. Yeah, if you like flying units and you like Razor Queen birthing units of other units, you can get that. However, I will say this, and there's some unlocks as well that also come. You get some Stalkers and you get this Grudge Man. But it's funny because that was the one I would actually choose the other one. The reason why is because it has the Razor Worm in it. So this one, Massive Monstrosities, has the Scream Skitter, which is terrifying, and Blade Furies, which are awesome in game. I gotta say, one of my favorite Gorkog units. But you have here we go, the Razor Worm. Now, this is the big mini that you get as part of the Gorkog Force. In fact, here let's show you what it is here. Yeah, so you get this. It's 120 by 90 millimeter base size. So that's what you get in that pack. So I'd recommend that because it's a fun, big centerpiece type of model that are just always fun to have. You know, like it's fun to have a bunch of models and infantry, but it kind of completes it when you got a big one in addition to all your other stuff. That'd be my recommendation, and that'd be the reason why I recommend that.
It is totally possible that space pirates exist in the Ravaged Star universe, Pepsi Man. I think there wouldn't be a universe in the multiverse where pirates wouldn't exist. People willing to prey on the weaker. And also sporting a really cool accent and interesting gear. But yeah, most likely. Techno Man, should I post rule suggestions in the Discord? Absolutely. You can talk about it here if you like.
Yeah.
But if you like, honestly, there's a lot of stuff that we've been processing today. So if you want to go in and have the discussions, go to miniwargaming.com/playtest. But if you just want to kind of shoot some ideas right now, I am here for it. Like, we got another hour and a half to go. So let's talk about some fun stuff.
Yeah, Phenomeноx, appreciate the help. Taking a long time to make my final decision. I love it that there's still more people pledging. Like it's going to go right up to the end. It's another hour and 19 minutes left. No, actually, no, plus another 8 minutes on top of that. Yeah.
Phenomena.
Well, did we max out on unlocks? Yes.
Yeah, they should all be revealed by now, I would think, an hour and a half before the ending.
You're going to have to wait.
Oh, and by the way,
last 8 minutes.
Oh, wait, there's more.
Last 8 seconds. You got to snipe that.
Yeah. For only the people who pledge in the last minute.
Yeah. Bypass the original campaign goal. Yeah, we did. And that's because of you. Because you all. I got one of the Mass Monstrosities in addition to my all-in Gorkog because I really like the mites.
Oh, geez, yeah. They're fun. The way they explode on things.
Yeah, the grudge mites.
Benjamin says, what's next for Ravaged Star, I wonder? Well, the immediate next is developing the rules with you guys so that we can get that honed and ready for the rule book. That'll be coming out with these miniatures. Once these miniatures are done, it's as simple as expanding, which
lore.
Sorry, and lore. Yeah, lore is a huge one. I don't know why. My brain's on rules right now. And then it would be obviously on expanding and supporting the factions.
And mine's, you know what? Mine's on lore, that's great because your mind should be on the rules. I don't want to have to think about the rule. That's overwhelming, right? Where you get enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
Silent Despair. What about Space Ninjas? They're already there. Can you not see them? Wait, no, you can't, because they're ninjas.
Also orcs.
Yeah, but Space Ninjas. Like, I'll just write a faction for it, and you just don't put models on the table. You can't see them.
You can represent them with bases, but it's still
No. You can't see them. They could be anywhere. So when you pull their token, you just say, I'm charging that unit. And when they fire at you, they say, I'm firing at that unit. And you go, nah, I'm not there. I'm a Space Ninja.
Ooh, Table Gold, I back because these sculpts are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense, though, because pretty models want.
What's the general vibe, says Smith 15, between the three factions of Mari Morshudi, Gorkog Melee, and Veil Touch Balance?
No. Okay, this is what I would say. Each faction, you're able to lean into each of those three playstyles.
Yeah.
That's actually the answer.
Well, the Gorkog only have Melee for their core, though.
For their core,
you're almost always going to be bringing core. So that's why I go, because I agree with what you're saying. But at the same time, I know that
okay.
I don't. Yeah,
here, let me say this.
It's hard to say.
You can lean into each playstyle with each faction. However, there are certain factions that lean better into certain playstyles. For example, the Gorkog. If you want melee with a bunch of small gribblies
and monsters, the Razor Worm, the Macedon, the Agedon,
you can dial into that very easily.
Yeah,
right?
They definitely have more. They definitely proportionately have more close combat. Now the Veil Touched are kind of a weird one because we have so much more of them. That you can basically, if you bought all the Veil Touched, you could do whatever the crap you want. You wanted to go all melee, you could build a strong faction doing that. You want to go all shooting, yeah, you definitely have enough of that.
Yeah.
You want to go all like heavier stuff, well, you can do that too. So yeah. Orcador, I got all in Amari, waiting for store for Veil Touched. Well, thank you so much, Orcador, especially for all the super chats you've been doing on top of that, and you missed it. There you go. You just hearted our. You just sent the general vibe out.
Okay.
That you like the scream.
It's also accurate. How about an AI faction? Only sentient machines. It's too close to real life, so yeah.
We're gonna get there anyways.
Are you guys going to keep putting out battle reports as you refine the rules?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I've watched all of them so far, and they have been really fun.
The playtesting is going to be a combination of going into the Discord and seeing actual people play the game. That's what I want it to be. We can talk about rules all day long, and we can refine certain obvious things. But until you really play the game, you don't really know. And so that's what. And I have a section for that. I have a section for battle reports, and I don't mean like people posted battle reports. I mean literally, make a thread. Tell me about the game you played. What did you bring? Who won? How did it go? What did you like? What did you do? And that's what I want. Real games and real feedback that way. Now, of course, lots of feedback on, the wording of this rule is confusing. That's all fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Especially once we get to me actually writing the rules, that'll be great to have like 500 editors. It actually works really well. Because there's things that I write that I'm like, oh, that wasn't clear. I didn't realize it was clear in my head.
Yeah.
Draxus, I'd like for some core range units for Gorkog eventually, possibly something that shoots spines or something. Yeah, for sure. Like I technically could make the plasma spitters core. I could, but I thought just because of how big they looked, they worked better in units of 6. And I generally have the core
Plasma
be
Retchers.
Plasma Ratchers and Plasma Spitters. So there's the two. There's the one that's more artillery. So these totally could be core. And so nothing's set in stone yet. They might be core. And that way you could, because now that I'm hearing that, like, yeah, everything that core on the Gorkog is close combat. I didn't actually realize that.
Just worked out that way.
It just worked out that way because all the big Gribbly, or the lots of Gribblies are naturally going to be more like close combat. So I might add them and make them like units of, or keep them at units of 6 and still make them core. I don't know. We'll see. Because you get 12 of each in the box. So, but they're pretty big. Like making them a unit of 12 would kind of go against the convention of what I've been trying to do in terms of footprint of the units. We'll see.
So something that I thought of, just I got an idea from a comment there regarding battle reports and continual bat reps that are playtesting, which we're going to do.
Yeah.
I think it would make a lot of sense if we do the battle report on YouTube and we have suggestions for rules, which can be in the comments or miniwargaming.com/playtest. But in addition to this, we have something that's available for YouTube members and Vault members, where we do additional content where we're not playing, but we're sitting down talking about the game we just played and having more of a potent rules discussion, because that's to add value to our paying members, because that's ultimately what's carried us through the years, is adding value there and giving back to the community that is mini wargaming. Like without the Vault members, without YouTube memberships, without all of that, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place. So, yeah. In fact, every time I see that in the chat, it's like instant warm fuzzies. It's like someone, so-and-so became a micro war gamer, became a narrative war gamer. Like every time I see that, it's like, oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it also gives a reason. It gives a good reason for that. And here's the thing, it's not a necessity, right? Obviously, because you can still go to the Discord and get direct interaction there as well. But it just adds a great idea. Thank you, Akio-sama. Yeah, and if you're a Vault member, it adds value to your membership.
Now, there's a comment that just went by. Hector was asking if there's going to be AI rules, and the answer to that is absolutely. I've already started concocting some in my head. Now, it won't be... The token pulling system really lends itself well to AI, either as a third player on the table that messes with both players, or as like a solo or a co-op play.
Yeah.
The trick there is going to be... writing the AI rules is not the hard part, like saying what this unit would do. Like, if it's a close combat unit, it moves forward and tries to charge, and if it can, it runs to cover or to an objective or something. You can also make scenarios specific to AI play so that you can kind of not have to have it as open and free-flowing. The hard part is what happens when you pull a boost. And so
a boost for AI?
Yeah, like how do you determine which unit gets boosted and which boost will then be used? So, but 100%, I want to create solo and, in my opinion, more importantly, co-op rules.
Yeah.
That you can play 2 players versus an enemy. But that might be more like scenario specific. It might not be like set up a huge army against another army and play against each other. I don't think AI play lends itself well to that. I think AI lends itself really well to campaign specific things. Imagine a campaign supplement that's like, can you as the Amari and your buddy, 2 players playing Amari, like you choose like a few squads, can you get through this derelict spaceship infested with feral Gorkog? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden it becomes a lot easier to write the AI rules. It's almost like a board game at that point.
Very cool. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, and yes, Akio-sama, I have actually looked at the Power Hammer Guys rules for co-op horde mode for 40k. It's pretty cool. Same idea.
Miss the open vault, bring back casual conversations in the office. Well, you know what? Now that I've been spending more time here at the office, because as a default for a long time, I mean, over a year, I've been working from home. And so that kind of unlocked, like during COVID and post-COVID, right? It kind of like...
Got used to it.
Yeah, got used to the efficiency of not getting so distracted.
coming here, but it's different when there's like this. Like this is we're literally working right now, right? We're engaging, and then that could definitely be a thing. Especially the open vaults. It's fun. It's fun to see what the happenings are, what the current guests are of that day, what battles are happening, this developments here, and yeah, that's certainly a thing that can happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, you didn't eat all your wings. I got to try one of these. What flavor is it again?
Smoky tequila lime.
Sounds like a lot of different flavors. And my fingers were all clean, and now they're dirty again.
That's a fact.
All right.
It's their most popular flavor. I love the smokiness. It's just so smoky.
Very apt.
How do you like it? Not bad, huh?
It's not as spicy as I thought it would be.
It's not spicy. Like
It is.
I wouldn't describe. Well, I guess that is all dependent.
I'm
on
not good at spice. So, anybody here that can tell you when something's spicy? You can only tell me if something's really spicy. No, it's not spicy. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
There's a tiny kick.
Hey, Dad, Hey, Matt, could you please add base size to the unit profiles in the test room?
I plan on it. I don't have the full list. I realized I could just pull out a measuring tape.
That's also on the GameFound page. So if you go there,
Did they?
Yep.
Did they actually add it?
yeah, for all 3 factions.
Oh, we do have it now.
Yeah.
Yay! So yes, eventually, once I get back.
Actually, we just like copy and paste those images over and put it in the Discord to have it consolidated in that place. In
Good
fact,
idea.
if someone is in the Discord right now, you can literally just copy and paste those images in whatever place would make the most sense for that.
And then I'll pin it.
And yeah. Late to the party, have they said anything about an Eldar/Dark Eldar proxy faction? Well, first and foremost, let's get this clear. We're not going to do proxy miniatures, right? Like
That's not the plan anymore.
the Veil Touched, the intent there was proxy, right? You do whatever you want with the minis, play whatever game system you want. There was no game rule. There was no system attached to it. But now that there is a game, there's literally no reason to do proxies. We just do our own minis, our own factions, our
No
own
reason for
unique
us.
sets.
If you guys want to use them as proxies, go for it.
Different story.
But they were
Different
not
story.
designed to be one-to-one. So you might find like, oh yeah, the Flesh Seekers, they work as Hormigons. Like, okay. But then, and these kind of like gargoyles, except you only get 8 of them, and they're more elite. But like,
That's okay.
kind of a Tyranid Prime, but for like, you're going to get like 80% of it does not have a correlation to Tyranids.
So, okay, if you guys are wondering, this is something you'd be able to figure out if you put them 1-to-1. For Veil Touched, there is a 1-to-1 proxy. For
Not everything, but lots of stuff. There's some of these dudes that
well, the base size,
base size, yes, sure,
yes, not the scale,
not the loadouts. No, I'm talking about loadouts.
Okay, for loadouts,
Weapon loadouts, they're all over the place.
that's fair. That's different. Yeah. But for the most part, Veil Touched is a really close proxiable army. For the Gorkog, it's about half and half, right? There's some where you
Even
can
less
be.
than half. I play Tyranids. I'll tell you
So
right
you
now.
you tell me, what is it?
It's only a few things, and honestly, like only because they're an archetype in Space Bugs, like the Flesh Seekers are your archetype, like Little Gribbly, right? So they work with Hormigons, which are also that, but they're also like Zerglings. They're also like, heck, you watch Stranger Things and you get the little demo dogs or whatever. You're gonna have a hard time doing a perfect proxy. You're gonna have to do some stretching your imagination as to what things would be, because it was not intended for that. Same thing with the Amari.
No, the Amari is different. So with the Amari, it's 100% of the minis were designed with no proxy in mind, because there were no any other space dwarves that existed in any other game system at the time that we looked at to compare them to. So it was all made from scratch. And so if they do proxy, that's happenstance. It's all, it just happens. Connor Finn, welcome to Mini Wargamer. Thank you, Connor.
And interesting enough, I think going forward that's going to be the case, especially like we have the Vanguard, which are the non-veil touched, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you'd think, well, that's just going to be Space Marines. But because we've diverged from that, we can actually do some cool stuff with the Vanguard too.
Yes.
That no longer is tied to this idea that, well, it has to be similar. And you can kind of see that with the artists, what they do with Gorkog. Once they're like, do whatever you want, we got some weird stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I say weird in a good way. Like, what the heck is with the
The Grudge Walker?
The Grudge Walker. Why do we call it a Grudge Walker? He's puking out grudge, and that's what he's flying with.
Grudge Puker?
The Grudge Puker, right? Like who's crazy head did that come from?
So to be fair, this really should be called the Grudge Belcher. Okay? And the Grudge Walker should be the other one. Because the other one is like that.
Yeah, names aren't final yet. Although the more we say them, the more likely they are to be final.
Yeah.
Because we just get used to it.
Like this thing right here is belching out grudge.
I thought they were eyes, and this was like a tentacle
Same.
that was like going on. But no, that's his face right there, and he's puking the stuff out, which is allowing him to like fly by. So it's just, the bug is just, like forget all that purple stuff. Like cover up the purple stuff. Like so that's the bug.
Yeah, that's the bug.
Right. And
that's the eyes.
I didn't realize that until I was holding it in my hand and writing the rules for it. I'm like, wait. I thought it was like a big brain bug. No, it's just this disgusting.
Teeth,
Yeah,
eyes.
it's just puking the stuff. And
whatever.
It's flying by puking.
Yeah.
Imagine having such projectile vomit that you could fly because of it. And like maintain the flight.
Where does it all come from? Right? Like,
It's supposed to be a more magical thing. The grudge, like the grudge mancer, he wields the grudge. All that kind of stuff.
yeah, he's got a
The
grudge.
sludge. Oh, like, I know grudge can be kind of a weird word, but like think of it as like sludge. But it's not sludgy. It's different. It morphs in it. But oh, did we get another?
That was kind
We already said that one. Okay.
the cutest.
Looks like okay, yeah. Mason McCullough, right? Looks kind of like the overlords from StarCraft. Yeah. Once you remove the grudge, then yeah, it totally. That's what it reminded me afterwards. But I couldn't see that because of the way that it's floating. So I almost want to like cut it off and stick it on a flying base. I love the grudge stuff, but I want to see what it looks like just without it. That wouldn't be a hard conversion to do.
Yeah, I'm sure we can
Yeah.
manage that.
Yeah, so no, future, when people are like, well, can we just have a proxy for Dark Eldar or Eldar? It's like, we're not going to try to do that.
Hi, Kaylee.
That doesn't mean you're not going to get like similar archetypes. Like obviously when you go to elven vampires, I don't know if there's somehow will look a little bit. No, they won't look anything like Dark Eldar.
If Jarrett's with you, hi, Jarrett.
Yeah. But yeah. What do you think? Some people have asked the question, would you write rules for one-page rules for these things? What do you think of that? So they can be used in one-page rules.
Yeah.
Should we bother with doing that or just let somebody else do it?
I mean, I'm sure there's people that would know the rules so well that they could just easily do that.
Because I don't. I know the one-page rules, but I haven't played it enough to be able to balance a faction.
So I guess here's the thing, right? Like the miniatures are the miniatures, and you can buy the miniatures. So you can use them in whatever game you want, right? Like, yeah, if there's a custom rule set that is created by the community, and you can engage in that game that you already like, you want to use the aesthetic of these miniatures, I mean, there's nothing stopping anyone from doing that. So, yeah. Will we do it officially? Well, we're going to spend time creating the rule set for the thing itself.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Any more way to get people to get our miniatures, though, right?
exactly, right?
Yeah.
It supports tabletop. It supports the project because people buy the miniatures, and
A lot of people buy minis for minis. Like that's
Fair.
a stat that, or 5e stat conversion rule. Somebody just said, "Oh, geez, make them usable in D&D." Actually, you know what?
Yes.
You know what? Now that you said, I'm like, no, wait.
Wait.
I want to, and you know what? I've got to play. Oh, okay.
there it is.
The Gorkog are gonna get it because I'm gonna use them in my Spelljammer campaign. Oh, frick! I could use this. No, the Amari might not fit the look of what I'm doing right now, so I don't have as much motivation to do them. But the Gorkog
Module. D&D module.
Oh, frick! Write a module.
Yeah.
We might have to do a campaign to do that because that would be a lot.
I
of work.
want to do that.
Yeah, it would be a digital campaign, and
What does that mean?
Like the rules would be available digitally.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and campaign would just be like to help support that. It wouldn't have to be very much.
I'm talking about like content. I would want to participate in that and actually role play in that.
That would be cool.
Yes.
So you do a Ravaged Star 5e role-playing game, role-playing supplement until we write our own role-playing game.
Yeah.
As a kind of a stopgap.
Yeah.
That's a time-consuming stopgap, but it would be cool.
It would be cool because it would also like help to write lore.
Oh, if you want, yeah, role-playing games are always where the lore gets super developed.
Yeah.
Because you have to.
You have
what
to.
does it look like walking around a city? You can't just like talk about them in the abstract sense. It's like, no, I want to walk into a shop.
Uh-huh.
What's in the shop?
Mm-hmm.
What do they eat?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, one person said it's exactly like the Overlord because the Overlord shoots the creep. You're right. Now that you're saying that, I'm like, yeah, totally. That might even be what they based it off, to be honest. I did remember saying, if you're going to go for anything, go more for Zerg.
Hey, Ian's a battle. Hey, Jay. How's it going, man? By the way, thanks for the videos that you made. You and your team, I know it's more than just you.
He's asking who painted the pink and fleshy Gorkog. That was Siege Studios, and then we have a local painter, Gary.
So
Gary Rudak.
Yeah.
I think the two of them. I
Actually,
don't think
both...
anybody else did it. I apologize. I cannot keep all of the painting straight because I have so many people working on painting. So that's something I have a hard time tracking.
That admittedly sounds really cool.
With the 5e thing?
The D&D. Yep. Gorkog, D&D, all that stuff. What's the most popular race so far with the pledges? I mean,
I haven't even looked at it.
So it's either...
you should be able to say the backers.
If you include the original, obviously it's Veil Touch, but I'm going to guess that it's the Amari.
Let's look at just the new stuff.
Just
which then would be not the gift. Is this between the Amari and Gorkog? What's your guess? You think it's Amari?
Yeah, I think it's Amari because we did a poll yesterday.
Oh, we jumped.
Oh, jeez.
Another 20,000. People are really last minute.
There's like more than an hour left.
What's crazy about that? And I get it. I'm a procrastinator. I'm married to a heavy procrastinator. And so I understand.
Well, your current wife.
My current wife. My current perfect wife. My perfectly current wife.
Yes. Perfectly current wife. Who procrastinates.
Who procrastinates.
Heavily.
But it's one thing to like procrastinate to get ready for like an exam or something. But like, hey, I think I want to drop $1,000. Maybe I want to drop $1,000. Oh, there's only 30 minutes left. Yeah, $1,000. Like, that's crazy.
It is kind of crazy.
It's crazy. Right. I know some people are just coming home from work or whatever, but you guys are crazy. Thank you so much. Okay, so rewards. Let's see. So the full Galaxy at War, which doesn't tell us anything, that was 300 times. Champions in the Amari, 147. Unyielding War Pack, which is... that's Amari as well. So, okay, the 2 packs we've sold 147 and 209. So 350-ish, 56.
Okay.
Winged Horrors is 148, and then Massive Monstrosities is about the same. It's actually, that's 348.
Okay, now you also need to include the
the
support
all-ins.
packs.
The all-ins.
This is support packs, right?
Yeah. No, the support packs that has everything. Okay, so those will break the tie. 91 for all Gorkog, 103. It's about the same. That's a pretty even split.
It's slightly more Amari. That's what it is. Yeah.
Not statistically significant, though. About the same. I don't know why I put that away. I got to keep reading comments.
Yeah, you put that away like a pistol. You're like,
oh, it's got $88.88 from somebody.
What?
But we did the 50.
Gear Guns Mech Shop!
Oh,
proper walls required. Keep you awake for the rest of the push. If you have headphones on, take them off now.
But I'm full of chicken wings.
2, 1. That was Kyle. You just wanted that. You sadistic, lovely human. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, by the way.
Should we write rules for his orcs in Ravaged Star?
No.
We don't want proxying.
No. That's its own game. No,
I know.
Yeah, we definitely don't want proxying, Matt. No. We say no to proxy. No.
You should never proxy. It is immoral.
What do you guys think? Should we use the entire Gear Guts Mech Shop range of miniatures and create a rule set for it? And then have an awesome, like, bruiser game?
Well,
just an idea.
No, it's even because I didn't do the all pledges, and the Gorkog beats
It's
the
not.
Amari.
Okay, look. Is it the exact same?
It's pretty much the
Because
exact
if it's
same.
not, one has more. That one has more.
I know, but that's barely.
The question was, what's more popular? You said pretty much the same. Like, there's an exactness to this, right? You're the numbers guy. Why are you glossing over it? That's
No,
my job.
Because I am a numbers guy. There are statistics, and statistics tell you that there is a statistic significance.
You said that word too much in the last.
If there was 1 million backers, and 500,001 of them chose Gorkog, and 499,990 of them chose Amari, you would be right to say that the Gorkog were more popular. But you would also be incorrect to say it, because it's so close to the same that saying they're more popular is misleading. That's the problem with the word popular. Like there's a technically right, and then there's a semantically right.
It's rules as intended, rules as written.
No,
Are you intended or written?
both. I wrote it, and I intended it. Thus it is written. Thus it shall be done.
Are you logicking me with your illogic?
That's how you beat a Vulcan.
Beat a Vulcan. Yes, using your God's community as a faction. I mean, there you go. You got orcs right there.
There, we just skipped a whole faction.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, let's just not make them proxies. Gear. Kyle. This name escaped me for a second. Kyle, you want to just sell us the rights? We can just kind of skip a whole process. All right, Kyle. We'll talk after. $17, and we'll refund the super chat. Yeah, obviously, they're worth a lot more than that.
Oh, I see.
You don't get okay. Sorry. Real spacing here. Technically correct is the best kind of correct, says Pezler the polychromatic.
Well, statistically speaking, when you're technically correct, it's not statistically significant. When you say technically, it's usually so close that you have to say technically.
Yeah.
Or did like
You'd have to say technically more popular.
Yeah.
That would be a correct way of saying
that
it.
would be
Because then people would know that it wasn't much more popular.
correct. That's a very accurate
I like
description.
that. That's semantically correct and technically correct.
Semantically preferable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Semantics are important. They really are.
I love how we're like so held up on this. Look at this.
What else are we going to do for another hour?
We're gonna watch the numbers come in because people are like procrastinating to like the last second
I
here.
wish there was a way to blast out to everybody who's thinking about it.
Okay, look, that's 12 purchases difference there, right?
Yeah, that's not very many. And he's not
12's a lot. Depends
No.
what the 12 are, man.
exactly. That could just be 12 of the smaller pack, while the Gorkhog have more of the because the Gorkhog have more of the all-in. What you need to do, Mason
Do they?
McElroy, yeah, Mason McElroy, you need to look at everything by number of models.
Oh, jeez.
Because then there's the two-player starter set. So maybe they bought more of the Amari versus Veil Touch one, which would get Amari in the lead.
Ah,
See, that's the problem.
True. But you got to look at the Veil Touch versus Gorkhog as well. I got to figure that out too. Yep. There's one of those that exists. Excuse me. Ancient Evils Battle Pack. I think that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
do
what
that.
was.
Don't do the Siege of Ankar because that combines both the Amari and the Gorkhog. So you don't want to do that.
Pier and
I
Vox
canceled
Network.
it out.
Would it be possible to come for people at the bunker and play test the game with you guys, like Bat Rep style? Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
100%.
If you want to come in, email josh@miniwargaming.com or
Thank
go
you.
to miniwargaming.com/challenge, and you can kind of see information about coming here.
Akio-sama, whims or go home. You said it. No one disagreed.
Now, I do have to say, like, the play testing is only going to be for a short period of time, maybe 2 or 3 months. So if you're planning a trip and it's going to be like May, so somebody said, well, I'm coming in May, can I do it? Like, most likely play testing should be done by then.
You know what we could put on that
But
page?
you can still play a battle report in it, though.
That's like there's a block of time where it's like play testing during these dates. So if you plan on visiting during these dates and you want to participate in play testing, yes. Afterwards,
Yeah. But we don't need that much play testing during those dates as well, because I want to put out 1 battle report a week. So we might organize. This is where it's like much better online.
we can put them in. We can put a lot of extra in the vault. It's fine, right?
No, I mean that they get outdated very quickly.
Oh, I see.
Like you know how hard it is to keep up with Games Workshop stuff that we can't get too far in advance because the rules change so often.
Yeah.
This will be like 100 times worse.
Every game.
It's like every game will be like, ooh, I gotta go change something. That's out of date now, right? And so
That's fine.
yeah, that's the tough part. So then when they
We
watch,
can number them. We can number them. So it's like people know.
We can number like the versions, but then that's hard for people to keep up with. That's
Number the bat reps. I mean.
No, but I mean they have to put like the version number in the description. This is version 0.3.5. This is version 0.3.6.
You would have to really be following along to
Yeah.
fully understand that.
Exactly.
I don't understand that.
No,
Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand it, but it's not easy to follow.
Right.
And because even I won't remember the difference between 0.3.5 and 0.3.6 because I won't remember it because it's
I think the core rules, like I said before, like they're pretty close, and so there'd be nuance differences with like
it's going to be
specific units.
balancing. It's going to be
It's
like
balancing, yeah.
this unit was too powerful. We should raise its points cost. This unit, nobody wants to bring this unit. Well, lower its points cost. Make it so people want to use it.
Asking important questions. What would Amari-themed chicken wings taste like versus Gorkog versus Veil Touch?
So hold on. Are these chicken wings made out of Amari? Are they are they chickens that are native to the Amari homeworld? Or are they chicken wings that the Amari prefer? Or are they literally Amari-themed chicken wings like Hunka Hunka Burning Hulk flavored Ben & Jerry's ice cream, which is clearly not made of the Hulk? But so like that's a lot of different ways that I can interpret that question. And I think we have the time to ask him for clarification.
That's a pretty amazing tangent.
Yeah,
I
Travis,
yeah,
I don't think we can answer your question until you give me a better specification. I want parameters.
Phenomeноx.
Nah, 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 nah.
You should do a series to see if you can get brand new people that haven't miniature war gamed in the past for Ravaged Star.
It's funny that you should say that because was it my brother? Was it Rob?
Now, what did Rob say?
That he wants to come in and play the game.
Yeah.
And he's like, then you can know if it actually is good. Somebody who's beginning in miniature wargaming, and because he doesn't play miniature war games like at all.
Yeah.
He plays board games and role playing games. But...
Oh, but not, okay. As much as that's true, he plays games like Twilight Imperium or like crunchy games.
Yeah.
Like he's able to crunch it up. Right? So this is actually not as complicated as stuff like that. Like that is nuts what you can do there.
I know, right? Playing board games that are actually
For
more
8
complicated
hours
than
plus.
miniature war games.
Yeah, like so Scary and I yesterday we streamed for 3 hours. Of that 3 hours total, we didn't play the whole time.
You finished a game.
And we finished the game and we were like still checking stuff the whole time and bantering with the chat.
Yeah.
Like so it was
No, I was impressed by how fast you got it done. But we're always wondering, because when you and I played, we end up bantering a lot and also then discussing the rules a lot.
Yeah.
Like, man, we're 4 or 5 hours in, we're not even done the game. Is this game actually really fast? Because that's one of our goals. But I'm like, but I can't tell until we just play a game and stop trying to fix the rules. Just play the game. And you can banter, because banter is an important part of the game. But it's got to still be, you got to keep it going, though, and really know how long a game is.
We need 1,000 play tests between now and then. Okay. That sounds reasonable.
You might actually get that, to be honest. We have a lot of people that are willing to help, and if you only do a few games each.
Lunch to the lunch god. You should do... Oh, wait, hi.
Yeah,
hey,
we just read that one.
Hey, Dave. Tack from PlayOn still owes you a visit. Make him play Ravaged Star. Yes, that's a very good idea. I think that's... You said it. Okay? You said it.
Them visiting us or us visiting them?
Them visiting us. Okay? This is like 3 visits to them thus
You definitely
far.
got to go over there.
It's either 3 or 4. I can't even remember.
Once we get the rules more solid, you got to go over there and play again against them.
Yes.
You need a rematch with the new rules.
Yes. Yeah. So the games, the content that we filmed using the original rules never ended up posting it because completely obsolete, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So it was premature.
Hold on. Did Travis specify specifics? Everyone's got to eat, consume to some degree. If each faction got hold of Earth chickens, okay, and we're directed to prepare the traditional chicken wing dish. How would it taste? What sauces? Okay, so we're eating chickens from Earth. Their wings specifically. And then we have to now have what an Amari would prefer. I think Amari. Do you think Amari likes spicy food? I kind of look at them and picture them liking spicy food.
I think they like salt and pepper.
Yeah.
That's
but
what
like
a lot of
pepper.
And they like, and they would put it on a rock and they would stone it. Because, rock and stone. And that's what they would do. Very plain and like brutal, like no sauce. No nonsense.
Salt and pepper, but lots of pepper.
I would say a dry wing, a dry rub. Okay, like they're no nonsense wings, right? Yeah.
Gorkog would be the opposite. They would be the wettest,
slimy.
No, it's just like
you know how much
you have so much sauce left over. Like it would be like a bucket of sauce for one wing. You just like swirl it in there. It'd be lots of breading. It would be very, very rich, and probably incredibly sweet.
So I picture Veil Touched as like crispy on the outside and like juicy on the inside. So like,
not like rotten on the inside.
Okay, like Star Rose Garden.
Oh yes,
like
they were so good.
They're right, but it's like crunchy,
like a thick breading, but
like a thick breading,
watery on the inside.
Yeah. So that's what I picture.
I don't know. I picture them just being kind of like
boneless wings. Also, that could.
What
would be
Veil
boneless?
Touch? I thought you liked the Veil Touch. Boneless wings?
No, boneless is different than spineless.
No, there's not a wing. No, it's not a wing.
No, that's
a fake wing.
That's a nugget. Okay, I'm talking legit wing that has been deboned. That's different.
Oh, because when people say boneless wings, they're really saying
that's a nonsense.
fake wings.
That's nonsense. I don't like that.
Like,
I don't like that advertising.
Nothing against like vegans or vegetarians, but it's like going like tofu wings and saying that's a flavor of chicken wing. Like no. Like,
Hey,
go have your tofu. I'll have my chicken wing.
Vegan for 3 months. Okay.
Good for you. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
But we're talking about chicken wings here.
Yeah, that's right. Matt Dave says, Ravaged Star has the Amari. How do you feel about the idea of sci-fi ogres as a future faction?
Yeah.
Ogres. Ooh.
Sure.
But
like you could have ogres be
entire?
like in the Amari faction as their weirdly, grotesquely tall cousins.
Wrecking Drone, Rockin' Stone. Is Tabletop Simulator in a use for playtesting? Yes,
Yes.
it already exists. In fact, is it already not pinned?
It's been there was I'm sorry I don't remember the username, but somebody was working on setting it up in our Discord. I don't know how complete they have everything, but they had enough that people have been starting to play test on there. So we haven't provided anything for it. We're not going to provide like the STLs so we can get all the 3D files in there because obviously we don't want those getting out. But I definitely support the idea behind it.
I wonder what the Vanguard would look like since we have the Veil touched. What would they look before they went to space hell? That's still being fleshed out, the actual aesthetic of that.
I look forward to seeing what they come up with because
not as detailed.
Well, and also like the fact that you look at the Veil Touch war gear and you can basically say a lot of it was twisted and you can completely almost start from scratch and do something completely unique.
That's what to answer your question, TC Gentry. Huge printed mini in beige. That's a Davicus model.
Oh, well, you just blew it up and printed it up in 3D. I don't know. Maybe we should sell some of the.
I think we do
the big ones.
We do limited runs. Maybe not
They're
this big.
though.
Maybe not this big.
Yeah.
Maybe half of that size.
That's a good chunk of resin there.
This is kind of unacceptable. Like it's ridiculous.
Well, is it? Is it really? Is it really ridiculous?
I'm saying
or is
that.
it just awesome?
I like to say things.
Is
to
it like
elicit
awesome
reactions.
ridiculous, like Pacific Rim, or is it like just ridiculous, like most of Nicolas Cage movies? Fight me on that one.
All right, here we go. Let's get this crap out of the way. Here, let's get all this.
Any chance of a Vanguard Magic Knight faction, like Grey Knights?
Magic Knight faction. Awesome.
Honestly, we're just gonna stop thinking of it that way. Not because we're worried about copyright, but because we're just not interested. We just want to.
What? I'm interested, Matt. What do you mean not interested?
No, we're interested in kind of delving into other cool space fantasy races.
I know. I'm just bugging you.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. All right.
Clean up garbage.
That's good observations. Yes.
This is empty too. Did you wipe your hands with a wet nap?
I licked them really good.
That doesn't work.
No. I did, yeah. Twice.
You're really gonna put licked fingers towards me and try to worry me about that?
Hey, I heard
5 kids.
I heard about what Rob said in his talk. Okay.
Chasing with boogers?
Yes.
Yeah. What else are you gonna do with your younger brothers? Like, why have younger brothers if you don't chase them with your boogers? Or half the time, pretend to chase them with your boogers. You don't even have to get a real one. Just because he doesn't have time to look at it. So. All right, Travis says, yeah, summary chicken wing report. Amari, dry rubbed with salt and pepper, gorkog drenched in sauce, sweet. Think bourbon molasses, veil touch, crispy exterior, juicy interior, secretly tofu.
That's awesome. I wanted to finish.
Adam, veil touch, eat what you all most fear. Falafel. Yeah, you know what? That's what their flavor is. It's whatever you eat. It's like the thing you're most worried about.
Who?
The veil touch. Whatever they eat, it's the most feared chicken wing ever. What would be your most feared chicken wing?
Blackenstein.
Because it's really spicy.
Because they use like mace in it.
Yeah,
Pepper spray.
so maybe that's what it is. But I don't just mean spicy. I mean like, what's the last thing you'd want on a chicken wing?
Poo. Let's go with that one.
Always reason. What are the odds that this IP will be bought up by GW or something like that?
You know,
0. They don't typically go around buying up other people's IP. They just make more of their own.
I'm not overly picky when it comes to food, but I really would not poo on my chicken wing. Okay.
Is that your greatest fear? Oh no.
My greatest fear is being alone. So if I was on a desert island eating chicken wings by myself, that would be the thing I'd be most afraid of.
I mean, the thing that you'd fear the most on your chicken wing. I know what it'd be.
What?
A sneeze.
Why?
Somebody sneezes on your chicken wing?
No, that's fine.
Really? Does it bother you?
Well, in real life it would, but on cameras, for some reason, everything is suspended.
Oh. I thought that would just instantly gross you out.
Yeah, no, go into some sort of zen zone and then everything's fine.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. I know
Salmonella flavored.
Lovely.
So just uncooked, raw, and wriggly, as somebody else said that Gorkog would probably like.
Ron Wrigley.
Raw and wriggly.
Are you all done?
Yeah, that's empty.
It is. It feels full.
Of the
There's
bones.
a lot in there. Are they boneless? Like, are these like real chicken wings, or are they the fake ones?
There wouldn't be bones if they were boneless.
Would they not though? It's false advertising.
They
No
are
matter
now,
how you
they
look
are
at
now
it.
meatless.
Define meat. All right, here we go. Let's.
The stuff around the bone.
Yeah, but if they're boneless, that makes no sense.
Did I get some stuff on the table?
Oh, what?
It's all right. It's the neoprene. It's the neoprene. This stuff cleans up easy.
Yeah, it does actually. It's pretty. I saw Doug one time spill Coke on it,
He didn't care, right? It's like,
and
whatever.
I couldn't tell if it was a demonstration or an accident. But in either case, it cleaned up really well.
Oh yeah, it's waterproof.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell in your ears.
Update, says Travis. Well, Failed touch wings taste like loneliness,
Let me throw it up.
which is pretty much what all chicken wings taste like when you consume alone. Sure.
Logics. That stuff from Eating Challenge. Oh,
The fish
Sir
breast.
Stroming.
The surströmming, yeah.
Oh.
That wasn't too bad. It was salty, but it wasn't too bad. I don't have to say that to be like a tough guy. I'm not a tough guy when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like that stuff is just, all it was incredibly salty.
Oh, no. It smelled like garbage you pulled out of a cow's anus and then ate after it's been in the garbage. Okay? That's what that was.
And the classic question is, how would you know?
Because I ate it. Okay?
Yeah, but how would you know what garbage pulled out of a cow's anus?
I know what
would
garbage
taste
smells
or
like. I know
smell
what
like?
cows smell like. I know what manure smells like. I can conceptualize.
46 minutes left, and it turned red.
What's that mean?
It turned red for the countdown.
Oh,
look at
last
that.
hour? Is that why?
We're in the last 46 minutes. This part right here turned red.
Oh,
So get your pledges in, people.
I love how
We've gotten a few thousand more.
the color change makes all the difference.
Come on, we just need 68,071 more to get to the 1.2.
Will there be dialogue between main characters at some point in the lore? Yes, absolutely, of course.
Mav. Wow, Matt, so tough. We are all really impressed. Mav, you met me in person. You know that you should be afraid of me. Like, I pretend to be kind, but in person, tough guy.
You know what? I love this because for those who don't know, Mav from Maverick's Paint is a giant. Okay, I don't know, 6'5". Okay, is a dude,
Yeah, he pretends to be taller than me.
ex-powerlifter. Like even though he's ex-powerlifter, still huge.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's.
I've got to act tough to anybody who's taller than me, right? It's the tall guys. It's the short guys.
And then you're threatened by the tall guy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't normally have to worry about that. But when he comes in, it's like, who do you think you are? Huh? Who? You think you're better than me?
You know what? I've seen this happen to Steve. Okay, so.
Oh, yeah. When,
Yes.
when he comes in taller
Okay,
than him,
yeah,
he
yeah.
gets visibly uncomfortable.
No, okay, so.
Because it's like, what?
But in reverse. So I saw this dude see Steve, who's smaller than Steve. He's like, "Hey, you're a big boy. Oh, you want to go? Let's go. I'm paying a ticket."
Like at a bar or
And
something?
Steve was like, and the guy was actually drunk, right? Because
Sounds like it.
yeah, and he was like, Steve was like just doing a kind gesture for my in-laws doing their pool thing, right? He was like cleaning their pool or whatever, or like closing their pool, and he was like, "Okay, all right, sir. Okay, all right. That's thank you." And that's the best, right? Teddy bear.
Shadow Seeker. I'm thinking I have seen it somewhere I mentioned, but do we have an opportunity to back the project later? I want Veil Touch, but I have to wait till Christmas. I'll read that one in a second.
Hold on. No.
Shadow
One
Seeker.
time, Matt grabbed me by the throat and lifted me into the air and held me there for 5 minutes. Why did that happen, Matt? Oh my goodness. Are you
Told
serious?
you, I had to prove to him that I was tougher. It was one
Oh
hand.
my God.
It was also one hand.
That's true.
Okay, so
That's
Shadow
true.
Seeker, is there a way to pledge? Yeah, there will be a late pledge manager that'll start sometime in the new year. And that'll allow people to add on to their pledges, to upgrade their pledges, or to get pledges. But just remember, I know you can't buy now, and I just want to make sure you understand this, though, that the 3 free minis are only available for free during the campaign. You'd have to buy them separately afterwards. But yes, you can you're not too late. You're not able to do it now.
Actually,
You can
hold on.
totally get it through the late pledge.
I'm curious how much the value is. I think it might be like $50 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Navaclam. Matt and Dave, sorry if you've already answered this. When I asked a bit previously, I didn't hear. Will you consider selling the STL so that us Euros can avoid getting scalped by customs? You know what? Customs is something I don't. It's funny. I hear this a lot from the Europeans, like, oh, we're gonna get scalped by customs and VAT. That's a problem like everywhere. Like it comes across the border in North America, we get hit with customs and with taxes as well. Like that's just buying international. Like whenever I buy stuff internationally, I always get hit with customs and GST or HST. So everybody talks about like it's a uniquely European thing. I think what it might be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're used to having VAT included. So when you see a price like it's $20 or £20 or €20, you know that's what you're paying. Whereas over here, we're used to the idea that you add on. So if I see something that's $20, when I go to the checkout, it doesn't faze me when it's actually $22.60 because it adds on the 13% HST. So is that what's actually going on here? Because I see that mostly from Europeans, but I'm like, but everybody has to pay customs and taxes. So what am I missing? There's a piece of the puzzle. And I'm sure that right now there's other people being like, oh, no, it's nothing like that. It's because of this. So yeah, let me know. Because that's I'm just curious. And I'm legitimately asking because I've seen it a lot, and I haven't actually investigated myself yet because I'm not the one taking care of the logistics. So there might be something I just don't know.
That's Gaz.
Yeah.
Talk to
Well,
Gaz.
no, the logistics overall. Yeah, it's Gaz is doing that. So, Travis Teeter leaving chicken wings alone along with STLs. Will the train ever be sold in the same strain as the rest of the line? Assembled PVC. Love the model. Don't have a 3D printer. No plans for train yet. So the Naviclam, you're partially right, Matt. It's also that within the EU we don't have any additional VAT. Then what do you worry? And no customs. Yeah, when you buy something within the EU, because you're paying the VAT already, right? Like if you're in Germany and you order something from France for €100, that €100 includes VAT.
I would not actually comment on that because do we know?
No, I'm asking the Naviclam. That's what I'm asking because he's like, well, within the European Union, we don't have any additional VAT. Like, yes, because you already paid it. Whereas, like when I buy something from the States, I don't pay taxes until it crosses the border. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, good question.
And people who live there will know the best. And people who deal in logistics. Chris Graham, that plus it is 20% VAT now. Yeah, no, I get that. That's pretty high. Sales taxes. Fortunately, we don't control that. We can't discount it to accommodate that because, well, I can't take that hit. So I think, yeah, we pay VAT in the originating country. Yeah, okay, yeah, so that's what I thought. Yeah, I know it sucks to get hit with the 20% VAT, and obviously if you just bought a digital model, then you would get around that by printing it yourself, but obviously then that would exclude everybody without a 3D printer. So like we said before, that's the tough part, right? If I knew that everybody had 3D printers, then we'd probably just sell STLs because then you got this many people buying STLs and we have zero overhead when it comes to shipping stuff and let people print their own. Maybe that's the future of wargaming. I don't think so. I think there is a future of 3D printing in wargaming, but I don't think it's going to replace it. That's all I got.
Cool. Oh, Ireland man here. When the UK left at EU occasionally and the VAT and customs as always, it comes a shock. Lots of wargamer guys based in the UK.
Yeah, I think that's just it. I think it's just what you're familiar with. Like I said, when we go to the store and you see a price, you know you're going to add tax on, right? Like you know that. Talking to you, Dave.
Yeah.
Right. Like you're used to that.
Yep.
Like, you don't get alarmed, except for gas. For some reason, gas is tax included. I don't know why, but yep. I'd rather Mavericks paint. I'd rather get hit by sales tax than one of Matt's fists. Take my word for it, guys. What is this? Is this our new relationship now, Mav?
Hey, you know what?
You know what? I'll see you at Adepticon and see what you say there. All right? You better be coming. And if you're not, book your ticket. All right? All right.
Mav, you going to the narrative event?
I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, no, Mav.
Mav.
I thought you said Mav.
Are you going
I'm
to
like,
the
yes,
narrative?
Dave. What is this, like an infomercial? Yes, Dave. I'm going tomorrow. Why would you ask?
You know what? This kind of is an infomercial.
This is one long infomercial.
It kind of is. It's like, an 8-hour-long infomercial with all this stuff and...
Psychological resin will never replace PVC. See, I think that is a statement you can't make. Because you know what people would have said a long time ago? The plastic models will never replace metal models. Because they were garbage. The plastic models sucked. They could not hold the same detail that the metal could.
Yeah,
and now, but the quality improved, the technology's improved.
Yeah, these minis definitely suck. Yeah, I don't like them. We got to improve the whole thing. Yeah, start over, reset. Start over.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
John Reed, Matt, I just got a character model. Does that still count as a pledge? Or have I messed that up? LOL. I just borrowed 20 quid off my sister to do it. LOL.
You need to get a pledge.
You have to get one of the full pledges, not the add-ons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Matt the new Chuck Norris. Oh, give me that. That was. I didn't miss another one from. He's trying to talk all smack.
Wait, hold on. What did you say? What did you say about
I'm just
hotel
making
rooms?
sure I didn't miss one because it went pretty fast.
Hotel rooms? What are you saying, Mav? Saying something about hotel rooms.
Where?
Down. You scroll
Oh,
down.
hold on. I want to read these other comments.
I was looking.
One time someone thought about not pledging mentality. He raised an eyebrow and pledges and win $1,500. Yeah, anybody not wanting to pledge? Talk to Mav. Oh, you know.
Already got
Never
hotel rooms with Mark from Goblin's Hut.
Oh, good.
Another giant. Okay, yeah. So you got to
That's
take.
fine.
You got to take.
That's fine. I can
you
take
got-
them both.
Yeah, good. That's going to be a video.
That's what people know me for. I'm the tough guy. You know, if there's one thing I am known for. Joshua, never, the tech is growing quickly. Yeah, I really hope to see 3D printing technology has come a long way, but it still has a ways to go. I really want to see a new technology for printing miniatures that isn't just the resin, or I want to see a totally new developed resin that addresses the problems that we have with miniature resin right now, which is that everything's too breakable or it doesn't have enough detail. Can't get both, as far as I can, and as far as I've found so far. So, and if somebody's found it and nobody else knows, that seems strange, because that's a magic sauce everybody's going to want. Jeremy said, I saw Stompy Mech, so I had to pledge. Great design, guys. Any chance of a skirmish mech versus mech game in the future? Like Battletech or Titanicus? Like an 8mm game? I'd love to do that, but we don't have plans for that. John Reed, Matt, I just got a character. Oh, no, we've already read that.
But wait, there's more.
Nominox. The Naviclam. Well, for what it's worth, as someone who mainly paints and collects, I'd definitely be interested in buying STLs for personal use and make painted stuff available for promotional use. Should you want? Noted.
Noted.
Already got hotel rooms with Mark from Goblin's Hut. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get our hotel lined up. Mentality, what is mightier, Matt or Matt's eyebrow?
The eyebrow, for sure.
Yeah, because
Definitely the eyebrow.
the arms are very weak. Tree axis. I think that one day it will be all 3D printing. No, I don't agree. But I think that'll be pretty far off. I also think that 3D printing will eventually just be an everyday thing. See, depends what you call 3D printing. Like if we ever develop replicator technology like Star Trek, that's technically a type of 3D printing, right?
Kind of already an everyday thing, depending on the household you're in.
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
You mean a commonplace thing? You mean a household thing?
It's no, I don't. Resin is too toxic, so we have to get past that. We have to get to a more safe material, because even if they developed right now a resin that was perfectly flexible and held all the details, we would still be dealing with the toxicity of the liquid resin.
Mm-hmm.
Because by definition, it's toxic because it's not yet solidified into the polymer that it is. So it's more reactive, and that's what gives it the fumes and the stuff. And you don't want that in your house. And I'm not saying you can't do it. You just
Agreed.
you have to really work hard.
Oops.
Um,
Super chat.
Oh, too much. Oh, we missed a super chat.
Well, one just popped up there.
No, that's just
Well, it's so weird how it pops back.
yeah. It just keeps coming back.
Weird.
So no, I don't think so, because it's the same thing. Like when printers came out, everybody's like, well, that's the death of sorry, when emails came out, it's like, well, that's the death of the printing industry. When printing came out, it's like, well, that's the death of this. It's always an evolution. It finds its niche. Like, how many years later do we still have crappy printers in our house?
Who wants to see some cool looking models, man?
Oh, come on. Talking about cool stuff here.
Name some models and we can show them off. Close ups. Count 20 good. Let's see. Just reading the comments. Thank you, Ekin Rock. We're happy
Oh.
that.
All right,
Thank
that jumped. Aki-Osama, the ambassador should be your official Nerf hammer. Spokesperson.
Since you sell 3D printed terrain now, it's the reason you wouldn't consider selling terrain.
Not at all. You just have to develop it. What most likely is going to happen is that I'm working on developing some terrain lines. They're just independent of games, but that would work well with these games.
Mav, can we please take a moment to talk about the glory of the Roman Empire?
Hey, it was glorious. It did really well for a while. But like too many things, it got too big. And then it collapsed on itself. Leave people alone enough, they collapse on themselves.
This might happen next dice set, raise eyebrow.
Okay, BC, love the ambassador model.
Cool. Sorry, flip. Here, you can just have that. How are we doing? How are we doing?
Okay, cool. Here's the ambassador model since you're talking about it. Love to see the new Veil Touch bikes. Okay, done.
Here are the Veil Touch bikes that you are referring to. Here, let's just put these back here, and then we'll get a nice close-up of them.
32 minutes remaining.
Mm-hmm.
1.134095 million.
These are the bikes.
Why don't we have that on the screen? Why aren't we streaming that number?
I mean, do you know how to put it up?
Yeah, I might be able to do it fast.
Yeah.
It just seems like we
Get a little window
should have done
going.
it the whole time.
Yeah, that's
I might mess with things while I'm doing this.
Can you do it in OBS when it's live?
Yep.
All right, as you're doing that, I'm going to show off models.
Steve might not be
I
happy.
can't see the chat, so I'm going to have to look at it from my phone.
Oh, did I just close the chat?
That's fine. I'll look at it from my phone.
Okay.
Uh,
I'll just go to studio mode. Oh. Well, I guess, no, you know what? Never mind. Because I'd have to do it in every single scene. Not worth it. There.
do you have an idea of how long before you would be able to buy Ravaged Star at a frontline gaming store? Would 2020
Friendly local gaming store.
at a FLGS? Would 2026 still be too early?
I hope not.
Yeah, that's the hope, man. Like, we want to do this
Way sooner than that.
sooner than that, right?
So like 2025 would be the earliest we could do it.
yeah, 2026 is so far away, man.
I don't know. Things take
I
time.
know, but this just feels like it's way too far. But
We're about to hit 2024.
now that being said, like we're not going to say any sort of like hard date on that. We're just
We
gonna,
have none.
gonna let that organically happen. Haha. The ambassador sold me on that box. Berserker shirt bear. Yeah, because it's super cool, right? Gorgeous, clunky and cute. Love that thing. Shield maidens. All right, here we go. Let's show off some shield maidens.
Psychological, thanks for the $5. Any plans for more factions? Sorry if this has already been asked. I just got home. Don't worry, it's an 8-hour stream.
Did you?
We assume this is new for everybody.
Did you figure out anything there?
No, it would take too long.
It would.
I'd have to do it to every scene. It's fine.
No, you wouldn't. Just go back to the. We're mostly on this screen, right? This is useless. Like you could do it there.
Close. Give me a second. Yes, plans for more factions for sure. But we have nothing to announce right now. We have lots of things that people want and lots of things that we want. But there are definitely plans for more factions. But we got to get through this stuff first. Let's get through this first.
Yeah, let's fulfill this stuff.
Yeah.
And see where we go, you know?
30 minutes remaining. All right,
no.
fine. I'll go put it up on the screen. Give me a second.
Thanks, Matt. Very stellar of you, man.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. Totally tubular.
Okay. You know what? You don't have to go to studio mode. Yeah, we do. I don't know if I'll up or down.
Are you just going to set it up beforehand and
Yeah,
figure it out?
Add.
Okay,
No, we
these
don't
are
even
the
have the scene.
Amari Shield Maidens. Yeah. Where are the STLs located for the token? I search your site, can't find them. Are they up on the forge yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet. That's why you can't find them. They don't exist on the forge yet. When do you expect the miniatures to be ready to ship? The estimated, and I stress estimated time for that is, was it October 2024 for wave 1? What was it, like wave 2, 2025? Now, like I said, these are estimates, right? So the key is communication. So we'll be in communication with you if anything changes in every step along the way. That's the goal. Okay, we got to have some sort of goal here. Getting greasy with the MWG boys. Love you guys. King Kong. Love you too, man. Awesome. Definitely would like some of the art on a t-shirt. Oh yeah, that merch is going to happen. You better believe it. Voodoo Von Astabath. If y'all want to star Ravaged Star combos at your local, just take the models in when doing some group painting. I love that idea and I encourage this activity. Can't get enough of the Shield Maidens. Same. I really like these models. Like, not gonna lie. Like, I think they look awesome. Here, let's do a sweet close-up. You got a group shot here, and then here you go. Here's the close-up of this. Here you go. Yeah. Okay, here, look at this. Got
Got a Mohawk proper one here. By the way, that's a wrench pistol. Take a look at that. Right, combination, close combat weapon and a pistol in the middle. Sweet, very dwarven looking weapon. Done that way on purpose by design. IWD Fastifier. You want to see that? You have a Lord Gustavar model to show off. Not painted, but is there even one printed in-house that we could show off? I think there's one back there. I think Scary didn't bring it home. I think left it here. So you know what? I'm going to go grab it in the meantime. Is there some lore you could share for Inaro Black? Loving that character. Yes, the answer is yes to that. When I go back into the studio, I'm going to go do that.
Still figuring this
A
out.
little bit. Just a little.
Cut out.
Right? It's not a lot.
All right, I think I
So
got
let's
it.
see what we got here.
Oh, yeah. I think that's as good as it's going to get. Something I could do quickly. Should have had that there from the beginning, I think. But it is what it is with our high-tech setup. Actually, Steve's done a good job in getting this room all ready for everything. Okay. Dave totally cut out.
I'm here.
He's leaving static everywhere.
I'm here. I'm here. Okay.
So you'll have to look at comments on your phone
That's fine.
because I needed to do a screen capture rather than the URL. But that's what it looks like up there. See how it's in the bottom right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so.
What?
Oh, loading.
Weird.
What? That's weird.
Oh, now I understand what you're doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm doing a screen capture, not a browser.
Yeah. So if it's screen capture, then you can have two windows open, and you just have the one section that you have.
Oh, that's true. I'll have to be careful about that.
Okay, this is Lord Gustavar. It's 3D printed, so this is what the mini is. Okay, super awesome, super dynamic, and he's big. This is a big boy. Okay, so what's the base size here? What's the compare? That's the same size. Allagash Tarkon. That to me looks like
That's as good as it gets.
40 millimeter base. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's cool. Works. Awesome model. Awesome. By the way, if you have this is a fun fact. Okay. Gustavo. This is Gustavo. Okay. Lord Gustavar. Who's Gustavo? Well, he's the sculptor. He's the lead sculptor for all of the sculpts. So if you got this guy, then you'll know where he comes from. Okay. Now, you wanted some lore on who now? On Inaro Black? Okay, first off, let's get the Inaro Black model so we can show off what we're talking about. And we can share some lore on him. Good thing we got Inaro Black right here. Yeah, we do. Check this out.
Orange Dragon, Ubertown Hobbies did a video about Seocast plastic. Have you looked into that? Seocast plastic is definitely going to be helpful in the future. The problem is, while it does bring in-house plastic injection molding, the cost of the plastic itself is still really high, about the same as resin for 3D printing, actually. So it's not good for, unless you buy a lot of the machines, it's not good for large runs. Like even just with these 2,000 backers, we probably have, golly, over 100,000 miniatures that we have to make now.
Golly. Yeah, that's fair. That's a lot.
As I say, if it's 10 per person, it'd be 22,000, 100 per person. So maybe not, yeah, I'd say at least 100,000. And that would take a very long time for a Seocast machine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But if we had several Seocast machines that could do it, but then your cost would go up for the miniatures themselves, because while the molds are cheaper to make, the cost of the actual plastic is much higher. So it's something we could look at for short runs. I actually want to buy one really badly for the Forge, but they're not cheap. They're not cheap. 100,000 American right now, with everything that you need with it. So that's cheap for manufacturing, but not cheap for a company like us. So
That's fair.
it's one thing I want to get in the new year, though. Hoping that as we continue to do the Ravaged Star stuff, that we'll get enough money that we can afford one. So I can start playing with it And I do say playing with it because you need to like play with these things for a while before you really know what you're doing. But that's a pretty expensive toy, even though I have reasons to want to use it more. So yeah, good for short run stuff. Like if I just want to make a quick skirmish game with like 20 models, 100% Geocast would be the way to go, because what you have to charge for the models would be made up for the fact that you don't have to go all in on these huge mold costs and stuff. So, but it has to be shorter run.
My bad. There is no lore specifically on Anaro Black just yet.
Is that part of the original campaign?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the lore in there is on all the new stuff, so that we had a good good start on rules writing and stuff.
Yeah, but that being said, there's a lot of lore on the older stuff. It's just that one hasn't been fleshed out yet.
Got to get Jason says we should get a concrete printing machine to make a concrete Lord Davika statue for the front of the mini wargaming bunker.
Sold.
Where would you put it?
On the building.
On the sidewalk.
That's fine. Get a permit. It's all done. It's like
Right.
Back to the Future when Doc Brown's like, "Yeah, I got a permit for that."
And then he zaps the person or something. What does he do?
I just say zaps. Let me put it. Yeah, just don't ask questions. It's all good.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. This timeline won't exist in a minute.
Print to order, Fire Drake says. Yeah, but the problem is the cost. So let me give you an example. From the last time I checked, at the Geocast machines, the cost of the plastic is about $50 American per kilogram. And the cost of resin, good resin, is about the same. You can get it a little cheaper, but let's even say you get half as cheap. It's still very expensive. And now the thing with the Geocast machine versus resin is that all the supports you can throw back in, so that's nice. So it's not quite the same. But when you go to like HIPS, so the high injection plastic molding, not the PVC that we're doing, but like the stuff like what Games Workshop does. When I was looking at that, I think I saw that the price of that was like $1 a kilogram. So $50 a kilogram, $1 a kilogram. Now the cost of making a mold for the Geocast is like $200. The cost of making a mold for HIPS, I think, is like $10,000. And so, but if you're doing high run, that $10,000 plus tiny costs is way cheaper. If you're doing short run, then small mold costs with higher model costs works, and it works in your favor. So for Ravaged Star, we knew we were doing tons of models, and that we were doing a lot of them. So like I said, we have over 2,000 backers right now, and so in the smallest box has like, what's the smallest box have? Like 40 models at least, 50. That puts us at
52.
Yeah. So let's say 50, just make it round. And let's say there's only 2,000 backers. That's 100,000 models. So there's 2,200 backers, and on average, people are buying multiple boxes. So we're talking about hundreds of thousands of miniatures.
That's insane.
That would take forever. And this is why it's going to take this long to produce, because even at a factory that is designed for this kind of thing, it takes time. So,
Matt, we need
what do you want?
Delia Graves painted.
That's the biker. That's her over here.
Oh, okay.
Is that who you're talking about?
Yep.
Right there. Right there. So all these things are like, they're good at different stages. Like 3D printing, that's good at like a really, really small level. Like you want to just print a handful of models, well, 3D printing is going to be your cheapest way. Quality's not quite there. Geocast has the quality, like hands down. I've held their miniatures. They've got they're flexible. They are durable. The level of detail is all there.
Okay.
But the cost for the materials is high.
So Dave needs to learn to make molds. Why?
No, it's not the labor cost. It's the actual cost of the materials. And I'm telling you, that's $200 for a mold, or like that $10,000 to make a mold for HIPS is literally in a gigantic CNC machine, spending a week and a half cutting one out. So
Wow, it's like 40 in there. How much time left? 18 minutes. Could we get 60K in 18 minutes? Because then that's 1.2 million.
they're 19 something.
Yeah. But do you guys want to hear lore on Delia Graves? Because that's who this is, and someone said Delia Graves. So I just need to make sure that that's a thing that's wanted. I'm not going to read it. It's not. It's just a summary. Steven, if you have one Geocast, the same amount of cost worth of 3D printers you can print on 20 machines One seal cast, not really better.
Yeah,
than,
but
though.
once again, the CO cast machine, as much as it's the same cost for the material, it's better material. A 3D printed model at $50 a kilogram is way more brittle and breakable than a CO cast model. So the CO cast models are way, way better quality than a 3D printed. So you can't compare them to 3D printers. It's just, even though 20 3D printers can produce the same as one CO cast machine, you cannot make that comparison.
Yeah, it's not apples to apples.
And 20 3D printers, you would take like 2 full-time people, maybe 3. And whereas a CO cast, you need 2.
Okay, so I'm going to read this lore on Delia.
Sorry, we're talking about manufacturing. This is
It's fun stuff.
side. This is the stuff I love.
I'm going to interrupt you with boring stuff, okay? So I'm going to do some lore.
Boring lore. I want to talk about manufacturing.
So, Citadelia Graves ventured across the Veil not as a soldier or scientist, but as a prisoner. She was the leader of a gang of biker brigands known as the Roaming Citadels, who was serving as a laborer in hopes she would see an early release. Of all the humans that were part of the Vanguard expedition across the Veil, Graves required the least amount of coercion. All she wanted was a bike, a crew, and blood, and Strock was all too eager to provide. Cool. So yeah, bunch of prisoners, man. Just having fun, biker gang. Looks like the Death Riders are, the Roaming Citadels. That's actually pretty cool. Now, speaking of which, Asalian Death Riders, let's talk about the actual bikes. Well, in addition to her, I think that would be appropriate. Wanted for armed robbery, arson, and murder, Delia Graves and much of her crew were finally apprehended or killed by the Vanguard on the planet Kabolo. They and many other criminals padded the numbers of Lord Davicus's expedition, pledging to carry out potentially dangerous manual labor in return for amnesty. Now these Asalian Death Riders are back to their old ways, already experts at generating what their new master desired: fear. Okay. Have you ever been up close to a bike when it was revving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I burned my shin on one of the exhaust pipes. Yeah, that sucked.
I haven't been that close, but yeah. Kick off some heat.
Hey, it keeps on going up, man. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imperial, second the question from earlier in chat about any color palettes that are going to be lore driven. I think there will definitely be ones that are lore driven, but we also want to make sure that the lore keeps it open ended so that you can paint them whatever color you want.
Here's Korvax. Let's do Korvax, okay? You guys ready? Korvax, the Bone Crusher. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. While Null kept the Vanguard and Amari occupied on Ankar, it was Korvax who organized the genocide the Amari civilian population. A terrifying humanoid with 4 arms and massive wings, Korvax is every bit the sword to Null's scalpel. He organized the slaughter of billions. A carefully crafted plan he carried out with sadistic glee. Null escaped his planned defeat on Ankar, but none remained in the Amari system to warn off Korvax. He lurks in the shadows, eager to finish what he started. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You know, he's sadistic, my kind of character. Like it, love it. Yeah, who else do you want? In the few minutes that we got left, Korvax, the one guy every Amari player will have from now to the time his name is forgotten. Bone Crusher's ready. I feel like Dave would be great at reading Xmas stories. Cadence is perfect. Well, thank you very much. However, they said late pledge will open next year.
I'm sorry. The irony of how you read that statement was awesome.
Yeah, I'm like,
Because I don't disagree, but it's funny that you stumbled on that.
that's completely stumbled
I
over.
feel like Dave would be great at reading Xmas stories.
I think
Cadence is perfect. Just like no.
Where's the agent?
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying that's funny. The irony in that.
Okay, it's late. Anything you say right now, I'll forget it in like 5 seconds. Say anything you want.
The Agedon. Where is that? Somewhere here.
It's right there. I can see it.
Ah, yes. Okay. All right, Agent Don, you're ready? I'm gonna get it.
13 minutes remain. Well, no matter what happens now, we could literally close it right now, and this is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
More requests still are asking for an art book. I think we need to figure that out.
Yeah, I think that's something that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just feels
Maybe
like.
throw it in the late pledge manager or something later on, separate to all of it.
Okay, here's the Agent Don.
The Aegiodon is an apex predator from Gorkog 5. Resembling a heavily armored dog, the Aegiodon is a fast-moving, semi-intelligent carnivore that hunts alone or in pairs. Its massive jaws are capable of cutting through celestial armor with ease, allowing it to dive in the middle of an unprepared squad of soldiers and rip them to shreds. The Aegiodon is known to thrash its head back and forth with its prey stuck in its mouth, a horrifying sight that still haunts the dreams of many a Vanguard and Amari. Nice, but I think that the pacifier was something different to say about that. He's got a dead Aegiodon on his base, so that's I just wanted to say that. That's the other pair that he was traveling in, so he's a little bit angry about that.
Well, apex predator doesn't mean destructible.
Why do you gotta go and be all
It just
Why you gotta do all the
It's an apex predator.
coloring book? That's actually a really good idea. I think that's an easy yes.
But it's got to be like a vicious coloring book. Like, here, colored this picture of a Gorkog eating Amari.
I want to see this blow up. The bit of lore we got for the Amari was great, and I want to see that more.
A cooking book.
What is this? Don't say what is this Creeper 5976 with 11 minutes left of the
It's
campaign.
okay, just go over there and hit the all in at the very bottom, the big one, and you're good. It'll cover you.
Will they be teaching others how to dry brush now that he's painting again? I will be making painting videos because it's fun. To answer the question, to teaching others, I mean, I don't know if I like. No, I will just showcase what I'm doing. Teaching is if you get anything out of what I'm doing, then cool. But the intent is
Happy
the
accident.
the intent is the share. Okay, Creeper, it's Ravaged Star, the future of wargaming. Cool. Thank you, Jason and Jake Dog. What other miniatures do you want to see in the last 10 minutes? Ooh, sponsored painting video, huh? Well, you know what? Sergio Calvo was the recent one that actually, I think it was a couple days ago, posted a video.
We're going to be reaching out to more people over the next few months, too. Just to kind of help keep pushing it through late pledge manager.
Yeah.
Grudge Belcher.
Belcher. Okay, that's that dude.
The big explosive one. Thanks, Randomy. I agree. I think this has been great. Thank you, everybody who's pledged or just given us company while we've gone to the end.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, and there's the Grudge Belcher. Probably.
Less than 10 minutes remaining.
You know when you backspace and it's like you could just easily do something different, be a lot more effective. Like I'm scrolling through this, I could just search for it, but okay, here we go. Enkarian Grudge Belcher. The origin of grudge is a matter of academic debate on Rohalinth. For context, that's the Vanguard capital, Rohalinth. But there is little doubt where large amounts of the disgusting substance can be found in the numerous stomachs of the Enkarian Grudge Belcher. The Grudge Belcher spews grudge at anyone who gets close, covering the poor souls in the poisonous and slightly corrosive sludge. The Grudge Belcher acts as a support unit for the likes of the Grudge Walker and Incarnate Grudge Mancer.
I got to interrupt you because somebody's only got 9 minutes left. Randy, if you've tried to pledge a couple times the last couple days, it says it's closed. You might be on the wrong campaign. So make sure when you go to Game Found, you search for Ravaged Star, the tabletop game, not Veil Touched, the Armies of the Veil Touched.
Well, click on the link in the description of this live stream.
That should do it.
You'll get it.
I'm saying it quickly and interrupting Dave because there's 8.5 minutes left, and there's going to be a delay between when I say this and when you get
by 8 seconds. Oh yeah, you know what? Here's the thing about that, man. I would actually, you know what? Like, you want to make an informed decision here, right? Like,
oh, if you already knew what he wants,
you only got 8 minutes. You only got a minute. You got to get something back. Like, no. There's so much to dive into. Like, if you've already put a bunch of stuff in your shopping cart and you're coming back to finish it, like, that's a different story. What am I saying? Get it! There's only 8 minutes left. You gotta hurry up.
It's your reverse psychology again.
I don't ever do reverse psychology.
Sorry, keep going.
The Grudge Belcher acts as a support unit for the likes of the Grudge Walker, and which we know is this one.
Hold on, let's do this little fun here. It's a Grudge Watcher. Okay, and the what was it? Oh yeah.
Oh, 8 minutes. We just passed 8 minutes remaining.
Did we?
Yeah, sorry, I was watching for it, but then I got distracted.
And the Grudge Mancer. So here we go. Okay, so check this out. Check this out, guys. Whoop. Okay, let's get this box out of the way. We don't need the necessary. Okay, here we go. Grudge Belcher in middle. Like, no. Grudge Belcher, Grudge Walker, Grudge Mancer. Okay? Providing them with seemingly endless supply of grudge. Okay, so this thing provides grudge for those two. So, yeah. It's, the science isn't exactly explained, but it doesn't need to be. It's all alien stuff, so...
Poops out guys that blow up.
All hail Lady Fear, Jason Jake Dog. That's the catchphrase of the Veil Touch, by the way, because, you know, struck, goddess of fears.
Naturally.
All hail.
We're almost at 115.
Oh, by the way, Veil for the Veil Touched is a thing as well.
Naturally.
Naturally, right? 6 minutes left. Slanesh wants that. Get moving.
Oh, we're at 1149.
All right. Love that the Grudge Walker is just spewing out puke.
We've had requests for the Razor Worm and the Pacifier.
All right, let's do Pacifier first because we've been doing Gorkog quite a bit. So let's do that. So that's
Mike
right
Baker, there will be a late pledge manager in the new year. You'll be able to back it then. You just won't get the free miniatures, but you can add them on later on.
Yeah. Plus, there's the STL of that terrain piece. So there's whatever the value is.
You'll be taken care of.
Whatever the value is that you're giving up by not getting in the next
115.
6 minutes.
We just passed 115. 6 minutes remaining.
Okay, 50K in 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, right.
10K per minute. Get this stuff in. Let's beat 1.2.
You're talking to the people who've already backed.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you know what? You could add to your pledge, man. You do it. Like, there's nothing stopping you except for the things. And here's the thing, okay? It is reverse psychology. I'm not saying to actually do that. Be reasonable and sensible about the things that you're doing.
For the last 5 minutes, though, I want everybody in here who's pledged to put in the number. What number are you?
Oh, pledged, yeah.
Yeah, like were you the first, the 50th, whatever? You should be able to see it on GameFound.
Yes. By the way, thank you for hanging out with us, celebrating with us. I mean, that's exactly what we're all here together, looking at the numbers go up and the timer go down, right? So we're here, stuck in the numbers between the numbers. It's kind of funny, but it's great. All of you here. Fantastic.
333, that's a good number. 41, 492.
I'm curious to know who number 8 is, and who number 888 is, and number 88. If you could tell me this.
Oh, okay, we're going fast now. That's, wow, jeez. There's nothing stopping you except money. Wow, okay, I did not expect. Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Holy cow, we're literally on live with a ton of our backers right now.
Yeah.
That's just stupid. That's awesome.
It's stupid awesome, isn't it?
It's stupid awesome. They know.
The last time. Okay, here we go. The pacifier in the meantime, okay? All right, we got another 4 minutes left.
Sure.
To read some lore. There we go. Look it up here.
Oh, Jason was the 88,000, apparently.
In time, we'll get there. Okay, here we go. IWD pacifier, which
just
is
just the same cost of the Duke, just without free miniatures.
By the way, IWD, if you see that in places, which you will, especially if you got Amari, it means the Amari War Mech Division. So while the pilots of the Diplomat and Ambassador squabble over kill stats, they all fall silent when an IWD pacifier walks by. With 4 arms, shoulder-mounted rockets, and 2 incredibly large swords, the pacifier is an easy answer to whatever needs to die. Unlike the Diplomat and the Ambassador, the pilots of the pacifier are surgically bound to their mechs, each a hero, war herald, or champion of the Amari, cut down but unwilling to give up the fight. So just context there. These two dudes, okay, zooming out a bit. So this is an Ambassador, and this big dude here is Ambassador, and smaller, also large dude, is a Diplomat. Pilots pilot these mechs, okay, they have competitions with each other. I'm the best pilot, I'm the best pilot. But when the pacifier walks by, they're like, oh, wait, no, oh,
quiet, quiet, let him walk by. He's like entered into this mech suit because he's badass. That's just that. And he like walks around with a dead Aegiodon around him as a trophy to let others know not to get in his way. So that's actually pretty cool.
I like it.
Mari for victory.
2 minutes left. There's 2 minutes left, Matt. Like,
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
yeah, the dome helmet is pretty sweet, I gotta say. The dome helmet is kicking around here somewhere, I think, maybe.
No, we don't have one.
No?
I didn't print one.
What? Why not? We gotta print one, Matt.
I missed it somehow.
Oh, missed opportunity. He's a dreadnought, but not in pain. Oh, he's probably in pain. Like, he does not look comfortable in there. In fact, it looks like just a head. But, we'll figure that out a little later. I had to restrain myself. Yeah, there's a lot of, wow. 2-minute push-ups.
How about 2 seconds?
Show us a Mastodon. All right, cool. All right, you want a Mastodon? Let's do it.
2 minutes remaining.
Like a whole
It's just hilarious that I'm still seeing people back.
smattering.
It's like, who is coming in at 2 minutes remaining? I love it.
Master procrastinator.
Yeah, like somebody who's just like, I gotta snipe this.
There we go. There's the Mastodon. Okay, in the last minute, here we're gonna go. Okay, read it. See if we can get done with the lore. Here it is. Okay. Originally native to Gorkog 5, the Mastodon was an impressive creature before genetic meddling transformed it from a gentle herbivore to a carnivorous monster. The Mastodon is one of the first Gorkog the Vanguard encountered on Ankar, leading them to believe the threats of this uncharted world were all to be found on the surface. Its thunderous footsteps hid the truth from those unprepared explorers, hiding the horrors lurking below their feet. Okay, so he used to be a herbivore, now he's a charging monstrosity of meat-eating awesomeness. Yeah, and he looks really cool, I gotta say. It's one of my favorite designs.
Maybe the vegetables on their planet were like behind armored shells. They had to like cut through the stalks to get those vegetables.
That's fair, because why else do you explain those?
The big pincers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The maw, the multi-maw. 30 seconds goes by the, wow, this is crazy. 26, 25, 20, still pledges coming in. 23, 22, 21. These are seconds, by the way. 20, 19, 18, 17. Razor worm? Okay, I'll do it. It didn't last long talking. That's mesmerized looking at the
Couldn't
time.
count to 20. 10, 9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Oh, you almost did it. And it closed automatically.
Okay, project funded.
Let me go and take that off the screen.
1.153713. Awesome. Look at that. Look how many 8s there are. 2,884.28% funded. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and Happy New Year, everyone. And just for fun as a bonus, I'm going to read the lore for... Oh, look, it's 808. Are you kidding me? That was done by design, by the way. Ending at 808 because you just got to do it. Go about it. Yeah, let's read this. I think this is the last one I'm going to read, though, because I think I'm going to go to bed, Matt.
Yep. I need to get packing for Atlanta.
All right, here we go. Last one. Gorkog Razor Worm. Deep underground in the wastelands of Ankar and Gorkog 5 lurk the massive creatures known as razor worms. Much like the dragons of legend, a razor worm is immensely powerful in its presence on the battlefield or underneath
There are
it.
space dragons.
Yes, there are.
Someone's asking for space dragons.
Or
Razor worm.
underneath it spells certain doom for the enemies of the Gorkog. Its multiple maws and countless razor-sharp spikes allow it to cut through both subterranean rock and celestial armor, with making quick work of both men and their machines of war. And just as a fun thing to note, the ambassador was made as an answer to the razor worm. Okay, so the Amari were like having a lot of trouble with this dude. They're like, oh, we gotta do something, man. I don't know what we're gonna do. Let's make this big hulking an ambassador with a negotiator hammer. And, okay, we're doing it. So he's really good at taking out the razor worm, just so you know.
Yes, they're gonna come home now. Fair. I am.
Did she just post there?
Yeah, she
Time to come home. LOL.
Okay.
She put the LOL on there just to soften it.
Yeah.
It's really like time to come home.
Okay. Good night, everyone. I love you all. Thank you so much. I'm taking off the mic right now as we talk. I am literally.
Oh, okay. We're like that done.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Matt, I'm surprised. I have more energy than you. That's just like
No, it's not a matter of energy.
It's backwards day.
I miss my family.
yeah. I'm not saying I don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much, everybody.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Happy wargaming.
Happy wargaming.